Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This story is about what if a cultivator was reincarnated into the world of One Piece. Now onto the video.
Chapter 43, Catching a Rat Comment. The leader of the rebels in Alabasta, Koza, was escorting the two women he just met somewhere more private to talk. They seemed to be mercenaries of some sort. If they had asked for money, he would have turned them down immediately. But the shorter woman had said they wanted to join up to minimize the loss of life that would inevitably take place in this war. He sensed something was off about this, but he couldn't put his finger on it. They could just be lying to him, of course, but if they were, then he could not discern where truth ended and the lies began in their words. So he decided to test them. He had secretly signaled his men to hide in a designated location they had set up for meeting with any representatives of the royal faction. The other party would believe they were alone with him and his bodyguards, when in reality they were under heavily armed surveillance ready to pounce in a moment's notice. They arrived at their destination, and Koza motioned for them to sit across from him. It was a somewhat open space away from the hustle and bustle of the main streets, with many places for his men to hide, waiting for his signal to act if needed. "I am Koza, leader of the rebel forces. Now that it's just us, you can tell me what you really want," Koza said sternly. Cherry's demeanor changed entirely, from a starry-eyed young woman filled with empathy for the suffering of Alabasta's people into a confident and experienced negotiator. All to put on a show for the little boy playing general in front of her. My, aren't you impatient? It's no fun to skip the foreplay," Cherry drawled, leaning forward to rest her chin in her hands. Koza was flabbergasted by the shift in the woman. He could almost feel a pressure weighing down on him, making him lose his cool head. He was thankful for the blistering sun that would surely disguise the nervous sweat upon his brow and back. Regaining whatever composure he could manage in a few seconds, he asked, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. All that matters is that I'm here to help you, and to help Alabasta," Cherry stated lazily. "Tell me, Koza, how much do you trust the men you have here?" Koza had completely lost control of the conversation, so he decided to see where this was going. He looked at his two bodyguards, whom he had fought side by side with many times. "I trust Farafra and Eric with my life." "I see. Is that also true to the other 17 men hiding around us?" Cherry asked, giving a toothy smile. Koza froze in his seat and a silence hung in the air. The tension was almost palpable. But then something popped into Koza's head. "What do you mean?" Bang! Cherry's hand flashed and fired a shot faster than the men could comprehend what happened. "Ah!" A man in the direction the pistol pointed screamed in pain. The men in hiding burst out, brandishing their weapons at Cherry and Cabernet. The relatively close distance between her and Koza's groups meant they needed to pause and aim carefully before firing. "Wait!" Koza shouted, looking in the direction of the screaming man while holding up his hand. Cherry had already set her pistol down onto the table between them. "That isn't one of our hiding places." Koza spoke quietly, but his voice seemed to echo like thunder in their ears. A few men got their wits about them quickly and went to apprehend the intruder. They dragged him out in front of Koza. "Do any of you know who he is?" he asked. Farafra, a large man with two big protruding bottom teeth, answered him with a complicated look. "He's one of mine. His name is Jeffrey." "Well, Jeffrey? Why were you eavesdropping?" Koza asked, leaving no room for lame excuses. Between his pained groaning while grasping his punctured right thigh, he tried to dodge the question. "I wasn't eavesdropping, General, promise. I just didn't realize you were here is all, promise." "That's a very nice tattoo on your ankle there, Jeffrey. You know, I was under the impression that Baroque Works was a secret criminal organization, but I suppose that can't be right if you went and got it permanently inked into your skin," Cherry revealed, like she was talking about the weather. Koza's face darkened at those words, while the other men just looked confused. Cherry addressed Koza this time. "What's wrong, General? Perhaps there are some strange occurrences that start making sense when you consider the idea of a hidden third party in this war of yours?" Koza, I've seen this tattoo on some of our other men before." "The other bodyguard," Eric said. Strangely, in that moment, a sweet scent filled the air. Cherry immediately stopped her breath and sent a thought to Cabernet. Transform into your figurehead form and flee with Koza and whomever else you can grab. Cabernet did not hesitate and grabbed Koza, Farafra and Eric into her large wooden arms. She launched upwards with her surprisingly still functional wings, and flew away as fast as she could. Cherry had used a direct command that she couldn't refuse as a blood-bound artifact. Though she didn't like to violate her autonomy, she couldn't risk it in this moment. Mo! What did you do that for? A voice like jangling bells rang out. A woman standing about 1.5 meters tall, short blonde hair, pointed ears, jade green eyes, freckles, and elongated canine teeth walked into the small square. Cherry could feel her mind going fuzzy, while the other men around her were completely lost in a daze. Cherry drew her sword and charged the woman. "That's not very nice," she said, nimbly dodging. Normally, Cherry could not be dodged so easily, but the world was starting to melt and her sense of balance was skewing. This was the work of a devil fruit. Cherry pressed the attack, determined to kill the woman before she was lost like the other men here. Cherry feinted with her sword and reached out her left hand to grasp around the woman's throat. However, she was too late. The world shifted, and she found herself in a vast desert, devoid of life. Her mind was still thinking clearly, at least as far as she could tell. Her hand was still outstretched in a death grip, but she felt her hand and arm involuntarily relax, falling to her side uselessly. "It's nice to meet you, former Miss Halloween. You almost had me there, but you fell into my hallucinations. You must have a very strong mind to maintain your wits in here. That won't help you though. Good night," a sourceless voice said. Cherry felt her left leg relax, just as her left arm had, and swung her right arm in that direction. Her senses told her that her hand was empty, and her life sense showed no signs of vital energy, not even within herself. But she could feel the connection between her and the sword with her blood bond, so she acted upon that information. "You bitch!" the sourceless voice cursed at her. Cherry smiled with satisfaction. None of Cherry's attempts to hit the woman again got her any reactions. No doubt she was being much more cautious now. Slowly Cherry felt her body go limp, and eventually her consciousness was fading to black as well. Cherry's last action was to pull her sword into her body before she blacked out. In the city of Rainbase, Alabasta, waited a group of eccentric individuals in a large fancy room under a casino. These were the top-numbered officers of Baroque works. The man who they only knew as Mr. entered and revealed himself to be the Shichibukai crocodile, a shocking revelation to be sure. They received their final orders for the ultimate goal of Baroque works, Operation Utopia. Mr. 3 made an appearance, revealing that he'd failed in his mission and asked for forgiveness he wouldn't receive. "I met those people. There are more of them though. 2 men, 2 women, and a reindeer to be exact," Mr. 2 explained. "Mr. 0, one of the women is very dangerous, the strongest amongst them to be sure. I saw her punch a pirate with a logia fruit like yours. She said it was because of a technique called haki, I think." Crocodile's face darkened. Naturally, he'd heard of haki before, but he wasn't expecting to run into a user of it here in the Paradise half of the Grand Line. He would need to be careful from now on. Chapter 44, Spa Day. Miss Spa Day was not having a good time. Not at all. This was supposed to be a simple mission. Go into the rebels' headquarters, kill the rebel leader Koza, use her devil fruit power to make the surrounding people hallucinate him being killed by an assassin from the royal faction. Easy. Then it all started to go downhill when that woman got involved. At first she was elated when she spotted her. She had been given a mission to find the former Miss Halloween several months ago, but had no luck and couldn't complete it. So if she could capture her now, it would be a nice little gift for Mr. 0 to help him forget that little failure. She used her devil fruit and released her hallucinogenic perfume to incapacitate the group. However, Miss Halloween and the other woman seemed to realize something was wrong only a moment after contact and leapt into action. The other woman transformed into some kind of wooden construct and flew away with her target, while Miss Halloween had stopped her breath to slow the foreign influence from taking hold. Even when she was eventually completely caught in the hallucinogenic world, her mind did not seem to be muddled at all. Miss Spade wasn't a one-trick pony though. She still had her massage arts, a martial art form that forces the opponent's body to relax. This came very much in handy when she got her throat caught in Miss Halloween's death grip. If she was even a moment or two late to act, she might have had her throat torn out by that brutish woman. She wasted no time using her massage arts to relax her into a deep slumber, but the moment she got started on one of her legs, that monster managed to slash her across the face. She had been prepared to dodge any random blind swings, but not such a deliberate strike. If she had been too careless, that swing may have cut clean through her head. My adorable face? It's ruined, disfigured, I'm going to be hideous, she lamented, more upset at the thought of a terrible scar than at the two near-death experiences she just had. She angrily returned to her work after cursing, this time treating Cherry like a fully aware opponent, which seemed to be enough. She knew she'd won when she saw Miss Halloween's sword vanish, and she started to breath again. She manipulated the hallucinations of the rebels present to witness a scene of the two women revealing their true colors and kidnapping Koza, in order to execute him for treason in Alubarna. That wasn't the original plan, but it was the best she could do on short notice, even if it was a bit of a gamble. If she made it out that he died, then if he returned later, they would know for sure they were tricked. She grabbed Miss Halloween, who was a lot heavier than anticipated, and dragged her to the carriage waiting for her with camels bred for their strength, stamina and speed. She needed to be in Alubarna for the next stage of the plan. Cherry had already woken up and regained most of the use of her limbs by the time Miss Spade finished meddling with the rebels' minds. Which wasn't very long at all. She gave no outward indication of this, however. She intends to take me alive, is that it? Well, that's fine by me. Bring me to your owner, little kitten, so I can take care of this mess in one fell swoop. Cherry thought calmly. First she put together the information she had obtained about the devil fruit ability. It seems to influence others through the medium of a gas or scent that must be breathed in. It allows the user to control the physical senses of the target, and even muddle the minds of weaker-willed individuals. A devastating ability for the unprepared, but easily countered by holding the breath beforehand. She thought. As for it blocking my life sense, that's not a big surprise. Life sense has no spirit component, so it is still a physical sense in a way like the five senses. Since devil fruit utilizes vital energy as well, it likely blocks it even though the user herself should be ignorant of it. She concluded. But if her physical senses were under control, how could she tell when and where Miss Spade was attacking her? Naturally, this was a consequence of partial success in the spirit root realm. Most of her motor neurons were directly connected with her soul at this point, thus she could tell when her muscles weren't responding properly. If she had completed the spirit root realm, she would not have lost her sense of touch either. It was almost funny, since if Miss Spade had attacked her normally, she could not have located her as she had attacked. Cherry considered what solutions she could employ, aside from hoping Miss Spade made a stupid mistake like letting her out of the hallucination. I won't be able to make any progress in cultivation in a short period, so that's not an option. Cherry discarded. Should I try to awaken observation hockey? Being cut off from the outside world like this is probably the perfect time to do so. Cherry began to meditate, emptying her mind of erroneous thoughts and doubts. She first focused inwards, as she knew her own body better than anything else and tried to sense it with her will. She felt her heart beat, but it was a bad fake at best. She focused further, deeper within her. The world outside of her was no longer within her perception, and time lost all meaning to her. She felt an inkling of something, like a soft sound from the other side of a thick stone wall. Just a little more, almost there. Hours after Cabernet flew out of Kataria, she could see Nanohana on the horizon. Koza and the other two men started coming out of their stupors. Seeing they were dangling quite a ways up in the air, their faces paled. "What's going on?" Koza shouted, but didn't dare to struggle. "We're escaping," the large wooden figure carrying them said in a deep voice. Cabernet carried them down to the ground, and let them stand on solid ground, much to their relief. Then she turned back into her human form. Koza recognized her now. "What happened? Why did we escape?" Koza asked, looking at the sun that had moved well beyond the time he thought it was. "How long have I been out?" "An enemy that Cherry could not protect you from appeared, so she ordered me to take you away. It should be sometime in the afternoon." There was a hint of bitterness and sadness in her voice. "Then I need to go back. I can't leave our men in Kataria at the whims of an unknown enemy." Koza shouted. He ran towards Nanohana in the distance, intending to acquire a camel from the rebels stationed there to return to Kataria as fast as possible. Farafra and Eric followed close behind him. He didn't ask Cabernet to bring him back because he still didn't trust her. For all he knew, this Baroque works was a work of fiction meant to distract him. Cabernet was conflicted. She wanted to return to Cherry right away. Her order had been fulfilled after all. At the same time, she knew this man was important to her friend Vivi, and even Cherry thought he needed protecting. She slapped herself on the cheeks. This is no time for personal feelings. Lives are on the line, right? She followed after Koza. As they got closer to Nanohana, they could see smoke rising from it. Then they saw a massive ship crash into the city. Upon arriving, Koza asked what was going on, and found out the king had appeared and set the city on fire with the intent to kill everyone. He only ran away when the massive ship had crashed into the port. Just what the hell is going on today? Koza was confused. What should he believe? That the king had truly gone completely mad, or that the secret organization he was warned about was real? He looked at his trusted comrades, then at Cabernet. Tell me everything you know, without any theatrics or riddles. Cabernet didn't really know why Cherry wanted to act so mysteriously in the first place, so she told Koza everything she knew about Vivi, and what she discovered about Baroque works. The three men were shocked to the core by what they heard. The whole thing was madness, but it didn't seem so crazy compared to the chaos that had happened today. Why didn't you tell me this before? Koza shouted exasperatedly. I'm sure Cherry was getting to the point before she was interrupted. Cabernet muttered with some guilt. The townspeople had reached a boiling point. The ship that had crashed was full of weapons and they were arming themselves, getting ready to cross the desert to storm Alubarna. Koza watched them feeling helpless. Have to stop this. But would they even listen to me at this point? Maybe they won't. Are you just going to give up though? Because I know Vivi wouldn't. Cabernet smiled encouragingly. Koza's spirit was roused. Right, I can't do anything by doing nothing. Let's do this. Chapter 45, Jail Cell. The acting captain of the Royal Guard of Alabasta, Chaka, and the kingdom's strongest warrior, Pel, had been greatly confused by the king's choice to step down from the throne. Even more confusing was the choice of the Shichibukai crocodile to act as regent. Regardless of the man's reputation amongst the people, he was still a pirate. The king had insisted on being undisturbed in his chambers after the proclamation. They didn't realize he was no longer in the palace until they received word that Nanohana was set ablaze, and that the king was apparently responsible. Everything made more sense after Princess Vivi's pet super spot-billed duck, Karoo, arrived at the palace with a letter explaining that Crocodile was behind the kingdom's turmoil. They realized the king's strange behavior must also be related to his schemes. However, there was now a rebel force en route to Alubarna. More than twice the size and much better armed, according to reports. They were only soldiers. They could not take charge of the kingdom. They could only remain here and defend the capital against the rebels. Pel decided to go face Crocodile directly. His absence would not change the course of the war, so it was better that he thwart Crocodile. Badoom. Babadoom, babadoom. There you are. Where were you hiding, my little heart? How I've missed you. Cherry held back a smile. While she had been trying to awaken her observation Haki, she had been forced to sleep a few times, interrupting her. Apparently Miss Spade was quite cautious in making sure she wasn't conscious. Not cautious enough though, as she always woke quickly. Now that Cherry could feel her own heartbeat with her rudimentary observation Haki, she expanded it and was able to feel her own vital energy once again. From there she found the foreign vital energy from Miss Spade's devil fruit, and began testing ways to remove it. Ultimately she was able to dispel the hallucinogenic effects with a combination of her own devil fruit ability and vital energy, through a brute force method. This was a game-changing discovery for Cherry. Though it took a fair amount of time, she thought she'd be able to eventually refine the process, and become effectively immune to direct influence by devil fruit users. Opening her eyes, she found herself in a jail cell of some kind, with only a bit of light from some candles. She could hear Miss Spade's muffled voice ordering around some other Baroque works goons upstairs somewhere. She sat up and looked around and expanded her life sense. She found someone else in a cell across from her. Psst, hey! So what are you in for? she whispered across the hall. The figure stirred and approached the bars of their cell. He was a middle-aged man with shoulder-length black hair pulled back and a goatee on his chin. Cherry recognized him from Mr. also known as Bon Clay's devil fruit performance. "I suppose I'm in for failing to find out who the enemy of my people was," King Nefertari Cobra answered. He was a bit roughed up and likely hadn't been properly fed for a few days. "Ah, so you're Vivi's father. Nice to meet you, I'm her girlfriend Cherry," she said, shocking Cobra to the core. "Vivi, girlfriend? What the hell do you mean? No, has Vivi truly returned to Alabasta?" Cobra shout whispered, then regained his composure. Cherry snickered and told him the truth. "I see. I never should have placed any trust in that pirate crocodile. He should have been my prime suspect even." He lamented his foolishness. "And now that I know the truth, I am in position to help my people. Oh, well, I can get us out whenever. Miss Spade has left the building, so only some weak goons are left to guard us," Cherry said nonchalantly. "How are you going to do that? We're locked in these cages." Cobra stopped talking when Cherry simply pressed her hand against the lock of her cell and pushed the door open. Koza tried his best to convince people to stand down, and he succeeded for some. However, most were pushed too far already. They did not believe his words that the king had been an impostor, and that a third party had plotted against the kingdom. Many thought he had turned into a coward or that he had gone soft on them. Those that listened to him tried to spread the word as well, but the people who decided not to march on Alubarna were in the minority. Now Koza was racing ahead of the rebels to Alubarna. He and a few others were being carried by Cabernet, who was more than willing to go that direction, seeing as that was the same direction Cherry was in. He hoped to stop the main rebel force by cutting them off and standing in their way. They cut it quite close as they only just passed them by over their heads when the city of Alubarna was within sight. You can imagine his surprise when he saw two figures standing before the south gate, seemingly awaiting the rebel army as well. As they got closer, Koza and Cabernet recognized them as Princess Vivi and Karoo. The sound of a cannon firing was heard from the wall. It landed in front of Vivi and obscured the sight of her. "Vivi?" Koza shouted, and Cabernet swooped down. Cabernet entered the cloud of dust and sand kicked up by the cannonball, and found Karoo and Vivi, scooping them up and bringing them out of the cloud. A shout issued from the walls. "Let them into the city, surrender, do not fight each other." The source of the shout was none other than King Cobra of Alabasta. His loud, commanding voice left no room for objection or doubt. Vivi was overwhelmed, seeing the faces of her father and Koza at the same time. Cabernet set them all down and Koza prepared to face the rebels himself. Vivi tried to tell him everything. "I already know, Vivi. I'm sorry for being such a fool. Let me do what I can to stop this," Koza said, cutting her off. Koza ran towards the approaching rebels, who fortunately stopped for him, as those in the front were his comrades. He entreated with them to stop, at least for a time. That there was more than meets the eye. Several cannon shots rang out and landed amongst the rebel forces, as well as gunfire. "Stop! Hold your fire!" King Cobra and Acting Captain Shaka yelled. But the soldiers did not listen. Rather, they couldn't hear them as they were currently hallucinating a fierce battle and fighting for their lives as far as they knew. One of them hit Koza, knocking him to the ground. The rebels charged once more and streamed into the city. They could not be stopped anymore. The king commanded his soldiers, or those that retained their full faculties at least, to retreat into the city. After the rebel force entered the city, Usopp came riding over on a horse. He told her to leave the man who was shot as they needed to hurry. This was suspicious, so she told him to prove he was really Usopp. He showed her the bandage on his arm, but that was not the mark they decided on. It was the X underneath the bandage that was the true mark. Mr. 2 revealed himself since the jig was up. Cabernet stepped forth to face him. "You're going to fight me, wooden girl? Don't you know that your friend Cherry has been captured by us? If you want to see her alive, you should give up." He smiled goofily, or perhaps he just looked goofy. "I'll take care of the goose man, Vivi. You go do what you need to do." Cabernet spoke. She was worried about Cherry, but she felt through their blood bond that Cherry was moving quickly through the city. Vivi nodded and helped Koza onto Karoo's back, and rode into the city with the two other rebels following behind. "I'm not a goose," shouted Mr. 2 with indignation, as he prepared to fight. He knew this wouldn't be an easy opponent. Chapter 46. Cabernet vs. Bon Clay. You think you can stop me, girl? You're strong, I'll admit, but you lack experience. Bon Clay analyzed, taking a stance. Cabernet did not respond to his taunts. Cherry had taught her better than to lose focus in a fight. They charged one another and clashed. Cabernet's physical ability was greater, but just as he said, Bon Clay's experience allowed him to keep up. Finally, Bon Clay landed a kick to her side and they parted. You see? I'll slowly whittle you down until you fall, he shouted. Cabernet felt her ribs with her hand. She could see fighting him like they just had again would have the same result. However, a different strategy came to her mind. Once more they struck out at each other. This time Bon Clay landed a kick immediately, and his face split with an ecstatic smile. The smile did not remain for long. Cabernet did not falter from the blow, but instead followed through with her own attack, slamming into Bon Clay's face. Gah! He yelped in pain, stumbling backwards. But he had no time to recover himself as Cabernet persisted with her offensive. They began to exchange blows. Bon Clay managed to block some of them, but he soon started to see a problem. She's not taking that much damage? Cabernet's body was by no means ordinary. She had the durability of a blood-bound artifact, combined with the natural toughness of the Lunarian people, while her flames burned on her back. Needless to say, this made her extremely resistant to harm, compared to ordinary humans. Bon Clay saw that he needed to step up his game if he's to win this. He removed the heads of the decorative swans on his back and attached them at the base of the neck to the tips of his shoes. This would have made for quite the odd visual for most, but Cabernet didn't really understand fashion, having lived the vast majority of her sapient life on an ancient island away from civilization. She put up her guard, taking the swan shoes seriously. As it turned out, she was right to be wary. The swan shoes increased the penetrative power of his kicks by leaps and bounds. Now she was back to square one, only the consequences of taking a hit were far greater. Now she would need to use armament hockey to block any blows that passed through her defenses. The problem was that, while she could use hockey just fine, her capacity for using it was quite low. Cherry had hypothesized that it may be because of her very young age or perhaps her identity as a ship with a Zoan fruit. What happened, Bon Clay? Didn't you say we were friends? Or do your words only amount to just words, things to be thrown about and not to be taken seriously? Cabernet tried to persuade him. Bon Clay did look conflicted in that moment, but he recovered. I've already made a commitment to Baroque Works. I've been with them for years, while I've only just met you lot. He made an excuse. I see. So I guess friendship is actually dependent upon the time you've spent together in your eyes. Cabernet stated, causing Bon Clay's face to darken with doubts. It's pointless to discuss this. You're all going to die regardless. I'll stay true to Baroque Works. He resolved. So be it, Cabernet said, taking a defensive stance. Bon Clay launched forwards, sending a swan kick piercing towards Cabernet's abdomen. To his surprise, she dropped her defenses and took the hit directly. The swan dug deep into her flesh, spilling blood onto the sand. Then Cabernet grabbed his leg in a firm grip, which burst into flames. At the same time, her other hand balled into a fist and also burst into flames. She sent it barreling towards Bon Clay's head, but he nearly dodged by bending backwards. His face twisted in pain from his leg. Cabernet's form shifted and doubled in height, taking on a wooden appearance. She pulled the swan out of her no longer bleeding stomach and lifted Bon Clay up into the air by his leg. Immediately, Bon Clay found himself getting slammed into the ground like a rag doll, then lifted again to have it happen once again. After doing this a few times, Cabernet reared back one of her large wooden fists. Bon Clay sensed the danger, and instinctively changed his appearance into Chopper's face. Having seen how Cabernet had doted on him during their brief meeting, it seemed to cause Cabernet to hesitate, much to Bon Clay's relief. The relief soon faded from his mind when he saw her face twist like an enraged demon, and heard the creaking of wood from her clenched fist. You've gone too far. A cold light appeared in her eyes. She grasped Bon Clay by the legs and arms, holding him aloft. There was little he could do to struggle. She was much too strong for him. He watched in horror at a hatch of some sort opened in her chest, and the barrel of a cannon could be seen rolling forward. I'm sorry, Cabernet-chan, I didn't mean it. I've learned the error of my ways. Bon Clay was fine going out in battle, but a cannon was really too much for him. A small flame ignited the fuse of the cannon, and Bon Clay watched his life burn away along with the fuse. The sparks disappeared into the cannon, and he clenched his eyes shut, waiting for his inevitable death. But death did not come for him, no matter how long he waiting. Bon Clay peeked open his eyes and saw a smug smile on the wooden woman's face. You want to use petty tricks? Two can play at that game, Cabernet said. Bon Clay was too tired to be dumbfounded. You've beaten me, I can't fight anymore. I think so too, but Cherry will be angry if I don't make absolutely sure. Sorry, and good night, Cabernet stated, before ruthlessly slamming him against the ground one more time, knocking him out cold. After taking Usopp's goggles off his head, she left him lying in the sand and went to find one of the others to assist. Cherry moved through the streets quickly after locating her quarry. Naturally, her target was Miss Spade. Miss Spade was the greatest obstacle in regards to stopping the fighting, as she could manipulate the senses of the soldiers on either side. Cherry found her hiding in an alley not too far from the royal faction's soldiers she had just influenced. Well, hello again, Miss Spade. What a coincidence, it's so very nice to meet you again. Since I found you, I'm going to have to ask you to release those men from your hallucinations, Cherry demanded after sneaking up behind her, causing Miss Spade to jump in surprise. Miss Spade immediately released her hallucination perfume and relaxed, seeing Cherry breathing normally. Stupid bitch, you aren't even holding your breath this time. Miss Spade approached Cherry, intending to put her to sleep again, but was greeted with a hard kick to the ribs. I'm afraid that won't work anymore, Miss Spade. I've already developed a counter to your devil fruit. Now go ahead and do as I tell you, or we'll both soon find out how good I am at torture, Cherry said menacingly, while Miss Spade broke into a cold sweat. Miss Spade turned to run away, but Cherry quickly caught her and slammed her through a wall. She tried to fight back with her massage arts, but it didn't seem to do anything. That feels quite nice, but I'm afraid that won't work either, Cherry said, as Miss Spade's heart filled with mounting terror. Cherry's muscles did relax as they did before, but Cherry was able to use body puppeteering to continue moving now that she could use her vital energy. The vital energy also served to reinvigorate the muscles, greatly reducing the time she was affected by the forced relaxation. Cherry wrapped her hands around the woman's throat and began to slowly squeeze. Whenever you're ready to cooperate, you can release me from the hallucination to let me know. Miss Spade did not last very long before caving into Cherry demands, to say the least. Chapter 47 Reunion. There, I've released all the hallucinations, now you'll stop, right? Miss Spade pleaded desperately. Cherry focused on her life sense, and noted that her devil fruit signature had disappeared from the soldiers. The royal faction soldiers quickly surrendered, seeing the reality of their situation. The rest of the royal army had retreated, leaving them behind and vastly outnumbered. It would seem you've spoken the truth. Very well, I'll end our little game here. Though it was more fun than I expected, I hope this doesn't awaken anything in me, Cherry said. Miss Spade smiled in relief. Cherry poked her forehead and injected her vital energy, causing Miss Spade to promptly fall unconscious. Now I'll just stash you away somewhere and come pick you up later. Don't worry, I won't kill you, maybe. Depends on how well my devil fruit suppression seal works out, but not to worry, my little test subject, I'll do my best, Cherry said. Her talks with Chopper about his understanding of devil fruit have been very enlightening, and she had various ideas she wanted to test out, but no test subjects to test them on. Until now. Miss Spade's devil fruit was too dangerous to leave alone, so she was the perfect specimen. Wouldn't hurt to learn her massage arts either, she thought. Cherry put Miss Spade into a dumpster where she belongs, and gave herself a pat on the back for a job well done. Now then, I'll do a quick scan to see where I'm needed most. She began to pass her life sense over the city. Outside the southwest gate she found Chopper's devil fruit and 2 other devil fruits. She concluded that this fight was already over, as the other 2 were not moving. Within the city there were 2 more devil fruit signatures, one of whom was fighting someone with a large amount of vital energy, most likely Zoro. She'd stop by there to see if they need help. She turned her attention elsewhere, and found it settling upon the palace. The first thing she noticed was a group of 4 individuals approaching the gates with vital energy, like great burning flames. Oh, they must have taken something to burn their life force. That's exactly the sort of thing I need to make cultivation pills. Cherry made a mental note to ask King Cobra for some later. He should be feeling generous after helping to save his country, right? Inside the palace, she first found a Zoan devil fruit user, probably one of the royal guards that King Cobra told her about briefly. Next, she found what she was pretty sure to be a Logia devil fruit user, almost certain to be Crocodile himself. And one more devil fruit user. Cherry paused on this one because it was greatly familiar to her. Robin? What are you doing here? Cherry thought, confused at the turn of events. Cherry went forth quickly. She passed by the fights between Miss Doublefinger versus Nami and Mr. One versus Zoro. Nami had just won her own fight, a pleasant surprise, and Zoro seemed on the edge of some breakthrough in his swordsmanship. She disturbed neither of them and kept going towards the palace. Cherry climbed onto the rooftops and passed over the square. She saw Koza waving a white flag of surrender with the royal army before getting shot in the back again. Cherry could only slap her forehead at the ineptitude of it. Idiot! I told you there were infiltrators in the rebel forces. Why wouldn't you assume the same of the royal army? The fighting erupted in earnest as a result, the rebel forces assuming their leader was backstabbed again and the royal army fighting to survive. Cherry saw Crocodile dangle Vivi over the edge of the palace walls and drop her. She was going to leap over to catch her, but a giant eagle with Luffy riding on top swooped down to catch her instead. Cherry observed their dramatic scene, and was a little disappointed in Luffy for apparently losing against Crocodile once already. Luffy had a barrel on his back, and when he launched himself up onto the wall and punched Crocodile, his wet fist actually hit him. Actually using that pea brain of yours, huh, Luffy? Cherry thought. Better late than never, I suppose. Cherry peered over the edge of the roof at Vivi and the other Straw Hats who just showed up. Hearing Vivi telling them about a massive bomb, she jumped down to them. Hey, you should check that clock tower over there. There are 2 people inside the clock room. Cherry pointed it out. She noticed the 2 before, but hadn't thought anything of it since they didn't look strong via their vital energy. They didn't waste time and rushed into action. Cherry jumped up to the top of the palace walls where she found Luffy and Crocodile in the midst of their fight. Luffy squatted down and his legs moved like a pump. His skin turned a reddish color and steam started to come off of him. Looks like you have Mr. Alligator handled, Luffy. I'll take care of the woman who ran off with the king. Cherry said, and Luffy nodded. The last thing she saw of their fight was Luffy seeming to vanish and slamming into Crocodile in the next instant, far too fast for him to react. I see your late-night transformation practice has paid off, Luffy. Cherry smiled. Cherry didn't try to catch up with Nico Robin right away, instead following behind in secret. She wanted to know what she was after. After a short scuffle with some Marines, Nico Robin pressed onwards with the king by her side. Eventually, they made their way into a secret passageway, and Cherry followed from a distance, thinking this was likely to be what she wanted to find. But also remaining on guard in case it was a trap King Cobra was leading her into. At the end of the passageway, there was a large dark stone block, with some sort of writing on one side. Robin seemed to be able to read them as his focus was completely on the block. Cherry silently slipped in, gestured to King Cobra to remain quiet, and fortunately he had the wherewithal to do so. She approached Nico Robin from behind, slowly creeping forward. Then she purposefully made the slightest noise to test her. Robin's eyes widened and she didn't hesitate, raising her arms and sprouting limbs on the stealthy assailant. Clutch. Ah-ta-ta-ta-ta! Cherry let the arms yank her head backwards for old time's sake. It was even less of a problem than the first time it happened, but it did still hurt a bit. Nico Robin spun around to see her attacker. She froze and released the arms on instinct. You certainly aren't very good with surprises, are you, Robin? Heh. Cherry giggled, lying flat on the ground. King Cobra was dumbfounded. Just what is going on? Is Cherry an ally or an enemy? Nico Robin could only stare in shock for several moments before breaking her silence. Cherry? What are you doing here? I could ask the same of you, Robin. Though it is apparent that we've found ourselves on opposing sides of a conflict. Cherry said, standing up. I do hope you have a better reason for doing this than being hungry for power. It would leave a terribly bitter taste in my mouth to find out my first friend grew up to be a boring, petty crook. Cherry said, searching for answers in the woman's face. Nico Robin looked at Cherry, her only living friend in the world. King Cobra, on the other hand, only had one thought. Nearly destroying my kingdom only makes her a boring, petty crook? Chapter 48, End of the War. An awkward silence filled the air in the room. Cherry couldn't take it anymore and decided to change the subject. She looked Robin up and down. Though she could appreciate her beauty, there was something that she just couldn't stand for. Cherry squinted her eyes at Robin in mock anger, placing her hands on her hips. "You've been slacking off." Cherry pointed at her accusingly. Robin was caught off guard and wasn't sure what she meant, but then it dawned on her. She quickly thought up a plausible excuse. I just don't have the time to train every day. I'm a busy woman, you know." "Oh, I see, that makes sense," Cherry said, earning a secret sigh of relief from Robin. Her relief was short-lived, however. She saw Cherry took a martial arts stance. "Unfortunately for you, I don't care for excuses, regardless of how much sense they make. We'll have to make up for the time you let yourself waste away, so you'd better prepare yourself. We'll start with a quick sparring match." Cherry launched towards the flustered Robin who, up until that instant, hadn't been sure whether Cherry was being serious. And she was dead serious. Robin sprouted arms on Cherry's body, but they were swiftly detached via Cherry's devil fruit ability, though Robin didn't know that she had one yet. Cherry arrived in front of Robin before she could react any further and sent a fist flying towards her. Robin raised her arms to block, but the attack didn't land. Instead, it stopped just before reaching her. The resulting breeze from the stopped punch sent her hat flying and hair flowing behind her. "Come on now, you can do better than that, surely," Cherry said, genuinely a bit disappointed. She felt that if Robin had properly trained for all this time, her devil fruit ability's strength would also have risen dramatically. Cherry backed off and took a stance again. They repeated this a few times, with Robin attempted different strategies with her devil fruit, and even trying a frontal assault. In the end, Cherry trounced her every time. While Robin was catching her breath from the workout, Cherry spoke up. "You ready to tell me about this stone thing and why you wanted to find it? Based on what I learned and extrapolated about you from official sources, I'm guessing it has something to do with a part of history that the world government wants to censor, right?" "Yes, this is a poneglyph. It's an indestructible record of the past. This one is also said to bear the location of the ancient weapon, Pluton," Robin said, feeling much more relaxed. "Pluton? I'm guessing Crocodile wants this ancient weapon then. Why though? It can't be worth all this trouble, can it?" Cherry asked. Robin gave a patient smile. "Pluton is a weapon capable of mass destruction, even erasing whole islands in one fell swoop," she stated grimly. Cherry was surprised at that and didn't even admonish herself for it. Mortal hands made a weapon that powerful? That's about the same level of power as a top-quality immortal weapon. I imagine it's a lot bigger in scale than a sword, axe, or spear, but that's besides the point. Seeing that Cherry was properly astonished, Robin continued. "Naturally, regardless of whether or not this poneglyph had that information inscribed upon it, I had no intentions of giving it to Crocodile. I only joined him to get access to the history written here." Cherry looked at the stone block more closely. It was certainly pretty tough, but not indestructible. In fact, with her devil fruit she reckoned she could, I broke it. Snap a piece off. Robin and King Cobra's jaws dropped seeing Cherry casually break off a piece of the poneglyph's edge. Cherry stuck it back on, and fused it back together, good as new. "Could you teach me to read the poneglyphs, Robin? I'm pretty interested in this ancient history stuff," Cherry asked. "It's not because you want to see the ancient weapon?" Robin asked in turn. "No?" Cherry averted her gaze from her pointed look. "I won't teach you," Robin said, leaving no room for negotiation. Not that it stopped Cherry from trying. "I think I'm going to go now," King Cobra said. The ground trembled slightly, and the distant sound of an explosion was heard. It had to have been quite the bomb for it to be heard down here. "It would seem that the others took care of the bomb," Cherry remarked. King Cobra sighed a breath of relief. "You're done reading that, aren't you?" Cherry asked Robin, pointing at the poneglyph. "Yes," she replied, with clear disappointment in her voice. "Though it wasn't what I was looking for." "What are you looking for then?" Cherry asked. Robin looked at King Cobra, but decided it was fine to just say it. "I want to know what happened in the Void Century. To find the truth that the archaeologists of O'Hara died searching for." That's my dream. They walked the rest of the way down the corridor in silence. When they came out, it was raining, and when they reached the square, the fighting had already been stopped. The Marines rounded up Crocodile, who at some point got thrown off the palace walls and made a nice little crater for himself on the ground. The Marines were also kind enough, or perhaps embarrassed enough, to leave the exhausted Straw Hats alone. Just give some to me, will you? Cherry demanded. Absolutely not, anything but the hero water, it's a dangerous substance. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if something I gave to one of Alabasta's saviors got her killed. King Cobra insisted. I'm not planning on killing myself with it. I want to use it in my experiments is all, figure out its properties. Cherry shouted, unrelenting. Can you be quieter, please? My ears are hurting from all the shouting, Cabernet muttered. Who told you to stand so close to the explosion? Cherry reprimanded her. But I had to find something interesting to blow up. It's not my fault it ran out of time before I was far enough. Cabernet mumbled. Cherry, Vivi and I are going to the baths to wash up before dinner. Are you coming? Nami asked. Oh, wait just a moment, I need to get something first. Cherry left the room and came back shortly pulling along a disgruntled Miss Spade on a dog leash. Ready to go. Once everything had calmed down, Cherry went back to get Miss Spade. She brought her into the palace and performed the sealing procedure on her before waking her up. She was glad to see it was a resounding success. Miss Spade couldn't use her powers in the slightest. Unfortunately, this couldn't be done in the middle of battle as it needed a few undisturbed hours to set in place. Moreover, the devil fruit couldn't be activated at all during the procedure, so an always active devil fruit like Luffy's couldn't be suppressed with this technique at the moment. As for why she was bringing her to the bath, aside from the fact she literally smelled like garbage, it was to see if the devil fruit curse still activated with the seal in place. Cherry was delighted to find that it does not, in fact, still activate. At least with pure water it doesn't. She would still need to try seawater and sea stone for better results. Where was Nico Robin? She slipped away while King Cobra was giving a speech to his people after the fighting ended. It made sense, she was one of the perpetrators, so she couldn't just come gallivanting around the palace, like she was one of the heroes too. All right, masseuse, wash our backs. Oh, and give us massages after the bath, Cherry commanded. My name is Serene. Miss Spade weakly protested. I'll call you whatever I want to call you, masseuse. Complain again and you'll be dumpster instead. Cherry threatened. Yes, Serene muttered. Yes, what? Cherry asked. She bit her lip in frustration. Yes, mistress. Chapter 49, Well-Earned Rest. After taking a bath, Cherry went to find Chopper to share the information regarding devil fruit she obtained via her experiment on Serene. Although the devil fruit suppression seal had nothing to do with medicine, she learned certain principles of devil fruit behavior he could potentially learn something from. Perhaps he could even make a medicine with similar effects someday. Wait, how did you suppress her devil fruit? Chopper asked, realizing it was strange. I just used my own devil fruit to do it. Plus I'm a super genius, don't you know? Cherry gave the same excuse she always did when the adorable little reindeer started asking sensitive questions. Chopper never really bought that excuse, but he always accepted it regardless. He respected her privacy and she respected that he didn't try to pry further. Cherry pestered King Cobra about the hero water some more, then went to bed. She'd wear him down eventually, she figured. In the morning, Luffy finally woke up. His injuries weren't too bad after his fight with Crocodile. He just exhausted himself with his new technique. He called the technique Gear Second. Apparently his enthusiasm for finding a way to transform, as well as some inspiration from Cherry's Hashoken, enabled him to think it up. Cherry was surprised at that. He seemed like an idiot, and he is, but he had to have a shocking level of perceptive ability to discern anything that was happening within Cherry's body while using Hashoken. Then to create a technique from that information in less than a week, it was simply astounding. By the way, Luffy, what's that thing in your hat? Cherry asked, sensing some vital energy fluctuations from it. Oh, it's a piece of paper that Ace gave to me. He told me to keep it and that I could find him with it. Luffy responded, barely understandable while shoveling food into his mouth. Cherry studied the piece of paper, marveling once more at the ingenuity of mortals. She felt she could replicate this fairly easily and even improve upon it, which should come in handy. Cherry left him to his food and headed into town to find a decent blacksmith. She planned to add another blood-bound artifact to her arsenal, in case she came across a devil fruit that wasn't suitable for her sword. She spent the day inside the forge crafting her new weapon, while the resident smiths watched in awe. The finished product was a work of art. A relatively enormous 6-shot revolver with intricate designs including cherries to match her sword, etched into its black metal body. The material was a custom alloy of her own making naturally. Don't tell anyone. But she secretly took some of the Ponglyph stone for it when she accidentally broke off a piece yesterday. She would have to craft her own ammunition for it, as the design is based off her previous life's firearms rather than this world's technology. She returned to the palace and found a secluded place she could perform the bloodbinding ritual, and told the servants not to disturb her. Once that was finished, there was one more thing to do in regards to the revolver. That was to find Usopp and make him drool with jealousy over it. Usopp beheld the marvelous pistol in Cherry's hand as she aimed it towards an armored target. Bang! The sound was like thunder, far louder than any handheld firearm he'd ever heard. It was almost as loud as a cannon. The reason for it was that Cherry compressed an insane amount of gunpowder into each bullet casing. The lead for the bullet was also compressed, as evidenced by the massive hole through the chest and out the back of the target, as well as the hole through the thick stone wall behind it. "Can you make me one of those too?" he asked. "What? Are you abandoning your chosen path as a sniper so easily?" Cherry asked, quirking an eyebrow at him. No, you're right. I'm dedicated to the slingshot, and I will not be tempted," Usopp resolved. "Well, you can shoot it if you want to." Cherry tempted him. "Yes, please." He kowtowed to her. She handed the revolver over to him. "Do be careful now, Usopp. It's got quite the kick to it." "How bad could it be?" Bang. Usopp soared backwards, slamming hard against the wall behind him. Hey, I warned you, didn't I?" Cherry said, picking up the revolver and Usopp, dusting him off. "Not a bad shot, though," Cherry praised, looking at the new hole through the helmeted head of the target. Of course. Naturally, I did that on purpose," Usopp bragged. Cherry only rolled her eyes at him. Cherry went for a walk and found Zoro training. He mumbled about cutting and not cutting, blah blah blah, typical swordsman nonsense. Still, she admired his dedication to his art, so she decided to lend a hand. Cherry leaned in close. "What are you doing? Go away, don't distract me," Zoro said, annoyed. "If you say so. I'll just leave you with some words a crazy beggar once told me," Cherry said, then started to whisper into his ear. Zoro tried to ignore her at first, but soon enough he was hanging on to each word she spoke. The crazy beggar she spoke of was one of the most famous sword immortals in the myriad worlds of her last life. He was a man who rejected all the pleasures and luxuries of life, and dedicated his whole self to the sword. He roamed the myriad worlds in search of inspiration, his only possessions being his sword and the rags upon his back. She had met him by chance, and he told her a load of gibberish. She did not walk the road of sword immortals, however. She had her own art to focus on. When she left, Zoro took no notice of her absence. He was lost in his own little world. Later, when everyone gathered for the promised banquet, Zoro entered the dining hall in a foul mood and sent Cherry a mean glare. "Who the hell are you glaring at, Mosshead?" Sanji started a fight with him. Cherry knew what he was angry about, of course, and smirked at him. What she had given him was like cursed knowledge to a man like Zoro. The crazy beggar had given up all pleasures and luxuries in the world, and Zoro was a man who loved his booze. She had shown him a path to ultimate supremacy, but at the cost of his favorite pastime. Hey, she laughed maniacally. The banquet was as rambunctious as one would expect with a bunch of goofball pirates attending. They stayed for a couple more days to recover from their wounds somewhat before setting off. They gave Vivi a choice to make, to stay, or to become a pirate. Cherry knew that she wouldn't leave Alabasta, just as Luffy would never abandon his friends. She just loved her country too much. After they had already set off, Igaram, formerly Mr. 8, current head of the Royal Guards of Alabasta, burst into their room to find them gone. Vivi explained they had already left with the super spot Bill Duck Squad. "We have to warn them. Look at these new bounty posters." He sounded desperate. "I'm sure they would just be happy any—" The words got caught in her throat. Luffy's bounty had gone up to 100 million berry, and Zorro had gotten a bounty of 60 million berry. These weren't what shocked her though, rather it was the third bounty poster that didn't make any sense. On it was the picture of a demonic-looking woman with great black wings and silver hair, a massive explosion detonating behind her. Wanted only alive. Cabernet. 250 million berry. Chapter 50, Leaving Alabasta. The Straw Hats and Company made it safely to the Going Merry, which was being kept safe from the Marines by Bon Clay and his crew. He was met with a lot of distrust, naturally, except for Cabernet, who seemed to believe he really did do it out of friendship. In the end, Bon Clay did manage to win over the more gullible members of the Straw Hats, with an impassioned speech and apology. Cherry couldn't help but to smirk, not only because of the antics of these goofballs, but also because she found Nico Robin stowed away below deck. She did not seem to want to come out yet, even though they had already pulled up the anchor and set sail. As the hours ticked by, Cherry thought that Robin's shyness was really quite adorable. There was the possibility that she didn't want the Marines to see her aboard the ship, or that she was afraid of being kicked off the ship, since they were still close to land. Cherry simply chose to ignore those possibilities as they weren't as funny. Come morning they approached the designated meeting place, in case she decided to join them. Cabernet had hidden below deck so the Marines they came across wouldn't see her. They encountered Marine detachment commanded by a familiar face to Cherry. None other than Captain Hina. Cherry wore her pumpkin mask as it would be terribly awkward to be recognized by her on a pirate ship. Bon Clay volunteered himself to lead her away, and he did so quite easily with his devil fruit. The Going Merry still had quite a lot of Marines to break through before reaching their goal. They fought fiercely through the waves of mediocrity, but they didn't notice a certain man slip. Except for Cherry, of course. The man was dressed as a standard Marine grunt, but in reality he was a member of Cipher Pole 1. His mission was to determine if the Lunarian woman was with the Straw Hat Pirates, while his compatriots searched elsewhere in Alabasta and other outgoing ships. He felt he was in no danger as, while he was not a master, he was fairly proficient in the 6 Rokushiki techniques. Cherry was interested in the man as he boarded the ship and slipped past everyone in an uncommonly fast manner. She sensed no devil fruit from the man, so she wondered if he used an interesting martial art that she could learn from him. She followed him below deck where she could face him alone. "Why are you down here, Mr. Marine? The fight is up above, you know." Cherry startled him. He did not panic, however. Instead, he immediately used Soru to appear behind her and attempted to stab her with his finger using Shigan. Cherry studied the man's movements closely, both physical and his vital energy. She casually intercepted the finger with a small area of armament haki on her back. He received many hairline fractures in the bones of his finger upon impact. Damn it, she used haki? These pirates are more dangerous than anticipated. Why wasn't there any information about this one? He complained inwardly. He briefly considered whether to escape or to press on, but decided to press on. At the least he needed to confirm the presence of the Lunarian or lack thereof on the ship. Cherry swung her sword at him, which he dodged with Kami-e, but she kept increasing the speed of her attacks before quick drawing his revolver when he was in a bad position. He hardened his body with Tekai, but it did him little good when the bullet struck his abdomen and sent him flying down the corridor. Cherry was elated that her guess that he may possess a defensive technique was correct. Otherwise it would have left quite the mess for Serene to clean up later. Unfortunately, the man was no longer conscious, so she had to end it there. She scooped him up and brought him above deck, promptly tossing him into the water where he fit right in with the other Marines. "I can tell this one wasn't very practiced in his martial art. I hope I can study it properly in the future," Cherry thought. They managed to break through the Marines briefly, and Vivi was waiting at the rendezvous point to say her last goodbyes. The Going Merry escaped to the horizon and to its next adventure. Below deck, Cabernet found Robin hiding behind some barrels of fruit and preserved foods. "Hello." Cabernet gave her an innocent smile. "Are you a stowaway?" "Well, technically I suppose I am," Robin said, somewhat embarrassed. "What is a stowaway anyways? Is it like a rat? Are you eating all the food?" Cabernet bombarded her with questions, leaving no silences in which they could be answered. Robin could only sit there quietly and wait for a pause. Eventually a pause did come, but only to take a breath in, presumably to ask yet more questions. Robin took the chance to interject. I'm not a bad person, I'm a friend of Cherry's. I was planning to surprise her, so please don't tell anyone I'm here yet. Robin made up an excuse. In reality, the awkwardness of meeting her after so long had grown back within her heart after they parted in Alubarna. It was a bit silly, but she was trying to work up her courage to come outside. Cabernet stared at her mutely for a moment before asking, "What will you give me to not say anything?" Robin was slightly dumbfounded. She had given the impression she was ignorant and sweet just a moment ago, but now she seemed like a gangster trying to blackmail her. "How about some candy?" Robin offered. Cabernet's eyes sparkled instantly. "All right, I'll throw you overboard if you're lying." Cabernet skipped away happily, while Robin hoped there was some candy on the ship. Eventually, Robin did work up the nerve to come outside, hoping that the orange-haired woman wouldn't mind her borrowing some of her clothes. "It would seem we've finally left the island, well done," she said coolly, praising herself for nailing the line she had practiced in her head for hours. Her appearance caused quite the shock amongst the crew, and she casually disarmed those who drew their weapons using her devil fruit. She met eyes with Cherry, whose smirk told her that she had known she was here all along, which made her feel embarrassed, though she didn't show it. Cherry interjected in the uproar of the straw hats. "She's an old friend of mine, I hope you don't mind if she comes along. She isn't a bad person." "Oh, okay then. That's fine," Luffy said, much to the dismay of some of the crew. Robin gradually won them over though, except for Zoro, who remained skeptical. Zoro was perhaps the most willing to go along with Luffy's whims, so he just let it be in the end. Cherry decided to catch up with Robin, telling her about the years they had been apart and asking her about her own past. Robin told her more of her dreams as an archaeologist that she inherited from the scholars of Ohara, as well as the tragedy that took place there. Though, she left out many details as it was still a painful memory. Usopp and Nami were horrified at the idea of a Buster Call, while Sanji was a mess of snot and tears that this gorgeous woman had to suffer so much. The Poneglyph in Alabasta was my last lead in search of the Rio Poneglyph, so I don't have anywhere to be or anything better to do, so I might as well come along with you lot. Robin said. "Well, you don't have to if you don't want to," Cherry said, smiling. "The Grand Line is a dangerous place. My help would make things easier for you." Robin responded. "We can take care of ourselves, don't worry. Besides, it wouldn't be much fun without any challenge." Cherry said. "I want to go with you," Robin said, her cheeks turning red. Cherry laughed and gave her a friendly squeeze around the shoulders. "Glad to have you, Robin." Chapter 51, Sea Above the Sea. A couple weeks pass at sea, during which Cherry created her first proper cultivation pills using the hero water she obtained from the reluctant King Cobra. The result was better than she expected, thanks to the medical knowledge provided by Chopper. The differing philosophies, understandings, and techniques between this world's medical knowledge and her own of pill refining allowed her to gain quite the broad view of the subject. Her progress in the spirit root realm has been advancing quite quickly since making her first batch. It was a shame she didn't have any reagents of a spiritual nature, as that would make her cultivation pace truly outrageous. She anticipated she would reach the bottleneck of perfection within a month or two. Her insane speed of cultivation would make cultivators cry tears of blood in envy. She had her monstrously potent, vital energy to thank for that. If she ever met Hawkeye, she would thank him for providing half of her good genes before she kicked his ass to avenge her family. Cherry's discussions with Chopper also allowed his own expertise to increase by leaps and bounds. He was able to apply her insists to his rumble balls. He increased their length of effect from 3 minutes to about 5 minutes, as well as reduced the cooldown time between normal uses from 6 hours by half to 3 hours. Unfortunately, he could not work out the kinks from taking a second rumble ball before the cooldown period was over, but he was greatly satisfied with his results regardless. Nami called everyone over to explain that the log pose must have been broken somehow, as it was now pointing upwards. Robin explained the legend of the sea above the sea and the sky islands that floated in it. While some in the group expressed disbelief, and others like Luffy accepted it immediately, they were rudely interrupted by a massive ruined ship falling from the sky. Luffy found a map of Skypiea amongst the wreckage before it sank, seeming to prove Robin's claims. Luffy went to explore the sinking ship in makeshift diving gear along with Zoro and Sanji. During their dive, a group of scavenger pirates showed up to lay claim to the ship. Cherry didn't intervene in the hijinks that ensued, but when a giant turtle sea king ate the ship, she did leap into action. Less to save them and more to carve into the great beast in search of pill reagents with potent vital energy. The pain of being carved up made the sea turtle open its mouth to roar, allowing the eaten people to escape. After the divers returned to the Going Merry, a shadow was cast over the sea. Looking up, they saw the impossibly huge silhouettes of humanoid figures in the distance. They didn't want to leave the unsuspecting Cherry behind, but Cabernet told them she would get her and follow behind shortly. So they fled away from the towering horrors. When Cherry came out of the now-deceased sea turtle, she found no one waiting for her. She glanced at the silhouettes and realized what must have happened. So they think they can just leave me here? I'll show you how it feels to be left behind. Cabernet, ship form, we're catching up, Cherry said. Cabernet obliged, and they swiftly flew in the direction the Going Merry left in. It didn't take long to catch up. Cabernet was quite a bit faster than the Going Merry. They flew up alongside the Straw Hat ship without touching the water. Thank goodness you're okay, Cherry, Nami said. Cherry looked at Robin, winked at her, and motioned for her to come aboard Cabernet. Then she scowled at Serene, and pointed at the deck as if to command her to board. The Straw Hats watched perplexed. The two women boarded the winged ship. What's going on, Cherry? Asked Usopp. Oh, I'm going to the Sky Island, she said, waving her own log pose in her hand. I guess I'll see you guys later. Hee. Cherry laughed evilly. What? No fair. Luffy was outraged. What's not fair? You left me behind, so now I'm leaving you behind. Who knows, maybe I'll see you up there. Or maybe not. I'll be sure to tell you all about it. Cherry sneered childishly, sticking out her tongue. Robin watched this with no small amount of amusement. The prospect of exploring new lands in the sky was quite exciting too. The Straw Hats did seem somewhat embarrassed, as it was true that they left her behind, capable as she may be of handling herself. We'll definitely come to the Sky Island, Luffy shouted resolutely, accepting the challenge in earnest. Cherry smiled at them as she waved goodbye, and Cabernet lifted upwards, following the log pose into the sky. Robin and Serene were enjoying the flight. It wasn't every day they could ride a flying ship after all. Though Serene was doing her best to pretend she wasn't, lest Cherry think to ruin her good mood. They rose up higher and higher until they were level with the log pose. Then they flew forward until a white sea appeared before them. Although the air was quite thin up here, nobody important was having too much trouble breathing. Serene gasping for breath on the deck. It's beautiful. Robin admired the heavenly clouds that surrounded them. Cherry was of the opposite opinion. It reminded her of the particularly pompous immortals that believed living amongst the heavens was the only suitable place for my esteemed self. Proper immortals lived on mountains, in her opinion. A distant rumble echoed over the white sea. The source was nowhere in sight and came from a different direction than the log pose was pointing. What do you reckon, Robin? Should we stay our course or go check out the cause of that ruckus? Cherry asked. I am curious about it as well. The Sky Island the log pose points to isn't going anywhere, she responded. I think we should stay away from the scary sounds, Serene mumbled. Cherry smacked her upside the head. I didn't ask you. Cabernet shifted her course to approach the distant sounds. After half a day's flight, they arrived at a strange island made of cloud, upon which many damaged homes similarly made of clouds rested. They landed on the shore, Cabernet transforming into her human shape, and moved further inland. Stop! Name yourselves and your intentions, a voice called out. It was a bald man with sunglasses, white wings on his back, a tattoo sleeve on his right arm, and he was holding a strange-looking sword. We're new to this sky sea. We heard a cacophony from this direction, and came to see what it was about. Cherry responded, seeing no reason to aggravate the man unnecessarily. The man studied her for a moment. This is no place for outsiders, leave. No? Cherry responded. Then do not blame me for being rude. He prepared to attack, but Cherry didn't seem to take him seriously at all. That's enough, Ohm. Perhaps these strangers can help us. Another man came out of a nearby building from where he was watching. He was shirtless, had very long earlobes, and in place of wings, he had a ring of drums embedded in his back. My name is Enel. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Chapter 52, Enel's Request. Cherry Cherry introduced herself as well as her 3 companions. Enel gave a friendly smile. Let's go somewhere more comfortable to talk. He led the group into one of the buildings that was mostly intact. He gestured for them to sit on a couch made of cloud. It was the perfect balance between firm and soft, enough so that even Cherry thought it was quite luxurious. They were offered refreshments in the form of a strange fruit, which was cut open at the top and a straw placed into it. Once they were settled in, Enel addressed them. You have my apologies that I could not offer more hospitality, but times are hard for my people. No, you've given us a gracious welcome. Robin assuaged his concerns, sipping on the fruit. Tell me what you want, Enel. You said we might be able to help you to your man out there. Cherry cut to the heart of the matter. Of course. Enel smiled patiently. This land is called Burka. For over half a decade now, its people have been under attack by the mad god Ganfall because we refused to submit to his rule. Cherry Eye twitched at the utterance of the word God. She quickly calmed herself, remembering that this was a different world. There should not be anyone equivalent to the divine realm in this world, or at least she certainly hoped not. Enel continued. He was not always a tyrant. He was once known as the wise and kind god of Skypiea. However, something changed 6 years ago. He broke off contact with Burka, and the next we heard from him was an ultimatum delivered by his soldiers. Enel frowned and the air became tense. He does not even possess the courage to face me directly, only using hit-and-run tactics with his soldiers to destroy our homes and kill our people. So you want us to fight in your war? Cherry asked. Specifically, I want to confront God Ganfall. I believe you are quite strong and should be up to the task. I cannot leave Burka to face him, lest he sends his men to attack while I am gone. Enel spoke. How can we sure everything you've said is true? There are 2 sides to every conflict. Robin pointed out. Ohm seemed to be angered by this, but Enel raised his hand to stop him. That is a fair question. As outsiders, you do not have the full story. Even I do not know the whole story, only my side of it. That you care enough to ask that makes me feel more confident in asking you for help. You are free to ask the other Burkans about their own experiences, and to gather information in Skypiea as well. I would like to emphasize that I do not want to take revenge for us. If you are able to end this war without further bloodshed, that would be all the better. Enel stated. Ohm didn't look quite as willing to see the war end without bloodshed. Allow me to confer with my comrades and take you up on your offer to ask around. Cherry said, and Enel nodded. What do you think, Robin? He seemed honest enough to me, Cherry asked. She could go either way with this situation. Although Enel didn't seem to have much to offer in exchange, a guy who calls himself God should have some nice stuff to loot, right? I don't know enough of the history of these civilizations to make any judgments. Perhaps there is someone here who can tell us more. Robin replied with a thoughtful expression. After asking around, they did manage to find something of an oral historian who was able to elaborate on the history of Burka and Skypiea. The 2 sky countries have a long history of conflict, as is common for neighboring powers. However, there had been a long period of peace between the countries. This peace was solidified further during God Ganfall's rule of Skypiea, when he started sending food to Burka. That made it all the more shocking that he was the one to suddenly wage war against them. Food was the most valuable resource in the sky, so what could he possibly want from Burka when he has so much? They thought perhaps Ganfall had been usurped and sent an emissary to confirm. The emissary returned missing an arm and confirmed Ganfall was still god of Skypiea. This was why they started calling him Mad God Ganfall, as they believed only madness could be the cause of this sudden shift in attitude. Learning all this, assuming it was true, it certainly was very strange to Cherry and the others. They returned to speak with Enel after some time. So, what have you decided? He asked them. We'll go to Skypiea and see what we can find out there. We'll decide once we have more information, Cherry said noncommittedly. Enel seemed to understand. Very well, I hope the next time we see you, you have good news. If we see you again. They parted ways as the sun began to set beyond the clouds, and the sky grew red then dark. We should try to reach Skypiea under cover of nightfall. The later this Ganfall learns of our arrival, the better. Cherry suggested. Robin and Cabernet nodded while Serene seemed unwilling. Cherry turned to Serene. What do you think we should do, masseuse? Serene was startled, not expecting to be asked her opinion. She almost blurted out they should leave the stupid people to kill each other and not get involved, but stopped herself. We should help however we can. Good girl. Cherry smirked and patted her short blonde hair. Although it was demeaning, Serene couldn't help but think it was actually quite nice. They set off after Cabernet transformed into a ship at her full speed, following the log pose. Are you sure about those outsiders? asked Enel after Cherry and company left. I think they will do what I have asked of them. I have been nothing but honest after all. More importantly, go inform the others. We're going to Skypiea. This will be our best opportunity to fulfill my ambitions. While Ganfall is distracted by the outsiders, we'll steal into his home and take back Burka's treasure. Then it won't matter even if Ganfall prevails, I will just kill him myself. Enel responded. Ohm nodded and seemed excited. He bowed and rushed away to inform his comrades of their mission. Enel remained there quietly, looking up at the moon. He smiled. God Ganfall sat in his study listening to the battle report of the raid that happened today. It was the same as usual, no real progress. Birkin resistance was still strong and that bastard Enel always showed up in short order to foil the raiders. Enel and Burka wasn't the only thorn in his side, there was also a report about another Shandian attack on his desk. Why must I be challenged so? Is it not in everyone's best interest that I should rule them? Tell me, McKinley. Ganfall commanded. McKinley was sweating nervously but did his best to answer in a non-offensive manner. They just cannot foresee the future in the way only you can, Lord God. Yes, that must be it. They are too feeble of mind to see how things must be done for the betterment of all as I can. You are dismissed. Ganfall rambled. McKinley bowed and backed out of the room as quickly as he could, without being perceived as rude. After he left, Ganfall looked at the guard in the room. Send someone to break McKinley's hand. He hesitated to answer me, so his loyalty must be wavering. Some discipline will be good for him. Aren't I a merciful God? Yes, of course, Lord God. The guard responded without delay, and went to arrange McKinley's punishment. Being left alone in the room, Ganfall opened a drawer and pulled out a book labeled Dreams. He opened it to a page he often read that told of Enel destroying Burka and taking his throne. It won't happen, no, I won't let it happen. He can't do anything without Burka's treasure. Ganfall muttered to himself until he fell asleep. Chapter 53, Skypiea. Cherry and company arrived at the shores of Skypiea while night still shrouded the clouds in darkness just an hour or two before dawn. Cabernet was slowly getting better at flying in her ship form. She was now a few times faster than most other ships, while her flames were not burning on her stern. Lunarians were truly strange in that way. Ordinarily, common sense would dictate that flames make you go faster, but for Lunarians it works the other way around. They were an odd people indeed. Skypiea was a rather majestic sight to behold, even with only the moonlight peeking through the cloud cover to illuminate it. There was no doubt it would be all the more beautiful during the day. Cherry searched around with her life sense, while also practicing observation hockey, to locate people and make sure they weren't discovered. There were no people lingering near the beach, which was to be expected at this early hour in the morning. We should camp out under the cover of these trees here, although we'll stand out like sore thumbs during the day, as the people mostly seem to be the same winged race. They'll be more suspicious of us if we go asking questions in the night, Cherry said, getting nods of agreement. Cabernet, Robin and Serene took long naps before the light of dawn woke them up, while Cherry kept an eye out while cultivating. She noticed two people approaching the beach from the large staircase further inland. They were an older bald man with a beard and a younger woman. They both had small white wings that were slightly different than the Birkin's wings. In addition to that, they had odd antennae on their heads. The older man was pushing some strange contraption alongside him. Cherry snuck up closer behind them to eavesdrop on their conversation, hoping to glean some information from them. I'm getting close to working out the kinks of this waiver conus, then we can sell it. Only a day or two at most, I think. Then we'll have some extra extols, maybe enough to fix up the house a bit. Sorry about that. The older man said, I'm sure you'll do a fine job, father. I have faith in you. The young woman smiled at him. Their conversation was mundane, and nothing regarding the conflict was learned from them. Cherry approached until she was right behind them. Hello, she said suddenly. Both the man and woman jumped and yelped in fright. My name is Cherry. What are your names? Cherry asked, ignoring their reactions. Oh my, you startled me, sorry about that, the man said, and apologized for some reason. Oh no, I'm sorry. People have always told me that I look like a horrible monster or an evil demon. It's my fault for sneaking up on you. I should have known better when I look like such a wretched creature. Cherry apologized and bowed repeatedly, looking as meek and sad as she could manage. The woman and the man looked helpless as they tried to insist Cherry had done nothing wrong. They felt horrendous for having touched such a sore spot, even if it was an accident. Robin, who had followed after Cherry when she didn't return, watched this scene from the trees. She was unsure of how she feel about the emotional manipulation playing out before her. I'm pretty impressed that she got them wrapped around her finger that quickly and easily, but it also seems wrong to do it to such seemingly kind people. Robin thought, oh, where are our manners? I am Conus and this is my father Pagaya. It's nice to meet you, Cherry. Conus introduced once she managed to make Cherry stop groveling. It's a pleasure to meet such kind people in such an unfamiliar land, Cherry said, wiping a fake tear from her eye. What's wrong? Conus tried to comfort her. Well, you see, my friends and I were sailing the Grand Line to explore the world. The journey was going quite well, better than expected in fact, but suddenly the sky went dark, and the ocean swelled up underneath our ship. Before we knew what was happening, the ocean erupted, and sent our ship flying into the sky. Cherry explained, tears flowing in streams as she choked back sobs. Conus and Pagaya could only listen in silent horror, dreading what she was going to say next. Our ship was torn asunder, and we found ourselves treading water in that white sea, if that wasn't bad enough. An enormous octopus sea king started to attack the survivors, and the only things we could do was to flee for our lives. Only a handful of us made it to this island. Cherry completely broke down, dropping to her knees. Robin watched with a dropped jaw as Conus and Pagaya had uncontrolled tears streaming down their faces and panicked, unsure how to console Cherry in her grief. She even noticed there were tears welling up in her own eyes, and she knew for a fact the story was just a lie. Robin came out from the tree line and approached the sobbing trio. She put on a suitably downcast expression, though it couldn't compare to Cherry's demonic acting skills. Cherry, there you are. Who are these people? Robin asked, placing a gentle hand on Cherry's shoulder. Cherry looked up at Robin and let her help her get to her feet. Captain Robin, I wasn't crying. Cherry lied unconvincingly, wiping her face. Anyways, these are my new friends, Conus and Pagaya. I was just about to gather information from them like you ordered. You aren't in much of a state to ask questions, so I'll do it instead, Robin said. She decided that she couldn't let Cherry continue to drive these poor people into depression. You must be hungry after being shipwrecked. You should come to our home for some food and proper rest. Conus offered generously. We'd be happy to take you up on the offer. We have 2 other companions, would that be fine? Robin asked with a gentle smile. Of course, Conus insisted excitedly. Cherry went to round up Cabernet and Serene, then returned to the others and followed Conus and Pagaya back to their home. Fortunately, there weren't too many people out and about this early. I've heard of the wingless people of the blue sea before, but I've never heard of someone with such large and beautiful black wings like you, Cabernet. Conus complimented. Cabernet felt embarrassed at the praise. I can fly with them too, you know. Wow! You can? Conus was amazed. Her people's wings were much too small to enable flight. Robin asked her questions to Pagaya to get an idea of Skypia's recent history and notable events. As it turned out, Enel's side of the story about the war wasn't all that different from the Skypian side. The official story from God Gonfal was that there was a devil in Burka, and that his war against them was as much for the Burkans' sake as it was for Skypia's. In private, however, many Skypians didn't believe this was true. They had been at war for a half-dozen years already, and there hadn't been a single attack on Skypian territory. If not for God Ganfal's indomitable might in battle, there would have already been a rebellion in all likelihood. God Ganfal was master of dial combat, mantra which Cherry surmised was what the Skypians called observation haki, and had mastery over the clouds themselves. Cherry took note of the mastery of clouds, as the way it was described to them made it sound exactly like a devil fruit of some kind, likely a Logia type. This ought to be interesting. I'd like to test myself against him, but we'll come to that later. We should try to find someone closer to Ganfal, and see if there is anything more to him than he just went mad one day. Cherry thought. Chapter 54, Interrogating McKinley. Is there someone closer to God Ganfal that we could ask about his circumstances? It breaks my heart to know that people are suffering, and we would love to get to the bottom of his paranoia, to see if perhaps there is a way for us to help. Cherry asked. Conus and Pagaya looked at one another. McKinley is probably your best chance for that, but he is quite a loyal man. He reports directly to God Ganfal. He has done his best to protect Skypea from God's paranoia, so I do not think he will take any chances on strangers. Sorry about that. You should give up on meddling in Skypea's affairs and focus on returning home. Pagaya explained. Cherry asked where they could find McKinley, and after some prying she managed to get a straight answer out of him. Can you tell me about these dials? Serene blurted out a question she could no longer hold in. Cherry reluctantly allowed it as they were in pleasant company and they could not blow their cover story yet. Pagaya and Conus were delighted for the change of subject, however, and happily explained the many uses of dials. Cherry hadn't paid much mind to them until this, seeing they were somewhat convenient. After they had a pleasant meal, Cherry and company were ready to head out. Thank you for the information and your hospitality. You have been very helpful and generous towards us during our time of need. Cherry stood and gave a polite bow. No, it's our pleasure really, sorry about that, Pagaya insisted. You need not worry about it. Just hearing your stories of the Blue Sea made it worth every moment. Conus smiled. The group left the quaint home of the father and daughter, then made their way into town. They had found out they were not the only visitors to Skypea from the Blue Sea, so they would only stand out a bit because of Cabernet. Robin insisted on going shopping as she was still stuck wearing some of Nami's clothes. She managed to find a little boutique that sold Blue Sea styles and dressed up in something that was more up her alley. Serene also needed some proper clothes, so Cherry found some appropriate maid outfits for her to wear. They reached the part of the town near McKinley's home, and Cherry could sense the presence of someone inside. She went to the door and knocked directly. A man wearing a white beret answered the door. He had a braided ponytail, a scar beneath his left eye, his left hand was in a cast, and his right hand held a bottle. Who is it? He asked. His words slurred slightly and his breath smelled of alcohol. We're new to Skypea and hoped you could answer some of our questions. Cherry stated. Go away. He shut the door in their faces. Cherry knocked once again and the man answered the door with a frustrated look on his face. Why are you bothering me? Go ask someone else. He insisted and tried to shut the door. Cherry caught the door with her hand. The man struggled to close the door, but no matter how hard he tried, the door would not move. Cherry gave him a friendly smile, which didn't look friendly at all. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, he decided to play along for now. At the first sign of trouble, he would blow his whistle and attempt to flee. Thank you for entertaining us, fine sir, Cherry said, stepping inside the house. What sort of questions do you want to ask of me? You could have asked anyone else in town and gotten your answers. The man was confused. I don't think they can answer the questions that we have. Firstly, are you the one called McKinley? Cherry asked. McKinley got a bad foreboding feeling from that question. Yes, what of it? Excellent. Cherry ignored his follow-up question. Tell me, when did God Ganfal start going mad? McKinley immediately went to blow his whistle and escape. However, he found himself grasped with many arms and was unable to move an inch. "Cherry, you're not very good at questioning people," Robin reprimanded. "I am so. There's just no point in dancing around the issue, so I cut straight to the heart of it. Also, you didn't have to restrain him, I had it under control." Cherry pouted. McKinley stopped struggling in the arm's grasp when he realized it was useless. "Are you ready to cooperate?" Cherry asked. McKinley made no indication of an answer. Cherry motioned for Robin to release his mouth. He instantly tried to scream, but his mouth was smothered too quickly to get a peep out. "Robin's a smart one, McKinley. You won't be able to pull any tricks while she's here, understand?" Cherry asked. McKinley was motionless for a moment, then nodded as best as he could. After his mouth was released again, McKinley spoke. "I won't answer any of your questions. I shall not betray my lord. I'm not asking you to betray him. I just want to know how all of this started. I want to help Skypiea and hopefully help your master as well." Cherry spoke honestly. McKinley studied her face, looking for any sign of trickery. Although she looked like a villain if he'd ever seen one, he could not help but feel she was being honest with him. He sighed. God Ganfal's madness started around 7 years ago, about a year before the war started. He had left for an impromptu diplomatic visit to Burka, and when he returned, his behavior had become strange and erratic. "It was a sudden change?" Cherry asked. He nodded. "You do not know the purpose of the visit, aside from general diplomacy?" she asked. "No, no one knows as far as I am aware," he answered. Cherry thought for a moment. Did he bring anything with him and not return with it? Did he bring anything back with it that he did not possess beforehand? He brought some delicacies for Birka's god as a gift, but something seemed to come to his mind. There was something he brought back with him. He had refused to part with it. A box made from cloud iron. "I do not know what was inside, nor what became of it," McKinley said. "Interesting, a clue perhaps? This is starting to shape up into a real mystery. How exciting. I hope it doesn't turn out he's just gone senile." Cherry thought. "Where does God Ganfal reside?" Cherry asked. McKinley was becoming uncomfortable again, but the answer to this question wasn't a secret anyway. God's shrine is inside Upper Yard, the largest island made of earth in the sky. It's connected to Skypiea via Milky Road Bridge. Cherry knew the island he was talking about. It was hard to miss with its gigantic trees. That, and it wasn't made of clouds. "Do you know what the reasoning, if there is any, that God Ganfal went to war with Burka for?" Cherry inquired. "He claims that a man called Enel is a devil of some sort that will destroy both Burka and Skypiea. He is Burka's strongest warrior, so when God Ganfal asked Burka's god to hand him over, he refused. Since then, Burka's god passed away from old age and an official successor has not been chosen yet because of the war," McKinley answered, though he seemed doubtful. "Why does he believe this Enel to be a devil?" Cherry asked. McKinley hesitated. God Ganfal has said he saw it in his dreams, like a vision of the future. He records his dreams in a journal as I understand it. Precognition, that's a rare talent, if he isn't just crazy. I guess I need to get my hands on this dream journal. That ought to answer some questions. Cherry decided. She smiled. "A heist it is then." Chapter 55, Reconnaissance. Well, that's it for my questions. We will leave you to your drinking and sulking, McKinley. Goodbye, Cherry said, standing up to leave. They left McKinley's home, and Robin released the hands binding McKinley after they had moved a fair distance away. They find a quiet spot to talk where people wouldn't overhear their conversation. It would be troublesome if they were overheard and God Ganfal was warned about them. Is it okay not to silence McKinley? Won't he go tell Ganfal everything? Serene expressed her doubts. Stop saying such bloodthirsty stuff. You are just a masseuse now, not a member of a brutal criminal organization, Cherry reprimanded. Oh? I was also a member of Baroque Works. So what does that make me then? Robin asked with a grin. Eye candy, Cherry replied without hesitation. Robin was stunned silent. a light blush coming to her cheeks. "I'm just messing with you, Robin. You're an archaeologist, are you not?" Cherry said. "Anyways." Cherry changed the subject. "I need to do some reconnaissance of God Ganfal's shrine. However, I don't know how good his mantra, or observation hockey is. So, I'll be going alone and hope not to get caught." Robin also wanted to explore Upper Yard, but she could always do so later, so she let Cherry go alone as she asked this time. Cherry parted ways with the group and made her way to the docks. She stowed away onto one of the boats going across the Milky Road Bridge into Upper Yard. It was quite easy to do so as these soldiers didn't have mantra to detect her with. Now comes the tricky part. I have no idea what the range and sensitivity of Ganfal's mantra is. There is a way I should be able to avoid his detection, but it's very risky and pretty stupid too, Cherry thought. The method Cherry was thinking to use was to enter a meditative state of selflessness. This should enable her to go unnoticed by observation hockey, as she would have no will to sense, no intent to read. The problem lay in the fact that she would have to give up conscious control over her body to maintain this state. She waited, hidden amongst the cargo of the boat, for them to arrive in Upper Yard. Once they were over the bridge, she stealthily disembarked. Now on solid land, she started to enter in her meditative state of selflessness. It did not take too long. Cherry started to walk unconsciously, similar to the way one might sleepwalk. Unlike sleepwalking, she would remember the events that occur in perfect detail, and can snap out of the trance at will. With some luck, she managed to avoid anything that would force her to take action, such as coming across a predator. She stumbled through the jungle in this way for an hour or so before she clambered up some island clouds. When she reached the top, she could see the base of a giant stalk of twisted vines that extended high into the sky. Cherry continued forward, step by step, towards the stalk. Then she accidentally slipped into a space between island clouds and fell. Cherry was forced to end her meditative state of selflessness here, lest she might get injured. She wouldn't have much hope of getting back out without a conscious effort in any case. What she saw before her eyes as she landed was quite shocking, however. A city that looked to be made of gold. Well, I bet Robin would love to see this. Nami would probably die on the spot seeing this much gold, Cherry observed. Cherry quickly stripped a bunch of gold off of some of the buildings and compressed it down to a manageable volume. She wouldn't leave empty-handed, that was for sure. With a quick scan of her life sense, she confirmed she was the only one here, aside from a gigantic snake within the central building. She made her way to the edge of the City of Gold, and dug her way through the wall of island cloud. Once outside, she sealed the way she made back up, and went to do the same with the small crevasse she fell through. She didn't want anyone else stumbling upon the city before she could loot it properly. Looting it was only natural after all. She was a cultivator, there was no grave or ruin too sacred to rob. Looking up, she saw what she presumed to be God's shrine on a cloud, a ways up above attached to the beanstalk. No real way to sneak up onto that except to climb, huh? Well, barging in is always an option too, Cherry thought. She turned around and left towards Angel Island to meet back up with her companions and tell them what she found. God Ganfal suddenly opened his eyes. An intruder in Upper Yard? How did they get so close without me sensing them? Is it the Shandians? Or maybe Enel? No, it shouldn't be Enel, and there is only one, so it shouldn't be Shandians. He thought out loud. God Ganfal approached the window of his study and opened it. He looked down at a cluster of soldiers that were always on standby to carry out any of his sudden orders. Go and capture the intruder and bring them here. Failure will not be tolerated, he commanded. The soldiers saluted and immediately went to climb down the beanstalk. Enel and his men lying in wait, hidden not too far away from Upper Yard so they could observe most of it with mantra. They also detected Cherry's sudden appearance at the base of the giant beanstalk. Is it starting? Asked a rotund fellow with long red hair. Not yet, Ganfal just sent some soldiers to deal with the intruder, Enel said, focusing on his mantra. He was surprised by how quickly Cherry was moving away from the beanstalk. He thought perhaps he had slightly underestimated her ability. Cherry noticed the soldiers climb down the beanstalk and head in the direction she had gone. Should I just evade or take them out now? If I evade, they'll end up searching Angel Island for me, and likely hear about the strangers in town, meaning us. All right, I'll deal with them now, Cherry thought. She went a little further, then found a place to lie in ambush. The contingent of soldiers caught up to her location, and she leapt out at them. It was not so much a fight than a one-sided beatdown. Once they were dealt with, Cherry quickly made her way back to Angel Island. They would need to act quickly now. Back on Angel Island, Cherry found the others enjoying some desserts in a nice restaurant. "Hey, time to get moving, gals. We're going to be late," Cherry said. The group understood what she really meant, except Cabernet, who thought they were really late for something. "By the way, Robin, I found some nifty ruins you'd be interested in. A whole city plated in gold," Cherry said as they moved. "Really, I am rather interested," Robin said. Reaching the edge of town, Cabernet directly flew the three other women over to Upper Yard. Chapter 56, God's Shrine. As the group of four moved quickly through the jungle of enormous trees, Cherry passed the time by examining the flora and fauna in more detail with her life sense. Her life sense stretched over the jungle, easily encompassing the entire island due to the particular thick and vibrant plant life. Most everything was pretty standard fare, aside from the enormous size of it, but there was one tree species that caught Cherry's eye. "We're making a detour," Cherry told the others as she changed directions. It didn't take too long to arrive at the destination she had honed in on. See the trees she had targeted? Cherry was practically shaking with excitement. "These are soul-snaring trees," the thought made her mind tremble. Soul-snaring trees were an exceptionally rare resource even in the myriad worlds of her last life. Though, in fairness, their rarity was largely due to the fact that cultivators would harvest them on site. "What about these trees has you so excited?" Robin asked. Cherry carefully considered about how much to say about them. She was itching to go on a rant, but she wasn't sure how much Robin would believe. She didn't want Robin to think she was a quack, like somebody who sells common stones to gullible people as alternative healing methods. "This is no ordinary tree. It is very rare and extremely useful as a medical reagent," Cherry summarized, feeling dissatisfied. "Oh, tell me more." Robin motioned for her to continue. Cherry opened her mouth to say more but stopped. She looked at Robin suspiciously. "Are you just doing this so I have to listen to you ramble about your archaeology stuff later?" Robin said nothing, but gave her a sly smile. "Fine then. It's not like I'm not at all interested in history or anything." Cherry acquiesced. "These are called soul-snaring trees, on account of the fact that they ensnare the souls of the recently deceased to feed off of the excess spiritual energy the souls release before leaving the world," Cherry explained. When Robin gave her a funny look, Cherry said, "Don't look at me like that. There are devil fruit that deal with souls like Big Mom's soul fruit, or the revive fruit. The existence of souls is not in question, it is an empirical fact. In any case, the spiritual energy that a soul-snaring tree accumulates is stored within its taproot. I just need a little bit of time to collect them," Cherry said. "Isn't that going to take a long time?" Serene's words were cut short when Cherry cleaved a tree down at the base and swiftly pulled the taproot out within 10 seconds. Serene touched the scar on her face and shivered, remembering how close she'd been to ending up the same way as that tree. Cherry collected a few dozen taproots and stored them on Cabernet in her ship form, then they moved on towards the giant beanstalk. "Somebody up that beanstalk is able to detect us at the base of it, at the very minimum distance. Likely this is God Ganfall's doing. So be prepared for combat. If anyone attacks us on the beanstalk, Robin should try to make them fall. Anyone who comes for us won't be too weak and should survive the fall when they land on the island cloud below," Cherry explained. Robin and Cabernet nodded, while Serene was feeling quite useless without her devil fruit and wondering why she is even being brought along. She had some confidence in her martial art, but next to these monsters she just couldn't compare. They reached the massive island clouds beneath the beanstalk and started hiking up. Then they ran over to the beanstalk and started to climb its giant vines. Sure enough, they soon noticed people flying out from God Ganfall's shrine above them, skating along small streams of clouds created from dials. Robin fulfilled her role excellently, and caused them to drop out of the air like flies, plummeting down into the soft island clouds below. They either decided to wait for them to reach the shrine, or did not have any more soldiers to spare, because no more pursuers came after them while they climbed up. After about half an hour of climbing, they reached the island cloud god Ganfal's shrine was nestled upon. All right, Robin, you and Cabernet go try to find our clues while I distract Ganfal. You can handle any of his men, I trust, Cherry said. Then they burst through into the shrine. And Nell sensed Cherry and her group enter God's shrine, and that Ganfal started to move personally with his mantra. It's time, let's go, he ordered. He and his men moved quickly into Upper Yard. A group of well-armed Shandians were racing along the white sea towards Upper Yard, led by a man named Wiper. It won't be long now. Prepare for battle, Wiper commanded. Are we sure now is the best time to attack? One of his men questioned. There will never be a best time to attack. If we wait, then we will be waiting forever. Now is the time to take back our homeland from that madman, he insisted. A group of pirates just arrived at the white sea, having been carried up a sea cloud waterfall by a giant shrimp. That entrance toll was really ridiculous. What even is an X-toll? Nami complained. Why are you complaining? We didn't even pay the toll and still went up just fine, spoke Usopp. Look, it's a sky island. An island in the sky. Shishishishi. Luffy laughed. They laid anchor on the beach of the Cloud Island, ready to enjoy themselves at the wonders this land had to offer. Heso. A woman greeted them and introduced herself as Konis. You're the second strangers I've met today. I'm glad that you made it here safe and sound, it seems. The women I met earlier were not so lucky. Their ship was destroyed by the ocean current that brought them here, she told them. Nami and Usopp paled, thinking about what could have happened to themselves if they hadn't been lucky. Then, a thought occurred to Usopp. Among the women you met, was there a tall, dark beauty, an evil-looking woman with red eyes, and a blonde with a scar on her face? He asked, and the others realized what he was asking. That's right. Do you know them? Konis tilted her head. Chopper started to cry in hysterics. Their ship was destroyed? Then Cabernet is dead? The other Straw Hats were also shocked. Cabernet was fine when I saw her earlier, though? Konis said. Eh? The Straw Hats said in simultaneous confusion. Konis didn't know why though Cabernet had died, she didn't think she said so. But you said their ship was destroyed? Nami asked. Yes, that's what they told me. Konis couldn't wrap her head around this conversation. Nami let out a sigh of relief. So they lied, huh? Eh? Lied? Konis didn't know what to think anymore. In God's shrine, Cherry and company faced a large number of guards, undoubtedly experienced as warriors in their own right. Behind them stood an old man with a long white beard and mustache. The crazed, shifty eyes gave him away as Gan fall immediately. What have you come here for, Are you here under Enel's orders to assassinate me? He spoke frantically and did not seem to expect any answers, as in the next moment he ordered his men to attack. Cherry charged into the ranks of the soldiers and let loose with a cackling laugh. Every time she swung a fist or kicked with her legs, a man would fall and not get back up. Many of them were clutching their family jewels with tears streaming down their faces. Ganfal couldn't take his eyes off of Cherry as she was the primary threat to himself. Robin, Cabernet and Serene took the chance to sneak away and try to find the dream journal, the Cloud Iron box, or anything else of relevance to Ganfal's madness. Chapter 57, Madman. Ganfal watched the woman tear into the ranks of his soldiers, seemingly meeting no resistance, as if she could just as easily be taking a stroll through the courtyard. He knew that his soldiers would not be able to stop this woman, this monster. She may as well be taking a stroll in the courtyard of the shrine, it would be just as easy. He realized that nothing stood between them but an illusion of security, so he stepped forth and acted against her. Cherry sensed something from beneath her, so she leapt upwards. The island clouds that had just been under her feet then parted, forming a hole that a few of the soldiers fell through, plummeting to the ground below. A white streak slashed towards her, which she drew her sword to block. Clash, the sound of swords clashing together. Cherry followed the white ribbon of metal to its source, attached to Ganfal's shoulder where his arm ought to be. Seeing their god taking action, the soldiers removed themselves from the battlefield quickly, clearly frightened of getting caught in the middle. You're ready to stop hiding behind these weaklings now, are you, Ganfal? That's good because I was getting bored. It should be fun teaching you how high the heavens are. Cherry finished, launching herself towards him. Ganfall's brows furrowed. He transformed both arms into white ribbons of cloud steel, and lashed out like living whips. At the same time he disrupted the island clouds along her path to put off her footing and slow her down. Cherry clashed with the white ribbon blades, as well as dodged and weaved around them. She never seemed fazed at all by the disrupted footing, as if predicted how it would change in each moment, even avoiding the areas that open into holes. Only a moment passed since their battle started, and Cherry already reached Ganfall. He brought his arms in front of him to guard. Slash! Cherry eyes flashed and her sword came down far faster than before, with tremendous momentum. It cleaved straight the cloud iron of Ganfall's arms and through his torso. Ganfall had a shocked look upon his face, but it quickly shifted into a mad smile as his legs flashed forward in the form of white ribbons. Cherry dodged out of the way and put some distance between them. Fool, I am the clouds themselves. You cannot defeat a god, no matter how you try. He clenched his teeth in a crazed expression that could not quite be called a smile. Although Cherry appeared flustered, that was just a show she was putting on to keep his attention. She knew from the start that her attack wouldn't harm him, though just a little bit of armament hockey would have changed that. Her goal was not to kill the senile old man, at least not yet. Ganfall's arms shot out once more. Cherry made to block them, but the moment they would have collided something changed. His arms shifted from cloud iron blades into a strange purple cloud that enveloped her head. Cherry quickly realized that these clouds had the consistency of mud and she could breathe. Not that it was a problem that she couldn't breathe. Breathing was only a mortal method to obtain energy from the environment. She need only replace the process with a minimal amount of vital energy. Still, she made a point to appear to be struggling with her breath. Ha ha ha! Now you can't breathe. How do you like my swamp clouds? Ganfall was ecstatic. Cherry reached up and directly tore away the swamp clouds. Huh? Ganfall's smile wavered. You aren't the only one with a devil fruit ability, false god. Cherry looked unimpressed. Ganfall seethed in rage. Ganfall reached into his robes and put a gauntlet on his hand. Cherry wasn't stupid. Although she did not know about all the different kinds of dials, she imagined there was a sort of battle-related dial within the gauntlet. Cherry pulled out her revolver and fired it at the gauntlet. Surprisingly, Ganfall took the shot directly with the gauntlet. There did not seem to be any impact whatsoever, however. It seems you are unaware about dial combat. I could tell that shot was no ordinary one. There is a kind of dial called an impact dial that can store the energy from a blow and release it later. Ganfall explained with a surprising calmness. Oh no, I'm so scared, Cherry mocked inwardly. The kinetic energy from the shot might hurt, but it wouldn't do any major damage to her. Ganfall ran towards her, using his left arm to assault her with cloud iron blades, then stretching his right arm bearing the gauntlet towards her. Naturally, Cherry wouldn't let him get his way too easily, and fought back fiercely. She left an opening for the arm blade, then barely blocked the blade to leave a different opening for the gauntlet. Ganfall's gauntleted hand landed on her chest and he sneered. But this isn't an impact dial. Boom. A deep sound as loud as thunder echoed outwards and could even be heard on Angel Island. Cherry coughed up blood as she pulled herself out of the wall of the courtyard. Robin, hearing the sound, peeked out the window of Ganfall's study and covered her mouth in worry. Ha ha ha, Cherry laughed. Damn, that really hurt. You're not half bad, you crazy old coot. Ganfall looked between the gauntlet and her with confusion on his face. How are you still alive? What, you managed to break some of my ribs and damage some organs, yet still you want more? Aren't you the greedy one? Cherry smiled, teeth stained with blood. Ganfall was dumbfounded, and Cherry made no attempt to break him out of his mystification. When he did regain his wits a few moments later and prepared to attack her once more, Cherry held out a hand as if to tell him to wait. You know, Enel is on his way up here right at this very moment, Cherry said. Ganfall's eyes widened, and his mantra stretched down the beanstalk, and sure enough, her words were true. Ah! He let out a war cry and sunk into the island clouds at his feet. Likely to go after Enel. Cherry quickly moved towards where Robin, Cabernet and Serene were sneaking out of the shrine residence. Let's go, I know where the cloud iron box is, Cherry said, telling Cabernet to transform and carry them. Are you all right, Cherry? Robin asked worriedly. Shh, I'm fine. Just some ruptured organs and massive internal hemorrhaging. Nothing a good night's sleep won't fix, Cherry said nonchalantly. quietly. Robin took it as a joke and sighed with relief, though it was pretty much true. Body cultivators were a tough bunch, that's for sure. How do you know where the cloud iron box is? You've been fighting this whole time, Serene said. Always the doubter. Cherry pinched her waist for asking questions without permission. All right, Cabernet, take us up to the very top of this beanstalk, Cherry instructed. Cabernet followed without complaint. Cherry knew where the cloud iron box was because she could guess that the thing she picked up with her life sense on top of the beanstalk was what it had contained. Did you find the dream journal, Robin? Cherry asked. Robin nodded in the affirmative. It's a rather interesting read. It seems to function as both a diary and a collection of Ganfall's dreams, as well as his own thoughts about them. Most of them are pretty surreal, but one in particular describes what Ganfall believes to have been a possible future involving Enel, as well as a treasure of Burka. She described. His prophetic dream involving Enel seems to have occurred before his visit to Burka, and resulting descent into madness. Afterwards he mentions a tomb of someone called the Thunder God of Burka, and a trap laid by him for those who came to steal his treasure. Perhaps this trap has something to do with his madness? Robin speculated. Well, who knows, if he got a good hard crack on the noggin, then I doubt there's a way to bring him out of his madness, Cherry said, though she had a tiny feeling she might have hit the jackpot. Chapter 58, Arranging a Ceasefire. The ladies rose up into the air carried by flying figurehead Cabernet. She dropped them off at the top of the beanstalk, which did not take very long to reach. With a cursory search with her life sense, Cherry quickly located the cloud iron box tucked away inside a carved-out portion of the giant vine. Naturally, she was able to do so because the contents of the box gave of a vital energy signature, one identical to that of an uneaten devil fruit. Cherry pulled the box out of the vine and inspected it. It appeared to be locked, but that wasn't a huge issue. Cherry positioned the box so she could rip it open, but Serene stopped her at this moment. She held up some lock-picking tools and appeared to be quite smug about them. All right, you can give it a try, but if you fail, you're going to be punished, Cherry said, which wiped the smug grin off her face, replacing it with trepidation. Serene worked away at the lock with nervous sweat beading on her brow. With each minute that passed, she grew less patient and more frustrated. Glancing at Cherry from time to time, as if to make sure she wasn't going to do anything to her. After about 3 minutes, she did manage to get the box unlocked, and heaved a sigh of relief. She slumped backwards, which normally wouldn't have been an issue. But she was currently standing with quite the fall directly behind her. As she remembered this fact, she began to panic, and desperately flailed her arms trying to regain her balance. She was not very successful in that endeavor, but fortunately Robin created some arms to catch her at the last moment. Serene blushed with embarrassment. While Serene had been picking the lock, a battle had been raging far below them. It hadn't calmed down at all, and in fact was becoming quite a bit more violent. Explosions rang out from the battlefield as the Shandians arrived to interrupt God Ganfall and Enel's fight. It quickly devolved into a three-way free-for-all. Cherry turned her attention away from the battlefield, and to the now open box. Inside rested the devil fruit, which appeared to be a blue pineapple, with a lightning-shaped stem that glowed slightly. Naturally, Cherry recognized this fruit, and Robin recognized it as well. This was a famous devil fruit after all, one of the few that are called invincible. This was the rumble fruit, a logia fruit that turned one into a lightning human. The title of invincible was a bit of an exaggeration though. One could only really be invincible in the lower-powered seas, and only if you were lucky enough not to run into a big shot. In the right hands, it would be terribly difficult to deal with, however. Cherry was kind of disappointed that this wasn't the first fruit she had found. Still, feeding it to her sword was a close second, though she would have to wait to make the most of it when she was close to perfecting the spirit root realm. I wonder if I can work out a way to utilize the devil fruit abilities of my blood-bound artifacts? I'll have to be very cautious. Don't want to accidentally blow myself up with a devil fruit clash. Cherry gave the box to Cabernet to store in her figurehead form. Instructed her not to transform into her human form with the box stored within her under any circumstances. That may count as eating the devil fruit and cause a clash as well. Cherry once more peered down at the battle raging below. I suppose I should do something about that. It's not really my favorite thing to get involved in politics, but I suppose I can give it a shot. Cabernet brought them down, dropping them off a little ways away from the battle, which happened to be where Cherry had exited the Golden City previously. Cherry opened up the path she had carved into the island cloud, and motioned for the other three to enter. I'll come pick you guys up in a bit. Enjoy sightseeing in a ruin almost untouched by human hands for centuries. Robin looked visibly excited at the prospect, but then quirked an eyebrow at almost untouched. She wouldn't let them bother her too much though. Few ruins were very well preserved and hadn't already been robbed by those with lesser educations. Cherry closed up the path behind them and made her way towards the battlefield. Ganfall was feeling pressured now. His fight against Enel had been more equal than he'd hoped, and his mysterious spear was able to harm him despite his power. Then the Shandians just had to show up at right this moment and make things even more chaotic. Their leader, Wiper, was also able to make him tangible with his cloud skates, which was pretty dangerous considering he also possessed a reject dial. Though Ganfall doubted he could take the backlash more than a few times without dying. The battle came to another equilibrium, although more precarious than it had been before. A shout louder than what any normal human would be capable rang out, causing everyone to pause and look. "Hey losers, quit your fighting before I kick all of your pitiful asses," Cherry shouted. Many furrowed brows ensued and the people resumed their fighting. Cherry considered that was ample warning and would not give any further chances. They could only blame themselves for the pain that was to come. Cherry began her dark work. No longer did she hold back her strength. Ganfall, Enel, and Wiper were clashing violently, leaving no room for error. Ahem. Cherry cleared her throat nearby. Glances at her, their eyes widened at the sight of every other combatant lying unmoving on the ground. It's only been less than a minute since she appeared. What sort of monster is she? Wiper exclaimed in his mind. Ganfall and Enel were also somewhat shocked, as they re-evaluated her capabilities. Are you going to stop? Or are you going to make me make you stop? Cherry asked. Wiper turned his burn bazooka towards her and fired a column of white-blue fire at her, disintegrating the island cloud that it touches. Nothing remained in the trajectory of its path. A sharp pain erupted over his entire right leg and Wiper fell over. You got 2 warnings and wasted both. Do not blame me for being merciless, Cherry said, looking down upon his coldly. Her fist collided with his face and his brain bounced around in his skull, rendering him unconscious. Enel and Ganfall contemplated their options. Cherry had moved absurdly fast, and judging by Wiper's floppy right leg, had pulverized his leg bones in one move. Ganfall did not entertain any thought of surrender however, and attacked Enel. He did not believe Cherry had a method to harm him, but Enel did. Damn it, you crazy old man. Do you think I'm the biggest problem here? Enel swore to himself that he'd teach this geezer a lesson when he got a hold of Burka's treasure. That little girl cannot contend with God. Oof. Ganfall received a dropkick into his back. Naturally, Cherry had included armament hockey in the kick, to make sure it hurt. You'll be feeling that in the morning, you old coot. Cherry drew her gun and pointed it at Enel. Just so you know, this is a custom pistol, it won't just point a little hole in you. Enel smiled with some unwillingness and dropped his spear, raising his hands. I'm glad that you have at least half a brain, friend, Cherry smirked. Let's get a little parley going then, shall we? Chapter 59, Negotiations. Wiper started to come out of his unconscious state. The first thing he noticed was that he was tightly bound to what felt like a chair. His right leg ached dully, but since he could move it somewhat, as it was also bound, it did not seem to be as injured as the previous pain he experienced would have suggested. He opened his eyes groggily, and cast his gaze around his surroundings. In front of him was a table fashioned with a cut-out portion of one of the oversized tree's trunks. To his left sat the blond man with drums embedded into his back, bound to his own chair which was similarly carved from a tree. He was called Enel by Ganfall before, if he recalled correctly. Across from him sat the bound figure of Ganfall, who was currently squirming in a futile attempt to escape his bindings. To his right sat the woman who had knocked him out, sitting without any bindings and looking right at him. Good, now that we're all awake and well rested, we can begin, she said. Begin what? Wiper asked, hostility clear in his tone. Negotiations to end your respective conflicts and resolve your disagreements, the woman stated, unfazed by his rudeness. First, we'll start with introductions. My name is Harpin D. Cherry and I'll be acting as your mediator. Nice to meet you, Cherry said. Ganfall ceased his pointless struggling when he heard her say the middle initial D, having recalled something from a not-so-distant past. Cherry looked at Wiper and smiled silently at him. Seeing he was at her mercy, he decided to play along for now. Perhaps he would be able to achieve his aims through this farce, though he doubted it. I am Wiper, leader of the Shandian warriors, he stated curtly. Cherry looked to Enel next for his introduction, then to Ganfall last, much to his chagrin. Excellent. Now that introductions are out of the way, we'll address grievances. First we'll start with Sir Wiper. Cherry gestured towards Wiper with a hand. My ancestors had their land stolen from them centuries ago by Skypea and its god. Many have sacrificed their lives in the conflict. I demand that the land be returned to my people, and that all Skypeans be removed at once, at the bare minimum, spoke Wiper, glaring at Ganfall. My people cannot. Ganfall began to complain but was cut off when a bullet with all the power of a cannonball flashed past his face, cutting a bloody line across his cheek. You will wait your turn before speaking, Ganfall. I'll remind you that you're trapped in human form by the sea stone I've affixed to your body. Cherry threatened, a cold light in her eyes. All three men felt a cold sweat on their backs. They were all experienced warriors, two of whom were trained in mantra. But still they hadn't noticed when Cherry drew the pistol. Enel, it's your turn, Cherry stated bluntly. Burka? Enel started. Cherry interrupted him. I didn't ask Burka. I asked you, Enel. What is your purpose here? You led me to believe you would not leave Burka undefended, yet here you are with your best warriors. I already know that Ganfall started his war against Burka because they would not surrender you to him, or at least Burka's god at the time would not. Enel was uncomfortable underneath Cherry's chilling gaze but remained silent. It's not in your best interest to stay quiet, Enel. I can end the war between Burka and Skypea right now, just by handing you over to Ganfall, isn't that right? Cherry looked at Ganfall, who started nodding enthusiastically. Enel was lost in thought. The truth would only damn him and he was never a scheming type, preferring to deal with his problems head-on with brute force. So lying would only make him more suspicious. I have nothing to say. Ganfall is the one in the wrong for attacking my homeland over the life of one man. Moreover, I cannot be blamed for wanting to preserve my own life. Enel left it at that. Cherry decided to move on for now. Perhaps he would speak up later. All right, Ganfall. It's your turn, Cherry said, bracing herself for the inevitable rantings of the madman. And rant he did. Ganfall spoke at great lengths about his dreams, and what they showed him of the supposed cruelty of Enel. In particular that he believed that he would acquire the treasure of Burka left behind by the Thunder God, one of Burka's previous rulers who possessed the power to become and control lightning. He would then use that power to annihilate Burka, and later plan to do the same to Skypea. Cherry wondered how the Thunder God managed to ensure his own devil fruit would end up in his tomb, considering he'd have to die before the power left him. Perhaps he piled up many of the type of fruit that it could transfer to nearby at the time of death? Cherry was able to glean some information from Enel during the rant as well. For instance, the part where he wanted Burka's treasure seemed to be true, but the claim that he would destroy Burka made him incredulous. Well, that was enlightening. However, even if we were to assume what you said would truly have come to pass, how can you justify the deaths that have occurred as a result of your actions? Cherry asked him. They were all going to die anyway if I had done nothing. I am blameless. Ganfall insisted, though his expression betrayed his sense of guilt. Well, let's start the negotiation phase. Are you willing to hand over Upper Yard to the Shandians and remove all presence of Skypeans from the island, Ganfall? Cherry asked. I cannot do that, Ganfall replied. The negotiations in regards to the long war between the Shandians and Skypeans were difficult. Ganfall was surprisingly not too demanding. He only wanted to ensure access to Verth for his people to grow food. Wiper's stubbornness was the biggest issue. He was insistent that only Shandians be able to set foot on Upper Yard. He did relax somewhat when a little girl named Aisa showed up, apparently having heard all the Shandian warriors get taken out. Wiper, you should understand that even if Ganfall unconditionally agrees to withdraw, his successors may not be so willing and likely will restart the conflict. I know that your ancestors were wronged, and that you are angry about that injustice. However, you need to make a compromise here to ensure the future of your people. By sharing access to the land with the Skypians, you greatly reduce the chances of greed taking hold of their hearts. Especially if your people mingle with theirs, building a strong friendship with them over time. Cherry tried to convince him using his people's future welfare. Wiper knew he would not live forever, and there would not necessarily be a warrior of his caliber in every generation to protect his people. He was skeptical of the idea of being friends with the Skypians, but hadn't his own ancestor Kalgara formed an unlikely friendship with Noland, an outsider? Very well. If the land is returned to my people, then I think they will be willing to allow a portion to be used for farming by the Skypians, Wiper said, with some difficulty. He was far more accustomed to fighting than this diplomacy stuff. Ganfall had calmed down significantly, and become much less erratic since the start of the parley. It seemed the conflict with the Shandians was something that had weighed heavily upon him, but he had lacked the finesse to deal with it peacefully. Well, now with that settled, what are we going to do with you, NL? Cherry asked, all eyes turning to him. Although I would be perfectly happy to just hand you over to Ganfall, that might result in Burka going on the offensive instead of Ganfall. However, I think I may have a solution, Cherry said. Chapter 60, Mindscape. Enel didn't have a good feeling about Cherry's solution, even if it wasn't handing him over to that lunatic Ganfall. It's simply really. Ganfall's primary concern is that Enel would use Burka's treasure to do all the terrible things. So I'll just take the treasure for myself. Even if Enel has some ambitions to usurp Ganfall, he won't have the ability to destroy any islands at least. Cherry spoke simply. She smiled as if proud of coming up with such an amazing solution. But, how can I know that you won't destroy us all as he would have? Ganfall shouted hysterically. Could you stop me even if I plan to do so? Cherry asked. Ganfall went silent. Enel had a rather ugly look on his face. Burka's treasure was a vital part of his plans. Without it, he would not possess the invincible power of the Thunder God necessary to maintain absolute supremacy over the sky. After that, you need to pay reparations to Burka for the conflict, as well as possibly stepping down from your position as Skypia's god once things have stabilized. That's the bare minimum you can do for the sake of righting your wrongs against Burka, Cherry said. Cherry clapped her hand once. Well, I'd say this has been quite the fruitful discussion. I'm not going to stick around for too long, so I recommend sorting things out in a timely fashion. Cherry went around to release the tied individuals at the table, as well as their subordinates behind them. Wiper left immediately to go discuss things with his village chief. Enel slunk away despondently, or it appeared to do so, but in reality was trying to sneak up to God's shrine. Likely he wanted to find Burka's treasure, but Cherry had already looted it. Ganfall lingered around awkwardly, so Cherry decided to ask him something. By the way, how did you go nuts? From the information I've gathered, it happened during your grave robbing incident, she asked. The Thunder God must have laid a trap for whomever tried to enter his tomb. All I remember is a bright flash and waking up on the ground. My beard and hair was singed, so I think I was struck with some sort of lightning attack. Afterwards, my thoughts have been steered towards obsession. Even now I can feel the pull, telling me to chase after Enel. Ganfall spoke solemnly. Well, maybe there's something I can do about that. Let me have a peek at your mindscape. That's the manifestation of the connection between the physical mind and the soul. I'm not at the level that I can be certain nothing will go wrong, but you're already crazy, so what's the worst that can happen? Cherry smiled, cracking her fingers. Ganfall wasn't sure about that last part, but if it meant ridding himself of these intrusive thoughts, he was willing to try it. Cherry approached him and latched her palm onto the old man's forehead and shut her eyes. She focused her on searching for Ganfall's mindscape, which was only barely possible due to her spiritualizing her nervous system. After a moment or two, both of them sank deep into his mind. The first thing she saw was a chaotic vision of Enel destroying Burka with lightning, then invading God's shrine and usurping the throne. Cherry pushed past the images, as they weren't important. She caught sight of something, like the tail of some creature. She followed after with haste. It was quick. It fled deeper into Ganfall's mindscape with Cherry barely able to keep up. Finally she caught its tail, and it revealed itself as a snake made of lightning. It struck out at her, but it was no match for Cherry. This thing did not possess any intelligence, only the imprint of a will that was long dead. She strangled the snake before ripping it apart, collecting its energy, and leaving nothing behind. Cherry withdrew from Ganfall's mind. The old man was in rather rough shape and passed out immediately, but Cherry believed he would be all right in the end. Just how frightening was this thunder god that he could do something that subtle with such an overbearing power? I hope I don't meet any monsters like him before I stand at the top of the world, Cherry thought. Some of Ganfall's men took him away with some trepidation, casting glances at Cherry to make sure she wasn't going to move against them. Cherry just walked away to go find the others. Coincidentally, she happened to run into the Straw Hats. Well, took you long enough. I was beginning to think you wouldn't show up. I cannot believe you just went off to Sky Island without us, Nami exclaimed, hands disapprovingly upon her hips. Oh, well, since you're so upset, I guess I won't show you where the Golden City is, Cherry teased. I was just joking, Cherry. You're the best big sis I could ever hope to have. Now where's that city? Nami fluttered her eyelashes at Cherry cutely, linking arms with her. Yeah, where's the Golden City? And where's the Golden Bell? I've got to ring that bell to let Cricket know where the Golden City went. Luffy was especially gung-ho. Heh, follow me then. We'll have to be quick, the owners are likely to show up soon, Cherry said, and led them to her tunnel through the island cloud. So awesome, Luffy, Chopper and Usopp shouted in unison, after first laying eyes upon the glittering city of gold. Nami was stunned silent and started to drool at the sight. While they explored the city, Cherry met back up with Robin, Cabernet and Serene. Robin had found another poneglyph that mentioned the bell Luffy spoke of. I suspect the belfry was knocked into a higher part of the sky by the giant beanstalk that now pierces through where it once stood, Robin explained. We'll look for it once we're done here then. Now you can start telling me about the city. I can tell you're itching to share. Cherry smiled wryly. Robin was more than happy to enlighten her about her findings. The history of Shandora was fascinating, to say the least, especially its role in this ancient war during the Void Century. Cherry was quite curious about what was so important or dangerous that the world government felt the need to censor the Void Century. Genocide and general mass murder certainly fit the bill, but perhaps there was more to it than that. By the time Robin finished elaborating upon the history of Shandora, the Straw Hats were carrying as much gold as they were able to in large sacks on their backs. Somehow even Nami was carrying far more gold than Cherry thought was possible for her. That woman really loves her gold, huh? The bell should be somewhere above us. Cabernet will help us to search, Cherry stated, earning nods from the rest. The search took a little while, but they eventually found their goal. A beautiful and enormous golden bell rested upon a cloud high above Upper Yard. Robin was excited to read the poneglyph embedded into it, while Luffy and the other men prepared to ring it. Poseidon. Robin sighed with disappointment. Another ancient weapon. Hey Robin, there's some more of those funny words on the side of the bell here, Usopp pointed out. Robin read them and was shocked. She told the crew what the words said, and whom had let them hear. Gol D. Roger. With this message she also understood she had misunderstood her quest. No single poneglyph would tell the true history of the Void Century. The poneglyphs had to be compiled together in a particular place. Laugh Tail. She looked over at Luffy, the young man who proclaimed himself the future king of the pirates. I wonder if he can make it there? The bell echoed out across the sky. All the people on the many sky islands, as well as the people on Jaya below them, heard the great golden bell ring. Truly marvelous, Cherry admired. It had been many years since she heard a sound that rivaled the music from the famous song Immortals. She savored the sound and smiled. These mortals never cease to amaze me with their wonders. Chapter 61, Cabernet's Bounty Makes the Rounds. In a certain room located inside Mary Joie's, We scoured every inch of Alabasta and searched every ship leaving the kingdom. The Lunarian woman, Cabernet, is not anywhere to be found there. We don't know where she went. A member of Cipher Pol reported. You're certain she wasn't aboard the Straw Hat ship? One of the old men asked. The agent that searched the Straw Hat ship reported that she was not aboard their ship. The agent we have stationed at Jaya also reported that the Lunarian woman was not present with them there. He responded almost robotically. Damn it. First we lose that Albor, or king as he arrogantly refers to himself, escapes our grasp with Kaido, then we find a Lunarian female who vanishes without a trace. If those two ever meet up, they might make more headaches for us in the future. Another of the 5 elders spoke. That's why I said we shouldn't have put out the poster. Now that brat is going to know there's another one out there. A third old man said, it doesn't matter, he would have found out about her eventually anyways. This way there is at least a higher chance of capture. The first old man spoke again. The land of Wano. A fat man with a blonde mustache and ponytail approached a man covered head to toe with black leather and large black wings, as well as a flame burning upon his upper back. Hey, check out this new super rookie king. She looks like quite the badass with that explosion behind her. Ha ha, the fat man said. The fat man, Queen, was only putting on an act, however. He knew that King was also a Lunarian like the woman in the bounty poster, even if he covered every inch of himself with leather. Well, it wasn't that hard to figure out. Lunarians were the only race with large black wings and flames on their backs after all. It certainly didn't come from his devil fruit. Why should I care about some rookie, you fat diva? King's words stopped when he saw the picture on the poster. He snatched the poster from Queen's hands and took a closer look. Am I not the only one left? She doesn't look that old. Are there more Lunarians out there as well? King was lost in his thoughts, and paid no more attention to Queen, who slipped away silently. The Sakura Kingdom on Drum Island. Eh? The newly crowned King Dalton cried out upon seeing how many zeros were on Cabernet's wanted poster. He, Dr. Kureha cackled. I knew that girl would go and get herself into trouble. Why does she have such a high bounty? And why is she only wanted alive? Dalton couldn't make sense of it. Well, I can tell you, but are you sure you want to know? It might cause you to lose some faith in the world government, you know? Dr. Kureha asked. Dalton hesitated for a moment, but nodded his head. As the king of his country, he needed to expand his knowledge of the world and its many truths, no matter how unsavory those truths may be. On a dark and spooky island whose kingdom no longer exists. A sharp-eyed figure drinks wine while looking through the recent bounty posters. He notes the new posters for Luffy and Zoro, nodding his head. You're worth at least that much, I suppose. Shifting through to the next one, he pauses. 250 million berry and only alive? How absurd. Why not just tell the whole world there's something more than meets the eye? Hawkeye studied Cabernet's demonic expression. She's got good eyes. Naturally, he never could have imagined Cabernet got her eyes from his very own daughter. West Blue, Boulder Island. Grandma Angela sipped her morning tea while reading the newspaper. She hated giving money to this rag, but it was the only way to get news from the world abroad. She hadn't bothered with it until after Cherry left for the Grand Line. She wasn't entirely sure whether or not she wanted to see Cherry in the news, as she was certain that little troublemaker wouldn't be in it for good reasons. She stopped on a certain wanted poster and became nostalgic. The woman on the poster, Cabernet, looked a great deal like both her precious granddaughter as well as her late husband Mortis. The woman looked so much like them, excluding the wings, darker skin tone, and silver hair, that she could pass as a sister to Cherry. Stop being so sentimental, Angela. You're even seeing familiar faces in strangers now. She shook herself out of the strange mood. Grandma Angela went to do her daily cultivation as Cherry had bade her to do. She had made a great deal of progress. She was already near the peak of the second realm of body cultivation. Granted, that was largely due to her lifetime of physical training, and the less resource-intensive method given to her by Cherry. Although she still looked like an old woman, her body was full of youthful vigor and power. She felt like she was back in her prime, on a ship that strangely looked like a raft of logs. Ha, it's a shame those straw hats got away. Oh well, maybe we'll find this Cabernet lady instead. Delivering a Lunarian to the world government would get me a position as a Shichibukai easily. The pirate known as Blackbeard stated. She's a lucky one to have escaped the world government. A sickly man on a sickly horse said. Yes, she is. Perhaps she flew up to the Sky Island too, ha 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 ha. Blackbeard laughed. By the way guys, strictly speaking all this gold belongs to the Shandians, who are direct descendants of the people of Shandora, the city of gold. I don't know if they know the city is buried under all that island cloud or not, but it's bets they don't find out we took a bunch of it, Cherry said. Naturally, the Straw Hats were perfectly aware of their act of thievery, and had no moral qualms with it. Oh, Zoro and I got new bounty posters. Now I'm a 100 million berry man. Zoro has a 60 million berry bounty, Luffy said, giggling to himself at the thought. Wow, I guess all the men of worth on your crew have bounties now, huh? Cherry exclaimed loudly. Osa couldn't decide whether to accept the insult or not, as he was somewhat scared of Cherry. Sanji fell into a deep depression instantaneously. She thinks I'm worthless. She thinks I'm worthless? Yes, I'm a worthless dog. Please train me, ho 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 ack. Only a moment later he descended into deviancy again and got a nosebleed. Nami punched him in the head. Cut that out. I'm sorry, Nami Swan, he apologized, though not very convincingly. The group flew on Cabernet, who also stored the gold beneath her deck, back down to Angel Island. They elected to remain in the Sky Sea for a few days, before setting back out to the Blue Sea. Ganfall was not longer the madman he had been, and oversaw the process of the Shandians moving back into Upper Yard peacefully. Ganfall was able to ease relations with the Shandians by creating a milky road up to the Golden Belfry for them. They were quite happy to be reunited with their ancestors' greatest treasure and the object of their duty. Ganfall decided to thank Cherry by offering quite the number of dials of various purposes, which she shunted over to the Straw Hats as she had little use for them. Apparently the way down to the Blue Sea was attaching an octopus that inflates into a giant balloon onto the Going Merry. So the group parted ways with the sky. Off to new adventures along the Grand Line. Chapter 62, Whoops. Cabernet was quite happy to be reunited with her best friend, the Going Merry. She did, however, have some concerns about the Mary's health. Mary is hurt. She's putting on a tough face, but I can tell, Cabernet said, while hugging the mast. I also wanted to bring that up. We need to have the Mary properly repaired by a shipwright. Fortunately, we have all this gold on hand, so money won't be an issue. Nami said. There really was quite a lot of gold here, easily over 1 billion berry worth. Naturally, Cherry had her own personal stash hidden away in Cabernet's hold. The crew had a brief discussion, and came to the decision to spend as much gold as necessary to fix up the Mary. Cherry thought they were being somewhat naive, but she didn't say anything to them. It was better they came to their own realizations. By the way, Cherry, what's with the white box? Usopp asked, pointing to the cloud iron box. Oh, there's a devil fruit inside. And no, none of you can eat it, it's mine. Cherry stated, leaving no room for bargaining. Don't you already have a devil fruit power? Chopper asked, looking as cute as ever. Yes, but I have other uses for devil fruit. Well, you can try to steal it from me, but if one of you eats it, know that I can cut out your still beating heart, and it will serve my purposes just as well. Cherry said with a dark smile. That sounds neat, Robin said. The others weren't of the same opinion, and made their mental notes not to steal the box. Let's go, Chopper. I want to show you the new medicinal reagent I found on the Sky Island. Cherry smiled sweetly. She had missed the little reindeer and wanted to chat with him. Cherry explained the properties of the soul-snaring tree taproots to him, which was met with many questions. Then Cherry let him watch as she made new cultivation pills including the taproot. These new cultivation pills were the best she could hope for at this stage of her cultivation. Cherry's cultivation speed skyrocketed. In fact, she was certain she could reach the peak of the spirit root realm before reaching the next island, and be ready to use the rumble fruit to perfect it. The time at sea passed quickly. Cherry passed the time cultivating. She told the Straw Hat it was meditation, theory crafting with Chopper, and training Robin. Some of the others also expressed interest in the training regimen, mainly Zoro, who was a gym rat, Sanji, who just wanted the excuse to spend time with Robin and Cherry, and surprisingly enough, Usopp. Usopp wasn't entirely sold though. He is a massive wimp after all. You know, since you've chosen to use slingshots, muscle strength is going to be important for your future. The stronger you are, the more powerful slingshots you can use. Cherry lured him in. That was all he needed to hear, and he decided to join in. Now Cherry had most of the ship. Nami refused, and it was sort of pointless for Chopper and Cabernet doing the exercise equivalent of torture. She had them right on the edge of their capabilities for the whole duration of her classes. You can bend further than that, Luffy. You're made of rubber, for heaven's sake. Cherry reprimanded. If you can spare the focus to ogle Robin, then I apparently haven't made things hard enough for you, Sanji. Cherry said darkly. You're not going to become a great warrior of the sea if you can't even stretch these bands to your full wingspan, Usopp. Cherry encouraged. Cherry stopped to look at Serene, barely holding an insane position while trembling. She silently adjusted her and moved on while Serene trembled even harder, face flushed deep red with strain. You're doing great, Robin, Cherry praised. She nonchalantly patted her shoulder, which slightly threw off her balance and nearly caused her to fall. Robin desperately regained her balance, as she knew it would only get harder if she failed. Cherry eyed Zoro, who was holding a monstrous amount of weight in each arm, while doing a modified crane pose. Cherry punched him in the stomach, but he barely flinched. He ought not to, as it wasn't the first time she had done so. Good. All right, we're done for now, Cherry said after an hour, causing the individuals to collapse into people-shaped heaps. Cherry looked at their heaving chests and sweaty bodies with satisfaction. She really did enjoy this teaching stuff. She passed out some energy supplement pills that would also hasten their muscle repair from the exercise. After they swallowed the pills, they were able to be up and about after a few minutes. A tsunami formed on the ocean, and the crew got to action to adjust their course. Usopp noticed another ship heading towards them, but it was strange as it seemed to have no sails nor a flag. When they got closer, the people aboard the ship started infighting over whether or not to attack the Straw Hat ship. Listening their shouting, Cherry surmised they were missing all the competent members of their crew in addition to their sails. They didn't need to defend themselves against the poor saps though, as they were swiftly swallowed up by the tsunami. Did they just get unlucky? Cherry wondered, but did not spare much more thought on the matter. The Going Merry entered a heavy fog, on the other side of which was the next island they had been searching for. The island was a vast plain with many tall, thin trees. The animals were also strangely elongated. Well, guys, I've got something to do, so I'll see you in a bit. Cherry waved goodbye, bringing Cabernet and the Cloud Iron box with her. I'm ready to make my breakthrough to the next realm, Cherry thought, as she went to find a distant and private spot. She didn't mistrust any of them, but she still didn't want to leave herself open during her most vulnerable moments. The plains didn't offer much in the ways of hiding places, but she found a decent spot nestled between some hills. Cabernet kept watch for Cherry as she made her final preparations. Cherry opened the Cloud Iron box and brought out her sword. I'll definitely name you after this, don't you worry. Cherry spoke sentimentally. She stabbed the sword into the rumble fruit and began to merge its power into the blade. A huge energy surged into it, far greater than any that came before. Which made sense, this was the power of lightning after all. Cherry pulled the excess into herself and used it to put the finishing touches on her fourth realm. Phew, Cherry let out a long breath. It was finally over, now all that remained was to break through. She saw no reason to wait, and began immediately. Crackle. Suddenly Cherry's sword transformed into lightning and shot into the sky. Huh? Cherry was flabbergasted at the turn of events, but remained focused on breaking through. Rumble. Thunder echoed across the plains. Great black clouds, dark as the void, formed overhead. Aw, fuck. Cherry's eyes widened. She realized what was happening, as well as why it was happening. A tribulation. She sucked in a breath. She belated realized just how badly she had fucked up here. She thought there just wouldn't be any tribulations in this world. After all, she hadn't faced any while breaking through before now. But now she had literally created the mechanism by which this world could create a tribulation for her to face, by combining an object attached to her cultivation with the raw power of lightning. Moreover, she hadn't faced a tribulation as strong as this one in her last life, until she was breaking through to immortality. Cherry braced herself to brute force her way through this tribulation. It wouldn't be easy by any stretch of the imagination. This would be a life and death struggle, and the odds were in the Grim Reaper's favor. Chapter 63, Tribulation. At the shore of the At the shore of the island, where the Going Merry has been trapped in by the Foxy Pirates ship, the Foxy Pirates explained to Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Robin, and Serene that their captain was currently issuing his challenge for a Davy-back fight to Luffy. A Davy-back fight was a contest between pirate crews in which the captains wagered their crew members in the hopes of growing their own crew. Nami was presently trying to come to terms with the almost certain possibility that Luffy would accept the challenge out of some foolish sense of pride. A chill went up her back, and she swiveled to look behind her. Her eyes opened wide and her skin went pale with shock. Nami had quite the keen sense for predicting weather phenomena. She could even predict the weather here on the Grand Line that was famous for its unpredictability, even if it was only briefly before it occurred. However, the towering black cloud she now gazed upon had appeared so suddenly, she had no chance to foresee it. The cloud was not very wide, the island was much wider, but its height was so great the top could not be seen. Its darkness was so deep that the only light that broke its surface was that of thin streaks of golden lightning. Nami got the sense that those streaks of lightning were deceptive in their appearance, that in reality they were perhaps many times stronger than the average lightning strike. There were hundreds of them, poking in and out of the clouds like a needle and thread. The other people here also gawked at the clouds that appeared from nowhere. Many did not dare to even speak, subconsciously fearing they might draw its attention perhaps. "That's the direction Cherry and Cabernet went," Serene stated, causing the others to realize this point as well. Robin looked worried. "Maybe they've already been roasted?" "Don't say something so dark," Nami shouted. Luffy had been about to fire the gun he borrowed from the old man Usopp and Chopper met to accept Foxy's Davy-back fight challenge. But his attention was drawn to the forming black clouds in the distance. "Wow, even the storm clouds are long," Chopper exclaimed. "What are those ominous clouds, old man Tonjit?" Usopp asked. "No idea. Never seen a cloud like that before. Looks dangerous," Tonjit said, looking gratefully towards the people who knocked him off his bamboo stilts. He would have been enveloped within that very cloud had he still been up there. Luffy looked like he was racked with indecision as to accept the Davy-back fight challenge or to charge towards the storm to check it out. Ultimately, his pride as a pirate could not stomach Foxy, so he fired the shot to accept. "Eh? Oh right, the Davy-back fight. You've accepted, there's no backing out now, Fief." Foxy laughed, though he kept glancing at the storm brewing over yonder nervously, hoping it wouldn't get closer. Cherry had commanded Cabernet to move a safe distance away before THR tribulation started in earnest. Cherry took a deep breath. In, out. All of the hair on Cherry's head began to stand up straight on end. The first and only warning of the inevitable. The golden streaks of lightning converged upon a point at the bottom of the cloud. Flash. The golden bolt of tribulation lightning struck down upon Cherry's head. The golden electricity burned glowing veins through her skin as it passed through her. Cherry managed to redirect the lightning away from her vitals, but it wreaked havoc upon her skin and muscle. The first strike was endured, but this was only the beginning. Those that came after would always be stronger than the previous strike. The golden streaks converged once again and struck down with a thicker bolt. Cherry endured this strike, as well as the third and fourth strikes, each thicker than the last. The lightning converged overhead, but this time it had changed into a bloody red color. Cherry grumbled at her misfortune. Flash, 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 flash. The next 4 strikes ravaged her body. Most of her skin was seared black, except for the glowing veins of energy within. Her muscles were too damaged for her to move properly, and her bones were splintered. Still, she had managed to remain conscious and protect her heart, the source of her power and also its weakness. The last bolt of tribulation lightning converged within the cloud. Once again it had changed color, this time into a royal purple. Seeing this, Cherry withdrew all her vital energy into her heart, abandoning the rest of her body to the whims of the lightning. When it had completely concentrated, the lightning vanished. In the next instant, it appeared directly within her heart. Cherry wildly consumed her energy to protect her heart from the tribulation lightning, that almost seemed to possess intelligence as it refused to leave. This last battle against the tribulation took more than twice as long as the rest combined. Right when Cherry was burning the last shreds of vital energy, the lightning went from a raging river to a gentle stream. It was over. She had just barely survived it, but it was over. There are a few main reasons her tribulation was so frightening. all of which revolve around the idea that the heavens are fair. 1. Body cultivators have always had to bear stronger tribulations than celestial cultivators. This was because their bodies could take a lot more punishment. 2. Her previous cultivation method was not only one of celestial energy, but was of a lower quality than the body cultivation method she was currently using. This also increased the difficulty. 3. Cherry had skipped over the previous 3 tribulations, so the heavens were making up for them. In some sense, it was lucky she had experienced it now rather than later. Naturally, the heavens are fair did not only refer to the challenge, but also to the reward. Cherry felt she could do without the reward if it meant she didn't have to do it again though. The number 1 cause of death for cultivators was heavenly tribulations. By the way, the second highest cause of death was murder, and that's not even including war-related deaths. Bunch of psychopaths. Cherry definitely didn't miss dealing with other cultivators. The final bolt of lightning that had turned gentle started to repair her ruined body. And ruined was by no means an overstatement. As the clouds diminished to nothing, Cabernet rushed to Cherry's side, tears bubbling up in her eyes. Cherry could only send comforting thoughts her way to calm her as she fretted over what to do. Relax, Cabernet, it's over, it's fine now. It'll take a little bit before I've recovered, just be patient. Cherry consoled. It truly wasn't long until her body was good as new, better even. Well, except that all her hair had burned off. Other than that though, everything was great. As the lightning bolt finished its repair work, it left Cherry's body and transformed into her sword. Cherry felt her connection with it was stronger than before as well. She willed it to change into lightning and it did so, and flew around as she bade it to. This is totally busted, Cherry thought. It would hard to prevent this from going to her head. Cherry got some new clothes from Cabernet's storage and got dressed. Let's meet back up with the others, shall we? Cabernet nodded. Cherry and Cabernet journeyed back to the Going Merry, only to find that a festival seemed to have been started. Cherry followed her life sense to find the others, easy enough since Luffy and Chopper had devil fruit abilities. There were also 2 new devil fruit users, one of whom was some sort of Zoan type. Fifi, I wonder which one of you I'll pick first. Some weirdo said. He was one of the devil fruit users. Serene's hand shot up. Pick me, I'm a masseuse. Cherry wasn't sure exactly what was going on, but she got some of the gist from this interaction. What exactly is going on here? And Serene, you're not going anywhere until you've paid your debt to me. Cherry asked. Pfft, the Straw Hats took one look at the bald Cherry and burst into laughter. Serene was failing to hold herself together, fearing she would be punished for laughing. Sanji was the only one grieving and cursing the cruelty of the world. Chapter 64, Davy Back Fight First Round. Alright. Alright, calm down and tell what's going on here. Who are all these losers? Cherry smiled. She wasn't so shallow to get worked up over friends having a laugh at her expense. The weirdo devil fruit loser, whose name was Foxy, seemed to take the loser comment quite hard and fell into a brief depression. Thank goodness you're here, Cherry. Luffy got us into this Davy back fight nonsense where we have to wager our crew against theirs in stupid contests. Nami said after regaining her composure. Well, I don't know why you're glad I'm here then. I already told you guys I'm not a pirate, so it wouldn't be quite right for me to participate, would it? Cherry stated firmly. I know, but can't you help us with just this one thing? Nami begged. She cannot participate unless she is officially a member of your crew and thus part of the wager. Foxy shouted with what he probably thought was a sly grin, but it only made him look like an idiot. You heard the man. But I suppose I could join up officially. For a bigger share of the loot. Cherry said, putting on a cunning smile. Geh. Nami looked torn, but in the end grit her teeth and agreed with a nod. Cherry was mostly just teasing her since she liked money so much. Cherry didn't really care about the difference between being a real member of the Straw Hats or just a passenger. The world government certainly wouldn't make the distinction. She would have no qualms about leaving if and when the time came to do so, regardless of whether or not she was an official member of the crew. Just putting this out there, you're sure you want to play this silly game? Just killing the lot of them isn't an option? Cherry directed a question to Luffy. So vicious, the Foxy Pirate shouted. This a matter of pride. I have to beat them fair and square, Luffy insisted. On the Foxy Pirate's side, the green-haired woman with the pointy nose, Porsche, had pulled aside Captain Foxy. Look, boss, I told you I recognize that woman, Porsche said, showing him a bounty poster. Looking at the enormous bounty printed underneath the photo of the black-winged woman, he began to grow nervous. Foxy knew that one's bounty didn't mean everything. The government couldn't keep track of your strength unless you were particularly active. His own bounty was earned before he had eaten his devil fruit after all. He reckoned he was worth at least 150 million berry at this moment. A bounty of 250 million berry was too much even for his amazing self to handle though. Ah, look here, Porsche, it says only wanted alive. This overinflated bounty must be because she's some lost princess or something, not because she's strong. Foxy rationalized. Wow, you're so smart, boss, why didn't I think of that? Porsche praised, her worries abated. Foxy wasn't entirely wrong in this line of reasoning. Cabernet had gotten this bounty solely for being a Lunarian, not for her fighting ability, though he was incorrect in assuming she wasn't strong enough to warrant the bounty. The first event is a barrel boat race. Naturally, I will take part in this game as the navigator. Who should be our second and third? Nami asked. I can be quite handy at range, Robin said. I guess I'll join this one too, Cherry said. Great, we have our first line, you up, Nami stated. Luffy insisted on taking the combat game at the end. Sanji, Zoro, and Cabernet took the second game. Cherry helped Usopp to put together the barrel boat, fusing the barrels together so they wouldn't come apart too easily. The race was ready to begin. They were up against two fishmen and Porsche. Ready, set, go, the announcer shouted into his microphone. The Foxy Pirates immediately opened fire, which was pretty predictable since they were pirates, and there were no mentions of rules against outside interference. Cherry stepped forward and cut all the bullets and cannonballs out of the air. Soon enough the interlopers were dealt with by the other Straw Hats. Robin used her devil fruit to throw Porsche overboard, forcing the other team to stop to pick her up. As the fishmen left their boat unattended, Cherry lined up a shot and fired. The super-dense bullet ripped a jagged gash into their barrel boat's underbelly, instantly starting to sink swiftly. With Robin rowing their boat with her powerful devil fruit arms, they quickly gained a significant lead. The Foxy team decided to simply lift the boat to the surface and swim that way, and started to gain ground. Cherry watched their futile struggle and drew her sword. After they entered the long coral reef, Cherry discreetly sent an electric current into the water towards the Foxy team's fishmen, stunning them and starting to sink into the miniature whirlpools that formed around the corral. Nami had no issues navigating the corral maze and the large whirlpool immediately after. Foxy was riding one of his crew along the coast and trying several dirty tricks, which in the end were only tricks. It was simple to subvert them. As they neared the finish line, Cherry sensed Foxy using his devil fruit, with his hand pointed at their boat. Although Cherry wanted to see what it would do, she wasn't about to risk the race for it. She swung her sword towards Foxy, and an arc of lightning flashed towards him, sending him flailing to the ground where he jerked and convulsed for several seconds. The Straw Hat boat safely crossed the finish line with the Foxy team nowhere in sight. A ceremony for choosing the crewmen to join them was held. Naturally, Luffy had the final say in the matter. Choose a pretty lady, Luffy, Sanji yelled, ogling the women amongst the Foxy Pirates. Some of the Foxy Pirates were quite downcast at this unexpected loss. Although most of them looked excited, hoping to be chosen to get away from this ridiculous pirate crew and join up with these super rookies. Luffy looked at the Foxy Pirates. Oh, which ones are the shipwrights? I'll pick one of them. Luffy had a great idea. Several hands shot up as their owners pushed through the crowd to the front. Luffy studied these individuals closely. Sanji was desperately trying to turn his attention to a rather beautiful lady shipwright who had blown a kiss and winked at him, though this was just a tactic to get chosen. Cherry made a mental note to try to correct Sanji's overly gullible behavior when it came to beautiful women. That one. Luffy pointed at a burly middle-aged man and seemed satisfied with his choice. New, Sanji lamented. Oh, thanks for choosing me, Captain. You can call me Pepperjack. I couldn't stand that scumbag Foxy any longer. I was even considering sinking the ship and sending us all to the Davy Jones he loves so much. Har 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 har. Pepperjack laughed. Foxy couldn't help but feel he might have actually dodged a bullet on that one. Enough dilly-dallying, on to the second game, Foxy said, still salty about his loss. He flinched when Cherry looked him in the eye, and lightly grasped her sword's handle with a devilish smile. Apparently the second game was a rather complicated one, as it had about 1,000 rules compiled into a book. Cherry gave the book a quick once-over and swiftly discarded it. Most of the rules were about hyper-specific scenarios that were practically guaranteed not to come up in this game. The main rules to keep in mind was that weapons were banned, and attacking the referee was a big no-no. Cherry looked at the referee. There's no way that guy is going to judge fairly. As the players took the field, Cherry brought Serene over to the referee to say hello. Hello there. I was worried that the Foxy Pirates were going to cheat through the referee, but I can see you're a man of integrity. Cherry lied through her teeth. Oh well, of course. I take this job very seriously, yes ma'am. The referee blushed. It wasn't often he was flanked on either side by beauties. My friend Serene here is a masseuse, as she said earlier. Perhaps you'd like a quick pre-game massage to get you into tip-top shape? Cherry offered. Oh, of course I would. Please do. Naturally, the referee was ecstatic. Serene got started immediately. The referee immediately felt he was in heaven, but in only a moment it changed into hell. All the muscles in his body cramped up painfully and he couldn't move. He was not even able to cry out in pain. You're going to judge the game fair and square, am I clear? If you think this is bad, what do you think would happen if we end up on the same ship? You wouldn't want to wake up trapped inside the painful prison of your own body like this, only be tossed overboard to drown, would you? Blink twice if you understand. Cherry said sinisterly, no longer looking beautiful in his eyes, but like evil incarnate. He blinked twice without thinking twice. Good boy. Cherry patted his shoulder, and Serene relaxed his cramping muscles so he could move again. Chapter 65. Davy Back Fight End. The game, called Groggy Ring, was about to begin as the players had made it onto the field. Cherry scoffed, seeing that the Foxy Pirates' chosen ball was a giant slimy fishman. No doubt they thought his large size and slippery skin would make it hard to push him into the scoring ring. Cabernet became the ball on the straw hat side. Actually, it was perhaps even more shameless to choose someone who can fly as the ball, huh? The Foxy Pirates certainly thought so, you could tell by the way they were shouting insults. It wasn't against the rules though, so there was nothing to be done about it. Flying individuals weren't very common after all. The referee made Zorro disarm himself as weapons were against the rules, then he blew the whistle to begin the match. Cabernet, contrary to what many would consider to be the most logical play, did not fly up into the air out of reach, but instead charged straight for the Foxy team's ball. Sanji and Zorro panicked and tried to chase after, but how could they keep up with Cabernet's speed? The Fox team was happy to receive such an easy win. Their non-ball players went on the offensive. Cabernet rushed forward, seeming not to even notice the two interceptors. The whole time she was accelerating, faster and faster. By the time they realized something was off, it was too late for the two Foxy Pirates to get out of the way. Cabernet slammed into them hard, sending them both flying in different directions, all the while laughing like a maniac. The Foxy team's ball was startled, but he saw an opportunity. If force wouldn't work, then he'd used finesse. He prepared to receive the devilish woman hurtling towards himself. When they clashed, Cabernet did not meet a solid wall of flesh as she had expected, but was instead guided along his slippery skin into a slimy loop. Cabernet's momentum had been used against her, but she wasn't at all worried. Cabernet had a whole two strategies she could employ: smash stuff and burn stuff. Smash stuff didn't work out, so now it was on to plan B. Cabernet erupted into flames, boiling the fishman's lubricating mucus and scalding his skin. Ah, the fishman could only regret his choice. He ought to have considered the possibility seeing Cabernet's back flames, but alas, he was too simple-minded. The fishman broke the loop, sending Cabernet flying up into the air. Back to plan A, Cabernet thought with an innocent smile. She used the upwards momentum and flew high into the air, then turned around into a nosedive. She raced downwards. The poor fishman had only just regained his bearings when he looked up just in time for Cabernet to slam into his face like a cannonball. The fishman staggered, barely remaining on his feet. Sanji and Zoro arrived at this point, both slamming into the fishman's chest, forcing him backwards and into the goal. The other two members of the Foxy team were dumbstruck about how quickly it had ended. They didn't even get the chance to cheat yet, no fair. The referee was stunned as well when he heard an ahem behind him. Looking, he saw the bald devil woman and the masseuse cracking her knuckles menacingly. Pweet. He blew the whistle as fast and hard as he could. My goodness, I've never in all my years witnessed such a quick game of groggy ring. Astounding. The announcer couldn't help but exclaim. He even temporarily forgot he was on Foxy's side. The audience was in a similar boat and cheered wildly, though Foxy himself was looking quite grim next to an equally downcast Porch trying to cheer him up. The time came to choose another crewman. Hey, the third match is a one-on-one fight between Foxy and Luffy, right? So if we chose Foxy, we'd just win by default, right? Nami suggested. The Foxy pirates wasted no time in calling out her shameless and wicked ways. Hey, I like the way you think, Nami. Who even needs honor? Naturally, Cherry was quick to praise her for it. But that would mean we'd have to travel with Foxy in our crew. I don't want to do that. Robin pointed out an important point. Yeah, we don't want that trash. All the Straw Hats agreed on that point. How about that Porsche? The whole crew over there idolizes her, so it'd hurt them a lot to take her. Cherry stabbed them right in a sore spot. No, take the captain in instead, Foxy pirates despaired. Foxy himself despaired at his unpopularity. Robin looked at Porsche, then to Cherry. Veto. Well, we have to choose somebody. Usopp said. You could choose Old Man Wacko. He's wanted to retire from the pirate life for a while, but got roped into the Foxy crew through the Davy back fights. Pepperjack the shipwright stated. They thought that was a good enough choice, so Luffy announced his choice. Old Man Wacko was very grateful for the assistance. He was a singer, so he promised to perform for them until they could drop him off somewhere civilized. All that remained of the Davy back fight was the final game. A boxing match between the two pirate captains. Cherry took the role of Luffy's coach, though she thought it silly to assign coaches in these circumstances. A spinning cannon was used to determine the location of the match. Naturally, it was rigged to select the Foxy pirate's ship as the location. Remember, Luffy, a lion uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Don't go easy on him just because you think you can beat him without going all out. Just end it quick and easy, that's the best way to embarrass him as well. Cherry lectured. Also, don't be afraid to trash their ship, they deserve every berry of property damage. Sure. Put this on so we'll match, shishishishi. Luffy waved away her nagging before handing her something. Fine, whatever. Just be aware that he's a devil fruit user too. He should be able to shoot something from his hands, so don't be caught off guard. If you muck this up, I'll put you through the ringer, literally. Luffy paled a bit at the thought. Although being twisted thousands of times didn't hurt because of his rubbery body, it wasn't pleasant at all. They exited the dressing room at the cheers of the crowd. Chopper had shining eyes upon seeing Luffy's afro. Robin giggled at the sight of Cherry's afro. Sanji was cheering for Cherry instead of Luffy. Zoro and Nami were exasperated that neither Luffy nor Cherry were taking the match seriously. The rules were laid out. Keep your gloves on. Being knocked out of bounds or out cold means you lose. Everything else is pretty much fair game. Match, start. The announcer shouted into his microphone. That idiot, Cherry sneered. This was because Luffy didn't do as she told him and rushed in without even using gear second. As a result, Foxy managed to hit him with his Noro beam attack, slowing him down to a snail's pace. Foxy landed a flurry of blows on Luffy, then after 30 seconds passed he was belatedly thrown off the ship by the force of the attacks. Luffy stretched an arm to catch himself, but Cherry wondered if he might just lose this fight. Luffy chased after Foxy, then activated gear second when he found him, fortunately. Foxy was immediately put on the back foot despite his ship being chock full of hidden traps and mechanisms. Luffy vanished from where he stood. Foxy got lucky, and guessed where he would appear, hitting Luffy with his Noro beam. Though it didn't make much of a difference, as Luffy's momentum was too great and he still landed a hard punch into Foxy's face, albeit at a less extreme speed. Luffy got better at avoiding Foxy's devil fruit beams. He trashed the Foxy pirate's ship, and Foxy along with it in good time. Luffy came out of the fight mostly unscathed, with Foxy flying out of bounds from a jet bazooka attack. The last time to choose a crewman came. Luffy already knew what he wanted. "I'll just take your flag." Luffy let them keep their sail by painting crudely over top their former Jolly Roger. The Straw Hats went to meet with Tonjit, who was the old man Luffy saved from bamboo stilts, and accepted the Davy back fight to avenge. They had a small chat to say goodbye. Tonjit went to go inside his hut to treat them to something as thanks, but he ran into a tall man wearing a suit and a sleeping mask. "Nico Robin, we meet again?" the man said blandly. Robin stumbled backwards in shock. "Robin, who is this guy?" Nami asked. Robin's words stunned them all. Admiral Aokiji. Chapter 66, Admiral Aokiji. An admiral? An admiral? They were shocked. "Chill out, I'm not here on marine business. I'm just out for a walk and decided to check up on you guys. I'm pretty surprised to find both Nico Robin and Cabernet with you though. It seems somebody has some explaining to do." Aokiji spoke slowly, not concerned in the slightest. You're lying. You're definitely here to arrest us, huh?" Usopp shouted whilst his knees trembled in fear. "I overheard about your plight, old man. Do you need help getting back to your people?" Aokiji ignored Usopp. "You can't trust him, old man. He's a marine." Luffy shouted. "Why not?" Old man Tonjit asked. "Oh right, I suppose you can. Usually the marines are the good guys, shishishi." Luffy realized. Aokiji helped Tonjit pack up his things onto a sled, then froze over the ocean, creating a path to the island Tonjit's people should be on at the moment. Aokiji was sitting cross-legged and looked somewhat uncertain. "You know, you're really similar to your grandfather, Monkey D. Luffy." Luffy became nervous, and seemed to want to change the subject. "Although I only came here to have a look at you, maybe you're too dangerous to leave alone? You've risen up in the world as a crew quite quickly, it's a given you'll be a big player later on. Perhaps at that time fighting other pirates won't be enough for you?" The air around Aokiji grew colder, in both a literal and metaphorical sense, especially you, Nico Robin. You joining the Straw Hats has increased their threat level by a great deal. Every group you've joined has ended up being annihilated. I wonder how long until you do the same to these fools." Aokiji said. Robin was becoming increasingly agitated the more the Admiral spoke. However, before she could speak out in her defense, laughter rang out behind her. Everyone glanced at the source. "Hehehe, I can see how you became an Admiral friend, not just strong but quite the manipulator as well," Cherry said. Aokiji furrowed his brow. Robin managed to calm herself down enough that she could see what Aokiji was doing to her. Hadn't she spent most of her life manipulating others herself? She had let her past trauma blind her to it. "Who are you?" Aokiji asked curtly. "I'm Hawkeye's daughter," Cherry said, giving a sly smile. "Damn it, I can definitely see the resemblance. The afro prevented me from seeing it earlier. Maybe she's just lying? That shouldn't be it. Who would dare to involve the world's strongest swordsman in their fraud? That'd be a death sentence." Aokiji's brows furrowed further. He was beginning to feel a headache coming on. Meanwhile, the Straw Hats were flabbergasted. Hawkeye's daughter? They could obviously see that her eyes were similar, but they had thought it was just coincidence. "It doesn't matter if you are or aren't. I can just take you alive, kill the rest, and figure out what to do about you later after contacting Hawkeye," Aokiji said. "You'll find that to be a tad difficult, Admiral. I have no illusions that I could defeat you, but I've got some confidence in killing us both." Cherry spoke tonelessly. Aokiji thought she was being excessively arrogant, and even the others thought it was a bit too much even for a bluff. Cherry was speaking the whole truth though. At her level of body cultivation, she could take an enormous amount of punishment. If she abandoned defense and focused entirely on killing Aokiji, there really was a fair probability she could do it. She didn't really need to do that though. It would be enough just to stall him until the others got away or he gave up. Aokiji ripped up some grass and tossed it, freezing it in midair, forming an ice sword. The other prepared for a fight, but before they could do anything, Cherry had already appeared in front of Aokiji swinging her sword. Aokiji sensed armament haki coating the blade and realized she wasn't all talk, even if it wasn't at his level. He coated his ice blade in his own armament haki to block her sword. Contrary to his expectations, the swords did not clash. Instead, Cherry's face twisted into a battle-hungry smile, and her sword transformed into lightning, burying itself into his body and wreaking havoc. "Ah!" Aokiji screamed in pain. "You guys had better run along now while I entertain the Admiral," Cherry said. They looked unwilling, but complied, except for Cabernet, who also launched herself towards Aokiji. The lightning returned to Cherry's hand and became a sword again. Aokiji glared at her. "What is that? How are you controlling a devil fruit object that isn't a Zoan?" Aokiji was confused. Vegapunk had never even come close to creating such a thing. The object would always remain inert since only Zoan devil fruit would grant a will to the object. He was also much more serious now. Normal lightning wouldn't have that great of an effect on him, meaning Cherry could also apply her armament haki to the lightning. "Why would I tell you that? Now, are you ready to go about your day and leave us be?" Cherry asked, though she looked as if she wanted the answer to be no. Aokiji hesitated. He was confident in winning, of course, but he wasn't so sure he could do so without killing or at least grievously wounding her. He didn't know how Hawkeye would react to that. This wasn't a decision he could make by himself since it might alienate their strongest Shichibukai. "Damn it. Have it your way today, girl. Don't blame me for being rude the next time we meet, though." Aokiji stormed off in a foul mood. This outing of his was meant to release stress, not to create it. Hee. Cherry couldn't help but laugh. She had funny feeling that Aokiji wasn't such a bad guy. She returned to the Going Merry, which had already set sail, while keeping track of Aokiji. Thankfully he didn't change his mind and left. Cabernet flew them over and landed on the deck, meeting with the worried Straw Hats. "Thank goodness you're okay, Cherry. How did you get away?" Nami asked. "Well, when you name-drop a Shichibukai like I did, he didn't have much choice in the matter, hee." Cherry explained. "What's that about anyways? Why didn't you say that Hawkeye is your dad?" Usopp pointed at her accusingly. "Why are you making a fuss about it? You're the son of a founding member of the Red Hair Pirates under Shank, an Emperor of the Seas. Luffy is the grandson of Monkey D. Garp, hero of the Marines, as well as likely being the son of Monkey D. Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army. So it isn't like I'm the only one not mentioning familial relations," Cherry said plainly. How did you know?" Luffy asked. "Please, Aokiji just mentioned your grandfather. It's not hard to see that you share the surname and middle initials of both Garp and Dragon. And you just confirmed it yourself by not denying it," Cherry said. "You tricked me," Luffy pouted. "Well, does anyone else want to share about a secret famous family member?" Cherry asked, looking around with a joking smile. She did notice Sanji twitch at the words, but he said nothing. "I hope we don't run into any more admirals," Chopper said. "Agreed," Nami and Usopp stated. The other went about their business on the ship. Cherry approached Robin, who was sitting off to the side silently. "Are you all right?" Cherry asked, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Robin touched the hand on her shoulder. I'm fine. Aokiji allowed me to escape Ohara during the Buster call. I'm not really sure how to feel about him. I cannot forgive him, but at the same time a small part of me is grateful towards him." Cherry sat with her and kept her company for a while. Meanwhile, on the Foxy Pirates ship. "Run away. Abandoned ship, it's an admiral, we're all doomed." Aokiji wasn't about to return empty-handed. These small-time pirates weren't worthy of his personal intervention, but he needed an easy win to make himself feel better. Foxy could only despair. He even wished he'd been chosen by the Straw Hats during the Davy Back fight. Chapter 67, Going Merry. The Going Merry set about on Chapter 40. The Going Merry set about on its way. Pepperjack the shipwright went about doing an inspection of the damage, clicking his tongue with annoyance often, and complained. "You guys are almost as rough on your ship as Foxy is on his." Old Man Wacko began singing a song. "When the course is laid, and the anchor's weighed, a sailor's blood begins racing, with our hearts unbound and our flag unfurled, we're on our way and off to see the world," he sang. I've never heard this one before, have any of you? Usopp asked. The others shook their heads. A little while later, Pepperjack came up from below deck with a complicated look. I have some bad news, Captain, he said. The others could tell this wasn't a minor problem from his face and tone. What's wrong? Luffy asked. The keel of the Going Merry has sustained heavy damage. I can do a patch job that will get us to Water 7, but it's inevitable that she's going to sink. Pepperjack explained grimly. That's not true, you're lying to us. I bet you're still loyal to Foxy, aren't you? Usopp shouted, enraged. We've been traveling with the Going Merry all this time, we're going to fix her no matter what. Luffy was adamant. You don't have to believe me. Water 7 has the best shipwrights in the world, so if anyone could fix a broken keel, it's them. Still, I doubt even they can do it. Pepperjack stately plainly. Ah, Cherry, you could repair the Mary's keel with your devil fruit, couldn't you? Like you did with the barrel boat? Nami asked. Cherry looked at the other Straw Hats silently for a moment, seeing the desperation in their eyes. I'm sure that I can. Sighs of relief came from them all. However, you're all missing the big picture. Cherry stamped out their hope. What do you mean? Sop asked, clearly offended. The Going Merry is an old ship, and she was built for sailing the East Blue, the tamest of all the oceans. She just isn't cut out for sailing the Grand Line. If you insist on doing so, it will only be a matter of time before you send her to a watery grave. Cherry explained. Cherry's words stabbed directly at their hearts. Even Usopp, who was almost steaming with anger at the notion of leaving the Going Merry behind, could not refute her. After all, hadn't the Going Merry almost sunk after only coming this far? The journey would only get more treacherous the further they went. Mary doesn't want to hold you back. Or worse, drag you down to the bottom of the ocean alongside her. Cabernet said, running her hand along a railing. What would you know? Usopp lashed out. Just as Chopper can talk to animals because at his core he is also an animal. Cabernet too can talk to other ships, because she is also a ship at her core. Cherry said in a cold tone that told Usopp he should back off. I need to be alone for a while. Usopp stalked off, not knowing what to do with the emotions he was feeling. The other Straw Hats were silently somber, taking in this new revelation. I'll go with Pepperjack to do the repairs. This might be the end of Mary's adventure alongside you, but it won't be the end of her own travels. Cherry said, going with the burly middle-aged man below deck. As the Straw Hats went about their business in silence, Old Man Wacko did the only thing he knew to do. He got out his banjo. Why are there so many songs about rainbows, and what's on the other side? He sang. The next few days seemed to stretch into forever due to the sullen mood of the crew. Ultimately, however, these people just didn't have it in them to stay depressed and were back to their boisterous nature. Old Man Wacko knew a wide variety of songs they had never heard before and strangely enough couldn't do any of the popular sea shanties. Another few days passed by and they had come to terms with the fact that it was time to buy a new ship. Even Usopp, who had held out the longest, had accepted it. They ended up chasing a strange frog with hair doing a freestyle stroke towards a small island with a lighthouse atop it. Cherry was the first to hear the machine moving swiftly towards the island, but did not realize the danger until it was too late to stop. Instead, the barreled forward, hitting something in the water, and leaving the path of the passing sea train. The frog stopped on the track, and was hit directly by the train. Damn it, we just fixed her up. Pepperjack was annoyed and went below deck grumbling to himself. Granny, it's terrible! There are pirates! A little girl in pigtails shouted towards a stumbling old woman. Oh no, really, Chimney? The old woman shouted. What were you yelling about again? Burp. Sanji got some sobering food for the old woman who was obviously far too drunk, though she insisted on drinking more while eating it. I'm Chimney, this is my cat Gombi, actually a rabbit, and this is my granny Kokoro. Chimney introduced excitedly. What was that steam-powered boat, Chimney? Nami asked. That was the Puffing Tom, the world's first sea train. It runs along the rails there between islands. She explained. They talked about the sea train some more, its destinations, as well as how the frog Yokojina was constantly damaging the train with his foolhardiness. They told Granny Kokoro they were going to Water 7 for a new ship, and hopefully a more permanent shipwright to join their crew. Pepperjack had expressed that he'd like to retire from his sailing days after all, and where better to do it than the home of the Galley LA Company. By the way, Kokoro, I have a question that might be a bit rude, Cherry said. Go ahead and ask. I'm as thick-skinned as they come and jagaga. Kokoro laughed. What's up with your body? Cherry rubbed her chin with scholarly interest. What the hell, Cherry? That's more than a bit rude, Nami said. No, not like that. Cherry assured she wasn't judging her. I mean to say that you're clearly not a devil fruit user, but it seems like your body can transform in some manner? So that's what you mean. You're quite the perceptive one, aren't cha? Nangagaga, Kokoro said. You're right. I'm a mermaid, you see. I can change my legs into my tail and vice versa. Sanji had one of his dreams shattered into little pieces instantly. I see, you're the first mermaid I've met. No, they could change their tails into legs. Cherry nodded with a friendly smile, quite satisfied with the rare find. Well, only older mermaids are able to do so. The younger mermaids have just their tails. Kokoro said, guzzling more rum. Since you're going to Water 7, and as thanks for the food and good company, I'll give you this map of Water 7 and my written recommendation. Just give the recommendation to Iceberg, he's an old drinking buddy of mine, so he'll get you sorted out. Gaga. She handed over some papers. Thanks for the help, the Straw Hats thanked her. Sure thing, let's go drinking some time. Nagaga. Kokoro and Chimney waved goodbye. Yeah, there's no way I'm going drinking with her. I get into enough trouble by myself when I'm drunk. Sherry joked as they sailed away. Really? I didn't have you figured as a bad drunk? Robin said. Hee. Well, the last time I got wasted, I woke up in a princess's bed, and had spent every berry to my name to have Cabernet built. So, I guess it isn't all bad. Cherry said. For some reason, Robin felt that she couldn't let Cherry get drunk no matter what, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. Sanji recovered from his despair somewhat after hearing that. Nice. We'll reach Water 7 soon, so I'll have a look at this map. Tim, I see. It's useless, Nami shouted, throwing the crudely drawn map on the ground. You'll find your way well enough, Miss Navigator. It's your specialty, Robin assured her. Chapter 68, Water 7. They docked the Going Merry. They docked the Going Merry on an out-of-the-way cape outside of Water 7, on the advice of an old man who was rather nonchalant in asking whether they were here to steal or not. Old Man Wacko and Pepperjack said goodbye to the Straw Hats and went their own ways. Nami, Usopp and Luffy took some of their gold to exchange for berry. Cherry and Cabernet came along to do the same for their own gold. Zoro and Serene stayed on the Going Merry. Chopper and Robin went to explore. Cherry figured she would meet up with them a bit later. Sanji on his own went to purchase supplies. Walking through the city, Cherry picked up on the latest gossip. She learned there was going to be a big masquerade in San Faldo soon, which could be reached by sea train. I'd like to check that out. The anonymity is sure to draw some interesting characters, and that makes it the perfect place to hold an underworld auction. Cherry thought. Cherry also took note of the fact that there were 3 other devil fruit users within Water 7. She made a point to keep an eye on these individuals. Nami negotiated with the appraiser for the berry she would receive for her treasure. She managed to squeeze 500 million berry out of him remarkably. She took her briefcases of cash from the man. Do you need help with your exchange, Cherry? No, I have it handled, Cherry said, then she piled up twice the amount of gold onto the appraiser's table. The man's eyes shone with greed, then he looked up and met Cherry's eyes. In that instant he witnessed his entire life flash before his eyes. Under Cherry's lifeless gaze, he went over each piece she had placed before him, sweating profusely all the while. He gulped. I'll give you 1.3 billion berry. He had only dared to leave a few % of the value for his profit, lest he enrage the demon before him. Cherries maintained her cold eye contact with him for a few moments that felt like an eternity for the poor appraiser. Then she smiled sweetly at him. Deal. Cherry stuffed the money into Cabernet's chest cavity and left the building where the others were waiting. Tisk. Why did I have to be born so cute? If I had your eyes, I wouldn't even have to haggle. Nami lamented. Oh, I forgot to tell you, we're being secretly tailed by some amateurs, so don't leave your money unattended, Cherry warned. Luffy looked around in an obvious fashion, earning a fist from Nami and Usopp each. Don't let them know that we know, they loudly whispered. Cherry decided to come along with them to the Galila shipyard. Partly out of interest towards the supposed best shipyard in the world, but mostly because two of the devil fruit users were in that general area. After a bit of hassle finding their way through the waterways, they finally managed to reach the Galila shipyard. Luffy, always the free spirit, tried to clamber over a fence clearly meant to keep non-employees out. A man appeared out of nowhere in front of Luffy and stopped him with a tap on his head. Cherry's pupils contracted. Those fingers are dangerous. And that movement technique, I'm pretty sure it's the same as that idiot who tried to sneak onto the Going Merry at Alabasta, only much, much better. Luffy wasn't at all nervous about, or even aware that the man in front of him was a highly trained assassin. I'm afraid you're not allowed in here, young man. Employees only, let's talk outside. The man said, speaking a bit like an old man despite his youth. We're here to buy a new ship. Our old ship just can't take the punishment the Grand Line throws at her. Oh, and we have a recommendation from Kokoro to give to someone called Iceberg. Nami spoke her purpose plainly. Mrs. Kokoro, huh? Yep, this is her handwriting for sure. Oh, you can call me Kaku by the way. Kaku said, handing back the paper. He explained that Iceberg was the mayor and president of the Galley LA company, so it may take some time to meet him as he's very busy. I'll go take a look at your ship. It'll be handy to know what you've got right now when addressing your needs in the new ship. Kaku said, then he was off racing across the city. He's very convincing. Cherry spoke softly so only the others could hear him. What do you mean, was he lying to us? Usopp asked, concern visible on his face. Not really lying per se, more like pretending. That man is a world government assassin. And a damned good one at that. He could have poked a hole into Luffy's head just then if he'd wanted to. Cherry's words shocked them to the core. Luffy rubbed his forehead. What do we do? Usopp asked in fear. Well, first of all, stop trembling like a newborn reindeer, it's suspicious. Second, he's not after us. He should be undercover for some mission of his. Cherry said, slapping Usopp on the back. What are you guys whispering about? I hope you're not looking to start any trouble, my shipwrights are perfectly capable of defending themselves. A man said as he approached with a secretary following behind him. Cherry saw that the secretary was one of the 3 devil fruit users on Water 7, excluding her own group of course. She had a funny feeling about her. Is the report finished, Khalifa? He asked the secretary. Yes, Mr. Iceberg. Straw Hat Luffy, Pirate Hunter Zoro, Nico Robin, and Cabernet. Altogether worth 489 million berry. Most of them started in East Blue, but Cabernet's origins are unknown. Khalifa stated matter-of-factly. Iceberg introduced himself and his new pet mouse, Tyrannosaurus. Khalifa told him about his busy schedule, to which he replied that he didn't wanna, and she cancelled all of it. After Luffy bluntly stated that he wasn't very reliable, Khalifa seemed to be angered by the disrespect and launched kicks at everything around her, though most of it only landed on Iceberg. Ah, there it is, that funny feeling I had. She's also a world government assassin, she even uses the same martial arts as that Kaku guy. She hides it very well, to constantly maintain an altered footwork and all that. Shame you had to go and reveal everything to me, and not just your panties, heh. Cherry was satisfied to have found her answer so soon, though she showed no outward reaction to this revelation. When Cherry came out of her thoughts, she noticed something. Hey guys, I just told you not to leave your money unattended. Huh? Nami, Usopp and Luffy swiveled around to see a bunch of funny-looking fellows rooting through the briefcases that Luffy and Usopp had set down. Cherry didn't move to help them, as she felt it would be a good lesson to learn. The Frankie family, huh? Iceberg muttered. The Frankie family goons ran off with the suitcases, but were intercepted by one of the shipwrights, Paulie. When he realized there was money in the briefcases though, he tried to run away with them too. Leave it to me. A man with a pigeon on his shoulder stopped Luffy from chasing after and disappeared, only to reappear on the boat and apprehend Paulie. Wow, another assassin. He's the other devil fruit user as well, a Zoan from the looks of it. I wonder if they're working for Iceberg or if he's the target? Target is the most likely option, as they would be more spread out otherwise, I'd think. Cherry thought. Cherry sensed something else happening on the other side of the city at this moment. The 3rd devil fruit user passed by Robin, then she followed them, leaving Chopper behind. Now what's going on over there? This day is turning out to be very busy. Well, I'll just keep an eye on her, she's a big girl now so she can handle herself. Cherry sighed inwardly. Chapter 69, San Faldo. While the shipwright with the pigeon on his shoulder apprehended Polly, the other shipwright who tried to make off with the briefcases of cash, Cherry approached Iceberg. Cherry decided that this Iceberg guy seemed honest enough that she could take the risk to warn him about the world government assassins around him. She just had to be sneaky about it, as Khalifa was watching her like a hawk. May I pet Tyrannosaurus Mayor Iceberg? He's very cute, Cherry asked. I guess you can. Barg looked extremely reluctant. But after glancing at the mischievous Polly, he perhaps felt a bit guilty about his employee's actions, and so allowed it. Seeing his openly childish nature, Cherry sincerely doubted he was secretly a nefarious villain. If he was, then she could only applaud his skill. Cherry gave the little mouse with a big name some much-deserved pats, then went back to the others. Khalifa had watched with rapt attention, but saw nothing out of the ordinary, and so turned her gaze elsewhere. Polly was pulled onto solid land by the ear. The pigeon on the other shipwright's shoulder seemed to speak and introduced himself and the other shipwright, Rob Lucci. Well, see you guys later. I'm going to have a look around. Maybe I will catch a train to that masquerade party in San Faldo the folks around here have been talking about and come back tomorrow. Cherry waved goodbye. She noticed that the Frankie family hadn't given up yet apparently, but figured if they lost their money to them again they deserved it. Cherry asked around to find out the train schedule, and found out that the train to San Faldo would be departing in a short while, so she meandered about town until the time came. She would have paid a visit to Robin, but the other devil fruit user hadn't left her side. After waiting a while, finally the time came and she bought a train ticket and boarded the train with Cabernet. Since there was a masquerade, she had purchased masks and cloaks for both herself and Cabernet. Cherry's mask was in the shape of a sun, while Cabernet's was in the shape of a crescent moon. Both wore cloaks with a starry night sky. They picked out seats across from one another, and naturally they were riding in first class. Why skip out on luxury when you can afford it? Most of the other passengers were fairly well-to-do people. Fortunately, Cherry and Cabernet were wearing costumes, or they might have looked down upon them for their clothing. The door to the first-class carriage opened, and a large costumed man entered with two women with square hairstyles. Although it could be clearly seen the man was only wearing a Speedo beneath his cloak. Immediately the wealthy passengers scurried out of the way, even deigning to share seats with each other rather than be close to the new arrival. Look, Kiwi, Mozu, these kind people recognized my superior self and gave us all this space, the costumed pervert said. Despite all the space they had, they elected to sit right behind Cherry and Cabernet. Those idiots, Cherry thought, exasperated. The man was carrying the very same briefcases the others had with them at Galley LA, though only two of them. I see you're going to San Faldo as well? The pervert asked, who Cherry figured was probably the infamous Frankie of the Frankie family. That's right, friend. Those briefcases are the same sort they give at the gold exchange, yes? Are you planning to make a big purchase at the auction? Cherry kept her voice just low enough that they could only be heard in the deserted back half of the carriage. Oh, are you going to the auction as well? Yes, I plan to buy something I've been hoping to get my hands on for a long time now. I'm terrible with money, but some stupid pirates were kind enough to donate everything I needed all at once. Super. Frankie spoke quietly, except when he shouted super at the end. Good, so there is an auction, and now I've got a fool to lead me straight to it. Heesh, Cherry thought, quite smug about her manipulative ways. Oh, I see. You must be the famous Frankie then. I've heard the good people of Water 7 singing your praises ever since I arrived. Cherry feigned excitement. Frankie ate up the praise and the two women, Mozu and Kiwi, looked pretty smug about it as well. Perhaps we can sit together during the auction. I would hate to bid against you by accident, and that'll make it easier to coordinate, don't you think? Cherry suggested. Sure, we'll get a box together. It's good to make new friends, we should stick together. Frankie nodded enthusiastically. Cherry had no intention of taking back the money. The others still had half their gold left over after all. She was just interested in seeing what he would purchase with it. If it was something good, maybe she'd steal it off him after the auction. The train ride was only a few hours long. As the train picked up quite a lot of speed, it was far faster than any ordinary ship. San Faldo, also called Carnival Town due to having a different festival every single day, was an interesting sight to behold. Many of the streets had multiple levels of walkways. Most of the people were participating in the costume aspect of this particular day. Dancers, musicians, and all manner of performers were out and about on the streets. Frankie led the way through the streets, clearly having been here before and unfazed by all its splendor. Tucked away down some forgotten alleyways, they found a nondescript building and entered. The inside betrayed the building's true nature, as it was quite fanciful and had well-dressed auction employees ready to wait upon them. Frankie and Cherry handed over their cash, which the auction house would keep safely tucked away, and anything left over would be returned upon leaving. Not a terrible way to do things when you're running a black market auction. Don't want people making bids they can't afford or running off without paying. The group was guided to a private box that overlooked the stage below. So, Frankie, what is it you're planning to buy? No point in being all secretive at this point, is there? Cherry asked. I guess there isn't. I'm planning to buy wood from the treasure tree Adam, if it makes an appearance this time. Frankie stated. Oh, what kind of wood is that, and what are you planning to do with it? Cherry asked, interest piqued at the words treasure tree. It's the strongest and highest quality wood in the world. I'm going to build a ship with it. The best ship in the world. The last ship to be built with treasure tree wood was the Oro Jackson, Gall D. Rogers ship. Frankie was quite excited at the prospect. Naturally, Cherry was also interested in this wood. With it, she ought to be able to make a decent spear to add to her collection of blood-bound artifacts. What are you planning to buy? I don't think I've asked your name. Frankie seemed a bit embarrassed at the realization. Just call me Cherry. I'm just here to have a look. I'm a blacksmith by trade, so perhaps there'll be something of interest to me in that regard, Cherry said. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? The auction is now beginning. A man on the stage below spoke into a microphone. Cherry smiled. There was something she wanted to obtain here. She had picked it up with her life sense on the way in. They had a devil fruit here, and she was going to get it no matter what. Chapter 70, Auction. Cherry thought that the auction was turning out to be a terribly dull affair. She figured there would be useless things like rare artwork of dubious origins, but not that most of the things for sale would be like that. She did buy an old stone tablet with ancient writing on it for a cool 11 million berry, thinking Robin might be interested in reading it, but that was the extent of her interest in these particular items. This is so boring, bring out the good stuff already, Frankie and Cherry shouted in unison. Their commotion seemed to be a trigger for other complaints throughout the room. It would seem they weren't alone in thinking all this useless junk was worthless. The auctioneer smiled politely at the interruption, as this was a common occurrence in underworld auctions. Very well. Let us move on to today's primary lots. He signaled the workers backstage to bring the next item in. This next item is a fine-grade metal by the name of Whisper on Dead Lips. It was forged in the year. The auctioneer continued the auction, now bringing out items which caused the attendees to stir. Cherry and Frankie sat on the edge of their seats in anticipation for their target items. A large cart with a cloth draped over it was brought on stage. We have a few special lots for you to consider purchasing today. The first of which is this. He pulled off the cloth dramatically, revealing stacks of wood. Here we have the world's strongest wood, from the famous treasure tree Adam. Bidding starts at 200 million berry. A shout rang out. Naturally, this was Frankie. His voice was so loud and sudden that many of the other people here jumped in fight. Are you sure you want to just go all in right away? Cherry asked, bemused. If you want something badly, you shouldn't hold back. This way others will be scared off too, Frankie said. There was certainly a kind of logic to it. The auctioneer asked if there were any other bidders. When none rose to the challenge, he announced that the item was sold. Frankie was quite pleased with himself, and Cherry admired his decisiveness. The next item was unique, but of little interest to Cherry or the now destitute Frankie. Finally, we have our last item for this auction. Naturally, we have saved the best for last. The auctioneer announced, as a small cart was wheeled on stage. With a flourish, he pulled the cloth off of the final lot of the day. Behold! The infamous devil fruit. Gasps and murmurs throughout the audience. The devil fruit appeared as a bunch of grapes of a golden color, and its stem was like a pair of curling horns. Our research into this particular devil fruit has sadly not been very fruitful. He paused for laughter that didn't come. Ahem. What we have learned is that this fruit has appeared for at least 300 years. It should be some model of the bleat bleat fruit, which is a zoan type that turns the user into some manner of goat or sheep. He said. Cherry glanced at Cabernet, and found her boring a hole in her head with her pleading gaze. Damn it. Cherry cursed her luck, but she couldn't deny Cabernet. We'll start the bidding at, the auctioneer started, 200 million berry. A shout rang out for the second time this evening, although from a different location this time. Cherry turned her focus onto the culprit, sizing him up with her life sense. The man was, for lack of a better term, a mess. There was some vague resemblance of a zoan fruit inscription within him, but it was incredibly sloppy. To compare it with a genuine zoan fruit would be like comparing a masterpiece work of art with a child's imitation. In other words, he was a loser, and Cherry disregarded him. 400 million berry. Cherry spoke softly, but it was heard clearly within the silence the previous bid had created. Yeah? A pained groan from the other bidder. After a moment difficult decision-making, no doubt, he muttered a new bid. 420 mil. 500 million berry. Cherry's voice cut him off. Cherry could sense the man's agitation. His heart beating out of his chest. However, it seemed more out of primal fear than frustration with her, though that was certainly present as well. No more voices spoke up within the auction house. The auctioneer began the countdown, whilst Frankie looked at Cherry with approval in his eyes. Sold? To the decisive lady in box number 4. The auctioneer's smile was much more genuine than it had been at the start of the auction. He was quite happy with the profits he'd pulled in this time around. Since you said you were a blacksmith, I thought you were looking for materials like I was. I didn't expect you'd buy a devil fruit, Frankie said, as they waited to retrieve their items. Well, you could say it was fate, Cherry said mysteriously. That bitch, she's ruined me, Tremis shouted in the alley. Sir, why don't we just steal the devil fruit from her? One of his subordinates asked. We don't know how good she is. Kaido is going to kill me for this failure. It was my last chance. Tremis despaired. If you're dead anyway, you might as well take the risk. You've got nothing to lose, and who knows, maybe she'll tremble and give up when you tell her we're in the Beast Pirates. A particularly peppy goon tried to motivate him. You're right. I'm a gifter of the Beast Pirates. She wouldn't dare go against us, Tremis said. They prepared to ambush Cherry when she left the auction house. Cherry received the devil fruit she purchased, and Frankie received his lumber. Then they left the auction house and went to find a place to stay the night. They were stopped a ways away from the auction house when some shady individuals came out of hiding in front of them, while others blocked the way back. Cherry had already noticed them, of course, but she was curious and confident in her ability to deal with whatever comes. Well, look what we have here. You should have just let me buy the devil fruit. Now you'll be handing it over to me free of charge. Unless you want to get on the wrong side of the Beast Pirates? A man stepped forward arrogantly. He had 2 extra fluffy ears above his human ears, and a pair of fake horns above those. His back was severely hunched, but didn't seem uncomfortable or inconvenient to him. Beast Pirates, Frankie shouted in alarm. Calm down, friend. They might be lying, and even if they aren't, they can't go mouthing about us if they're dead. Cherry spoke ominously. These words calmed Frankie's panic somewhat, while at the same time made poor Tremis the camel gifter lose his previous confidence. Maybe I made a huge mistake? She's bluffing, Sir Tremis. There's no one in the world that isn't afraid of our Beast Pirates, his subordinate said, causing his morale to boost up once again. Right, hand over the devil fruit or die like a dog, he shouted. The only one dying here is you. Emperor of the Sea or not, pirate scum or only pirate scum. Frankie literally launched his fist at the camel man, a chain the only thing connecting it to his arm. What the hell? Why is his body like this? It'd be one thing if it was the work of a devil fruit, but that clearly isn't it. Cherry was surprised by the sudden development. Clang. The sound of Frankie's metal fist slamming against something hard was heard. Frankie reeled his fist back in, shocked to see he hadn't done any damage whatsoever. Armament hockey, pretty decent at it too, Cherry observed silently. Maybe this'll be more interesting than I had thought. Chapter 71, Scrambled Eggs. Don't get cocky just because you blocked one punch, punk, Frankie shouted. Frankie placed his arms together with a metal tube in between. Then his arms started to inflate. Hey Frankie, I don't know what you're doing, but don't go destroying the neighborhood. The people who live here aren't involved in this, Cherry said, feeling that Frankie's next attack would be less discriminate in its scope. Ah, you're right, I almost blew the whole neighborhood away, Frankie said, deflating his arms. This guy's a real piece of work. Since he's a shipwright, I was wondering about maybe roping him into the straw hats, but now he seems like more of a liability, Cherry thought. Enough talk, you attacked me first, so don't blame me for being rude, Tremis shouted. I didn't attack you though, he did, Cherry said, pointing at Frankie. Oh, in that case hand over the devil fruit. Tremis was confused, but went with the flow. No, I don't think I will. Cherry shut him down. Then why did you stop me? Tremis yelled in frustration. He was done talking for real this time and charged towards them. I'll show you not to make a fool of me. Cherry drew her pistol in a flash and fired 3 shots, one towards Tremis and the other 2 into the unfortunate goons behind him. Tremis sensed great danger through his observation hockey and put up his arm at an angle, coating it with hockey to deflect the incoming bullet. He felt the impact slam into his arm like a cannonball. He glanced back at his subordinates, just in time to see them stumble to the ground screaming in pain, each missing a leg at the knee. A chill went up his spine. Now he knew not to underestimate the woman in front of him. He could see she had a custom revolver with 6 shots, 3 already fired. He wouldn't have to deal with the gun for too long. He was only briefly stalled by the force of the bullet and continued forward. He was confused that no more shots were coming his way, but did not miss the opportunity. Cherry was just probing with her revolver, so naturally she had stopped using it when it didn't do much against the camel man. She drew her sword and met Tremis head-on. Tremis punching with a hockey-coated fist, Cherry swinging a hockey-coated sword with some hashokan for good measure. The fist and sword clashed together. The sword dug in a bit into Tremis's hand, and surges of violent energy shot up his arm, while Cherry was pushed a few steps back. They separated quickly. Tremis wasn't feeling so confident anymore, and his cheery subordinates that normally hyped him up were currently bleeding out behind him or cowering on the other side behind the woman. However, no matter how frightening she was not more frightening than Kaido, who would likely kill him for losing a Zoan devil fruit. So he did the only thing he could. Tap into the belligerent nature of the camel and attack. Woo! He let out a battle groan and charged once more. Tremis attacked wildly, the force of his blows empowered by beastly strength and hockey. Cherry was pressured somewhat, but maintained a calm disposition while fending him off. Each time she struck him, he received minor cuts, and her vital energy sent harmful vibrations into his arms. The others watched from the sidelines. Although Frankie wasn't exactly sure what was happening, he could feel the vibrations coming off Cherry's blade and got some ideas for new weapons. The fight was brutal and short. Tremis had cuts all over his arms and the bones within were starting to fracture despite the hockey reinforcement. Cherry meanwhile had taken a fair few hits herself, but seemed completely undaunted by them. Tremis realized how big his mistake was now. Kaido was scary, but which is scarier? The scary guy halfway around the world, or the scary lady right in front of him? So he ran. He couldn't return to the beast pirates and would be hunted, but it was better to die tomorrow than today. Tremis's world went white, and he fell face first into the street, his hair singed and frizzy from remnant electricity. The unharmed subordinates had run away during the fight. The injured individuals had managed to stop their own bleeding but still passed out from blood loss. Quite tough despite being mere goons. None of the goons had seen too much, so she let them go. Tremis though, he had to die. He could identify her by her fighting style and tell the beast pirates about her. She didn't want that attention. But then a thought occurred to her. He had to die, but did he have to die? Cherry recalled the little lightning snake she fished out of Ganfal's head. She wasn't proficient enough with the rumble fruit to do that as well, but scrambling his memory like an egg should be easy enough, right? Cherry had Cabernet scoop up the camel man to bring him to a motel, where she rented 2 rooms, as did Frankie. Tremis was sat down in a chair, and Cherry placed the pommel of her sword on top of his head, and her hand on his forehead. Tiny streams of electricity flowed out of the sword into Tremis's brain, while Cherry guided them while watching his mindscape. They bounced around in the poor guy's head for several minutes, shattering every memory they came across until Cherry found none left. When Tremis opened his eyes hours later, he gripped his pounding head. What happened? When he tried to remember anything, nothing came to mind. Nothing at all. During the same night, in a mansion near Galley LA's shipyard, Iceberg heaved a sigh after the world government official Corgi left his office. It wasn't the first time the man came knocking on his door, asking about the blueprints to Pluton. He feigned ignorance this time, same as every time before, but they were persistent if nothing else. Tyrannosaurus squeaked, also seeming happy to see the obnoxious man leave. Tyrannosaurus dropped down into his pocket, then came back up holding a bit of cloth in his mouth. "Ah, did you chew out my pocket lining?" Iceberg asked cutely, taking the fabric from him. However, he noticed the edges of the cloth were far too straight and clean to have been chewed off. Then he saw that something seemed to be written on the cloth, almost like it was burned into it. He opened it up so he could read it. "Kaku, Kalina and Rob Lucci's martial art is very unique. I'd love to know what school they learned from. Love, Cherry." He thought it was a strange message and an even stranger way to deliver it. Having nothing better to do, he pondered on it, and the longer he thought, the more questions it raised. When he thought about it, those 3 did seem to fight in similar ways. If it's a unique martial art, as Cherry said, then why did it seem they only just met after arriving at Water 7? The clues piled up in his mind, and a picture started to come together. Little details and inconsistencies he had never spared a thought for seemed to scream out at him now. He heard the window behind him open. He turned and saw someone enter that he didn't expect to see. Nico Robin. Chapter 72, Assassination. "You're Nico Robin?" "You're Nico Robin?" Iceberg asked. "So you know me?" Robin smiled, leveling a pistol at him. "I've always wanted to meet you, Nico Robin, the last surviving demon of O'Hara," he said, causing Robin's brow to furrow. "You're the only person in the world who can read the poneglyphs and reveal the true history, reviving the ancient weapons. Those weapons will destroy the world if they are found. I cannot allow you to do that." Iceberg pulled his own pistol. Robin pulled out 3 more. "Hold on now. I came here to warn you. What business of yours are the poneglyphs anyhow?" Robin was frustrated with how complex this had become. "Warn me about yourself? The poneglyphs are my business, because I hold the blueprints to Pluton precisely in the event someone like you were to revive the ancient weapons," Iceberg said. "Ah, I understand now," Robin smiled. "You understand what?" Iceberg growled. "What CCP-9 wants from you, the blueprints? It's them I came to warn you about, you know," Robin said. Iceberg was confused now. Who was the enemy here? Should he try to kill Nico Robin now? Even if he died trying, the plans were safe in Frankie's hands. "CP, start talking then," he said curtly. "They contacted me when I arrived here with the straw hats. I would not have agreed to work with them if they hadn't threatened to use the Buster Call," Robin stated, trembling a bit at her own words. Iceberg's eyes widened at her words. "I don't believe you. The world government wouldn't use a Buster Call on Water 7. There are hundreds of thousands of innocent people living here. And everyone on O'Hara was evil? Every last man, woman and child?" Robin looked at him with some disdain. This gave Iceberg pause. They would have evacuated the innocent beforehand. They did, and then they blew up the evacuation ship. Anyone on board could have secretly known how to read poneglyphs after all. I was only 8 years old and I could. Why not any of them? Robin was getting annoyed at his blind faith despite not trusting the world government himself. Iceberg was lost in thought for several moments. "You said you wouldn't have agreed if not for the Buster Call." That means you're working for them? I'm supposed to make a failed attempt on your life. I can only imagine they wanted to scare you into handing the blueprints over to someone else. I'm going to complete this mission, and you're going to play along and frame the Straw Hats as they expect you to. Say you saw me do it. If their subterfuge fails, they'll use force. You know what that will mean, and neither of us can bear the consequences. Robin explained. Iceberg lowered his gun. He didn't have much choice in the matter. This was too big for him alone. Oh, and before I shoot you, the agents from CP9 have been undercover here, likely for quite some time. The two that I know of are called Bluno and Rob Lucci. Robin said. Iceberg's eyes widened slightly, but he wasn't too surprised, which Robin found odd. Isn't Rob Lucci one of your senior shipwrights? Are you not surprised about this? She asked, curious. Iceberg simply handed her the cloth from his inner pocket. Robin took it with a newly bloomed fifth arm and read it. She smiled warmly. I see, so Cherry is also helping in her own way. Seeing the warm smile on Robin's face, Iceberg felt his mental image of the demon child Nico Robin, that had haunted him since the day his master Tom warned him about her, start to melt away. All right, get it over with, he said, gritting his teeth. Bang, 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 bang. Cherry and Frankie's group arrived back at W Water 7 by sea train the next day around mid-morning. The winds was quite strong today. Cherry felt something big was coming. I'm going back to my base to drop this lumber off, Cherry. You can drop by anytime you like. You'll always be welcome there. Super. Frankie said his goodbyes. Cherry and Cabernet returned to the Going Merry. You're back, Cherry. That Frankie family actually dared to steal from us again. Thankfully, even though we lost two, Usopp managed to hang on to the other two briefcases, so we still have enough to get a good ship. Nami said. That's right, I heroically fought off the shameless thieves, Usopp said, covered in bandages. And he's not even lying this time, Nami added. Wow, it seems your training is paying off already, Usopp. I can say with certainty that, if it was a few weeks ago, those goons would have beaten you half to death and taken all the money, Cherry said, causing Usopp to hold up his nose with pride. That Frankie guy is supposed to come back today. We taught his men a little lesson, but we need to deal with the boss himself, Zoro said. Yeah, the crew agreed. Well, before that, I have a surprise for all of you, Cherry said with a grin. They all tilted their heads with confusion. Cherry had them beach the Going Merry, much to their confusion. There were some complaints, but they were met with painful hockey-powered pinches. Now what? We won't be able to run away easily if we have to, Nami worried. Relax, you'll understand in a moment, Cherry said, then jump up onto the deck holding a fancy wooden chest. Cherry got settled and opened up the chest where the others could not see her. She took out the bleat fruit she bought at the auction yesterday and set it down on the deck. Cherry focused on the ship and the devil fruit, and activated her own devil fruit ability, and began fusing the two together, making sure it permeated the whole ship. Cherry hopped off, then the transformation started. The Going Merry twisted, morphed, and shrank in size. The Straw Hats were dumbstruck at the sight before their eyes, not understanding what was going on until the final form began to take shape. Bah! A large ram with a golden fleece bleated, then pranced over to the slack-jawed Straw Hats. They looked back and forth between Cabernet and Going Merry as the truth of what happened dawned on them. They cried many tears of joy, gathering around Merry for a big group hug. They then turned their gazes on Cherry, who was smiling smugly at them. They charged her and entrapped her into a hug as well. Thank you, bah, Merry bleated. Merry says thank you as well. Cabernet and Chopper translated. They looked at each other and realized they could both talk to Merry now. The Straw Hats took their time to chat with Merry and calm down from their euphoria. Okay, we still need to take care of our business with the new ship, and we still need to find Robin. I don't like this weather at all. It feels like something big is coming, Nami said. They didn't need to guard the ship anymore, so they all went into town. Cherry said she'd find Robin while the others took care of their own business. I've got my mysterious ways, don't worry. They were shocked to hear that an assassin had tried to murder Mayor Iceberg the night before. Around the same time, sirens went off and a message blared from speakers throughout the city that Aqua Laguna would arrive by midnight. Cherry left the group and went straight for Robin's position. Fortunately, the other devil fruit user had left her side. She found the correct building and scaled the wall, entering through a third-story window. Robin had been drinking tea to calm her nerves when the window opened suddenly. "Hey Robin, how's it going?" Cherry asked nonchalantly. Robin did a spit take with her tea. How did you find me?" "You say that like you're a hard person to find? You're my morning star, Robin. I could spot you from 1,000,000 miles away." Cherry spoke poetically in jest. Robin didn't know whether to be dumbfounded, happy, or embarrassed. But first, she bloomed arms to drag Cherry inside before she was seen. "Oh my. To be invited inside by a beautiful lady, how can I refuse?" Cherry said shamelessly. Robin sighed and slumped into her chair, giving up on any idea of preventing Cherry's meddling. "I'm glad to see you." Chapter 73, Meddling. Robin looked up at Cherry. Robin looked up at Cherry, who had a stupid grin on her face. "Why did you come here? If you're caught here, it could ruin everything," she said. "I won't get caught. I made sure the other guy you were having a secret rendezvous with wasn't around before coming to see you," Cherry replied. "This is serious, Cherry. Cipher Pol 9 had the authority to use a buster call at their discretion. I need to get them away from Water 7 before I can move against them," Robin explained. "Ah, Cipher Pol, so that's who they are. How are we going to get them off the island then?" Cherry asked. "We aren't doing anything. I'm going to handle this myself because I'm the reason you all got mixed up into it," Robin stated firmly. Cherry squinted her eyes and frowned. "You aren't doing anything alone. You've been alone for most of your life, and what's that done for you? It's time to try something different, working as a team. And don't try to refuse, or I'll go take out the CP9 agents I know about right away." Robin thought about trying to restrain Cherry in some way, but she knew it was impossible. Cherry wasn't weaker than her like she had been when they first met. "Fine, just go help the others. Mayor Iceberg is going to tell everyone that I was the one who tried to kill him when he wakes up, and the Straw Hats will be blamed. Once they get what they wanted from Mayor Iceberg, they'll leave the island with me and I can make my move against them. You just need to protect the others and come after us when they're finished here," Robin commanded sternly. All right. By the way, what is it that they want from Iceberg?" Cherry was curious about what they would go to such extremes to acquire. Robin averted her eyes and chose to remain silent. "Hiding something from me, huh? I'll take it as a challenge then. One more thing before I go," Cherry said, then rushed forward and picked Robin up in a great big hug and spun her around. "See you later, Robin." Cherry waved goodbye and jumped out the window, leaving behind a blushing Robin. Cherry leapt from rooftop to rooftop towards the Galila shipyard, where the others had been heading. When she arrived, she saw Frankie doing some sort of routine to introduce himself. It seems he after the others for taking a bit of revenge on his boys. She could already hear people starting to talk about the Straw Hats being responsible for Iceberg's attempted murder. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the Galley LA company's senior shipwrights turned up to fight the Straw Hats too. Otherwise, Frankie was going to have his ass handed to him, and Cherry had actually started to like the guy. Cherry leapt into the action from the top of a nearby building and landed right in front of Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci didn't lose his composure at all despite Cherry looking at him with a hungry smile. "Ha ha ha, I wonder how well you can fight without revealing your true capabilities? Show me your martial arts so I can copy them, CP, Cherry thought. "Who the hell are you?" shouted one of the shipwrights. "She's one of the Straw Hats, leave her to me," said Rob Lucci's pigeon. The other shipwrights nodded in acknowledgement and went to face the other Straw Hats. Cherry wasted no time and launched a fistful of the vibrating energy of Hisoken at him. Rob Lucci dodged with minimal movement using Kami-E and launched a counterattack with a saw. Cherry was observing him very closely with both her standard senses and life sense to understand his movements. Cherry crushed the saw with a hockey-coated fist, then kicked towards his family jewels. Rob Lucci narrowed his eyes in annoyance, utilizing another technique, Tekai, to absorb the blow. "Oof," he grunted in pain, as vibrational energy ravaged its way up through his torso. Rob Lucci was realizing he would either need to risk exposure or get help now. There was only so much he could do without blatantly using the Rokushiki he had trained all his life. He looked around, taught he other shipwrights, but they had their hands full with the other straw hats. He made eye contact with Kaku, who understood he needed assistance, and threw a tool Cherry's way to distract her. Rob Lucci launched a kick at the same time to cut off escape routes. Cherry was mulling over the information she had obtained from the 2 Rokushiki defensive techniques, which were generously demonstrated by a master in the martial art. She twisted in a seemingly unnatural fashion, dodging both the incoming tool and the kick. Rob Lucci widened his eyes in shock. It was somewhat crude, yes, but it was undoubtedly Kami-e that Cherry had just used. Interesting moves, friend. I hope you don't mind if I borrow them? Cherry taunted with a smug grin. I have to get away from this woman. I can't kill her unless I go all out, and if I keep fighting her like this, she'll just absorb my techniques and slowly get stronger. Rob Lucci decisively ran away, into the melee with the other straw hats. Ah, where the hell are you going, Ed? You've got more moves to teach me, damn it. Cherry chased after him. Unfortunately, Rob Lucci was quite the slippery eel, weaving amongst the combatants like a fish in water to avoid her. Cherry had to give up unless she wanted to hurt the other shipwrights, but the poor saps were innocent and only guilty of being gullible. So she switched targets to Kaku. She timed her attack with one of Sanji's kicks to force him to use Kami-e, which he barely managed to dodge with. Cherry's harassment of the unlucky CP9 agents continued until the Straw Hats decided to flee, as they did not want to harm the shipwrights. So Cherry reluctantly followed after them. So it was you guys who tried to kill Iceberg, didn't like his prices or something? Cherry asked, once they reached a safe place to hide. Of course not. And I don't believe Robin did either, no matter what they say, Luffy said adamantly. I was just joking. Robin did shoot Iceberg though. She told me herself. Cherry dropped a bombshell. What? They shouted predictably. You found Robin, and she said that? Nami asked, not believing her ears. You remember the assassins I pointed out, yeah? The 2 shipwrights Kaku and Rob Lucci and the secretary Kalina are world government agents in Cipher Pole 9. They want something from Iceberg and they're willing to annihilate the island with everyone on it to get it. Cherry said casually. There were many dropped jaws amongst the others. I don't know why you're all surprised. Everywhere you people go, there's something terrible happening. Serene grumbled. No one could deny her words. Why can't we just cut them down right away then? Zoro asked. Maybe if they lose contact with them, it'll be called in automatically. We can only let them take what they want and let them leave before going after them. We just need to minimize the collateral damage, without letting them know we know anything. Cherry answered. It sounds too complicated, Luffy complained. It's the best way to avoid people getting hurt though. I think it's the best way to do it. Chopper said. Bah, agreed Mary. Okay then, we'll wait for them to make a move on Iceberg, then barge in to protect him. After doing him this favor, he'll build us a ship free of charge for sure. Nami said enthusiastically. What's your report, Lucci? A gruff voice sounded from an old man in a black suit. This Harpin D. Cherry is more of a nuisance than anticipated. She was able to piece together Kami-e from only a brief exchange with me. Rob Lucci spoke succinctly. It doesn't matter. Carry out the plan as intended, the old man said. Yes, master. Rob Lucci gave a martial arts bow, then went to prepare for the assault on Iceberg's mansion. The old man closed his eyes in thought. Harpin D. Cherry, huh? I guess I might need to step in myself this time. I don't think these brats can handle a monster like her. Chapter 74, Attack on the Mansion. Later that night the Straw Hats waited in hiding around Iceberg's mansion. The mansion was surrounded by several dozen shipwrights, while the senior shipwrights guarded Iceberg's bedroom. The plan was to move on Cherry's signal, which was firing a special flare from her revolver when the CP9 agents made their move. Their only goal was to protect Iceberg and the other shipwrights, while letting CP9 get away with the target of their mission, whatever that might be. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Iceberg had no intention of giving them the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton, and would in fact rather die than do so. Iceberg called Polly into his room, and told him to retrieve something from a hidden safe in his office. This triggered the beginning of CP9's operations. and they moved to intercept Polly after he obtained the blueprints. Robin and the other CP9 agent Bluno also arrived on the scene, infiltrating the building. Cherry confirmed their movements and prepared to fire her flare, which would serve as both the signal and a distraction for the shipwrights guarding the outside. Bang! A light shining so bright, it burned the eyes of those who gazed upon it, was fired directly into the ranks of the shipwrights. The other Straw Hats moved to barge into the building, while Cherry went directly to the windows of Iceberg's room. Smash! Cherry burst through the window, surprising the 3 current occupants, Robin, Iceberg, and a disguised Bluno. Cherry unloaded the 5 remaining shots in her revolver directly into Bluno's chest, and so quickly that they sounded like a single shot. He barely managed to harden his body with Tekai in time by pure reflex. Instead of being ripped apart by the dense bullets, he was instead launched through the wall behind him, as well as the wall behind that one. "Robin, why are you here?" Cherry feigned shock. Although it looked perfectly sincere, Ice and Robin couldn't help but think it was a bit ridiculous. Robin didn't miss a beat, however. "We're done. I won't be traveling with you or the Straw Hats. You were just a means to an end for me." "I don't believe that. What about all the good times we had? You can't tell me they were just a fabrication." Cherry was really hamming it up. Before Robin could respond, however, a figure appeared out of nowhere behind Cherry. "Cherry!" Robin tried to warn her. Cherry sensed the attack coming with her observation hockey, but was rather flummoxed because she hadn't noticed the attacker with her life sense. She immediately dropped to the ground as 5 fingers pierced the air where her head had been only a split second before. Your observation hockey isn't bad." A cold voice came from the unassuming old man wearing a black suit. There was not a single hair on his head. He was gaunt, like thin skin stretched over the bones of his face, with sunken eyes that gave him the countenance of a skeleton. Even looking directly at the man, there was not a drop of vital energy that Cherry could sense from him. It was like she was staring at a dead man. She even thought it more likely that he was merely a lifeless puppet, but she could not sense the puppet master if that was the case. "Shall we take this outside, young lady? I don't want to disturb the youngsters in their work, and our fight will likely bring the building down quite quickly," he said calmly, as if he wasn't talking about having a death match. Cherry's face was dark. She knew this wouldn't be an easy fight. She simply nodded and followed after the old man when he disappeared through the window onto a nearby rooftop. "Be careful, Cherry. I have no idea who that man is." Robin couldn't help but to worry. Cherry only gave a quick reassuring smile, before leaping out the window after the old man. Cherry followed him to the outskirts of Water 7, where no civilian structures could be found. She wondered what his reasoning for going out so far, as the Aqua Laguna could be blamed for any damage they do. To prevent me from going back to the mansion quickly? But he shouldn't have that little confidence in himself. "A trap then?" Cherry pondered. The old man stopped and turned to face her. "I only brought you out here to talk and to be sure there are no eavesdroppers." "And what would you want to talk to me about?" Cherry asked, curious. "A few matters. Firstly, are you willing to become a Shichibukai, or join the world government in any fashion? It would make things a lot cleaner for us if you did." He asked. "No. I won't join a tyrannical government that would hurt my friends and chain me down," Cherry said. He nodded lightly. "I expected as much. Second, your soul does not belong to this world. From whence do you hail from? Your soul is similar to the young prodigal blacksmith who makes weapons for the Marines at the headquarters." Now Cherry was utterly shocked. Not only did he see through her in such a way, but casually revealed the location of a certain someone. Though she could have guessed she'd find him there. Why does he know these things? Why can't I sense any vital energy from him? Cherry thoughts raced. Then something occurred to her, a possibility. "What's you devil fruit, old man?" The old man kept silent with a cold gaze fixated onto her own eyes. Then he started to smile. No, he wasn't smiling. The thin skin from his face was peeling back to reveal his bones. His fingers lengthened into gleaming scythes. "I ate the reap fruit. I think it's been about 170 years since then. I was supposed to be retired, only training promising talents in Rokushiki. But those old coots made a fuss about ensuring this mission went well. Now that I've answered your question, answer mine. Don't worry about me telling anyone. I haven't told the government about the other youngster either," he said. "So this is why. It seems devil fruit inscriptions don't only use vital energy," he's actually a dead man but one that won't die. Cherry thought. I'm from the same place as that bastard. I won't be telling you anything else though, Cherry stated bluntly. That's fine. You seem the type who would sooner die than reveal your secrets. Since that's over with, let's get started, shall we? You only have to survive until the mission is a success? I didn't promise anything else to those geezers, he said apathetically, clearly not thrilled to be working during his retirement. Cherry didn't dare to hold anything back. They stared at one another for a moment, like they were ensuring the other party was prepared. Then they vanished from their places, reappearing in between with clashing blades. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, CP9 had their hands full with angry Straw Hats, most of whom forgot they were supposed to let them get what they wanted. They were able to subdue them mostly with the help of Kalina's devil fruit. Thought Luffy put up a hell of a fight against Rob Lucci with his gear second, forcing him to go all out to put him down. The Straw Hats just weren't as good at fighting as a team as CP9, unfortunately. Rob Lucci told a little story to Iceberg, who had refused to talk while Kaku read his pulse. This revealed Frankie, formerly known as Cutty Flam, to be the current holder of Pluton's blueprints. The CP9 agents left them to die in the soon-to-be-burned-down mansion. Fortunately, Cabernet and Mary had been on standby just in case things went poorly, and they jumped to action to free the Straw Hats from their restraints and escape the building. Once outside, they got ready to go save Frankie. But suddenly, they heard something over the howling winds. It sounded like thunder. Occasionally flashes of lightning could be seen over the rooftops coming up from the edge of the city. What's going on over there? Usopp asked. Cherry isn't here, Zoro said. They looked at the unceasing lightning with some fear. Just what sort of monster was Cherry fighting? Chapter 75, Dance with Death. The battle between Cherry and the creepy old man could hardly be called a battle. He casually dodged the rain of lightning that ripped through the air, like a ballerina dancing to an unheard orchestra. His kicks carved great crevasses through the ground, and his scythe claws gave one a sense of impending doom. Cherry focused on blocking his scythe claws as they seemed the most dangerous, and as a result had to take a number of Rankyaku kicks. Despite all this, Cherry was having the time of her life. Her almost demented smile reminded the old man of his youth, when battle still gave him that thrill. She was using both armament and observation haki to her fullest extent, and was even making steady progress with them. In addition, there was something else that felt like it was hidden deep within her, tickling the edges of her perception, but she couldn't grasp whatever it was. You're much tougher than I expected. Most humans would have been cut to pieces by now, he praised honestly, looking at the deep cuts in Cherry's body. Can't say I'm happy about a perverted ancient geezer checking out my body. Why don't you ask about my sword instead? Aokiji seemed to like it well enough. Cherry joked light-heartedly, as if she didn't look like someone on the brink of death. I don't really care about your toys. I've honed my body into a weapon for over 200 years, because in the end you're only as good as your body is, he replied. Even though they were speaking as if they were just having small talk about the weather, the intensity of their battle grew ever more vicious. This little girl is good. She isn't picking up the Rokushiki techniques as quickly as Rob Lucci had said she did. I wonder why, he wondered, whilst plunging his right hand towards Cherry's heart, only to be blocked by the lightning blade. Vibrations and electricity surged up his thin arm, but he had taken as much a few dozen times now, no big deal. I'm going to start using armament haki now, girl. Watch yourself, he warned. You sure you should be giving me a heads up as a government agent? Cherry asked, taking yet another Rankyaku to the back. So what? They won't dare to punish me. They wouldn't risk their strongest assets over some minor insubordination, he said, swirling unnaturally around a particularly thick lightning strike. After another minute of Cherry barely fending off the heavy attacks, the old man stopped dead in his tracks. Seems like the kids have finished up at the mansion, so I guess our little sparring match is over, he said, ignoring the fact that this sparring match had resulted in Cherry no longer being recognizable in her injured state. You've held up remarkably well. That little boy Kaido might be tougher than you, but he couldn't take this much damage and still be standing. You are. Since you've impressed me, I'll leave you with a parting gift. he said, his skeletal face seeming to form into an actual smile. Brace yourself. If you can survive Rokushiki's secret technique, I'll let you live. He took a strange stance. The old man instantly appeared in front of Cherry, far faster than he'd moved previously, taking her off guard. He placed both fists against her chest, and a violent energy ripped through her body. Cherry felt something pull on her soul, trying to tear it from her physical form, and it would have done so, if not for her spirit roots literally anchoring her soul to her body. She collapsed to the ground, but she was still breathing. You'd best hope we don't meet again, brat. Since you've got my expectations up so high, I won't go easy on you to start with next time, the old man said, then vanished. Cherry laid there for a little while with her eyes closed, going over the information she managed to get about Rokushiki. To complete her understanding, she'd need to observe somebody with vital energy, but she still gained a lot from the old man. Cherry Chuan, Cherry? Chopper, Sanji and Serene came running over after a few minutes passed. Ah, she's dead? Chopper screamed. Who would do such a thing? I swear I'll have vengeance. Sanji steamed. Serene only had a complex look on her face, unsure whether she should be happy or sad. Coughs Chopper. Come closer, Cherry muttered hoarsely. Ah, you're still alive. I'll fix you up, don't worry, Cherry, Chopper exclaimed. It's okay, Chopper. I just need you to do one little thing for me. Cherry whispered. Of course I will, but first I need to treat you, Chopper said with tears streaming from his eyes, his countenance growing darker as he looked over her hideous wounds. I want you to hold still, Cherry shouted the end of the sentence, and snatched Chopper into a big bloody hug. Ah, don't move, you idiot, you'll die. Chopper yelped, but didn't struggle out of fear he's hurt her. Chopper had never let Cherry cuddle him, because it hurt his pride as a man. Psh, I won't die. You could cut my in half and I wouldn't die, Cherry said, rubbing her face against Chopper's face. Even if that's true, you're still severely injured. Even Zoro wouldn't survive this. Now stop cuddling me and let me treat you. Chopper had stopped crying and was just angry now, but was still quite cute. Okay, I've got my fill, hehe. Cherry let him down, and he immediately started fussing over her. So what do you think, Sanji? Scars or no scars? Cherry asked, seemingly unfazed by her injuries. You could almost see the little thought clouds over Sanji's head, likely filled with imaginary cherries in swimsuits. Half with scars and half without. His nose started bleeding and he gave a thumbs up. Either way is good. Serene was just looking at the area around them. How do you even have this much blood? Ah, we'll need to do a transfusion too. Chopper panicked. Blood is one thing I'm not in short supply of. Besides, you should see the other guy, Cherry said, sticking her nose into the air smugly for some reason. Oh? How much did you mess him up? She asked, curious about the other combatant. His arms are going to be real sore for a day or two from all the times I blocked his attacks. Cherry smiled, and Serene could barely believe how shameless she was, taking credit for such a thing. Chopper got Cherry all wrapped up in bandages like a mummy, then they were ready to move out. Cherry, who was that you were fighting? Sanji asked. Some old creep that looks like a skeleton. He didn't really care if I lived or died, only that they get what CP9 came for. Cherry gave a quick explanation. Ah, right. It seems they're after the blueprints of the ancient weapon Pluton. They think that Frankie guy has them. Sanji said. Poof! The dirt beneath Cherry's feet was stirred up into the air, and she vanished into the city faster than I could see. Why can't she rush that quickly to my side? Sanji made himself feel depressed. Cherry was rushing to save Frankie's life. Yep, save his life, definitely not to get a look at the blueprints or anything like that. Frankie was fortunately not too hard to locate, as most people had evacuated the city. Normally his vital energy signature would be very locate amongst the crowds. She found herself heading towards the C-train station. Wait for me, Frankie, I'll definitely save you, she shouted into the sky. Chapter 76, C-train. Cherry rushed towards the C-train. Cherry rushed towards the C-train station, and had almost reached it before remembering she was supposed to let them leave the island first. She hid her presence nearby to wait for the train to start moving. The biggest worry she had is that she had no idea where the old monster was. One could presume he boarded the train, but she couldn't be sure without the ability to sense him in some way. The others were still searching for Frankie around the city. It was Luffy and Nami who came to check the sea train station, arriving just as the sea train finished boarding all its passengers. Luffy stretched his arms out to grab the sea train, but before his hands could touch the roof of the sea train, another set of hands grabbed onto his. It was the old monster, who had appeared out of nowhere. You pirates are always touching things that don't belong to you. I'm afraid I can't let you interfere, he said, yanking the arms and bringing Luffy flying towards him. Let go of me, Luffy complained, trying to kick him futilely. That's a fine idea, he said, forcefully squeezing Luffy into a ball, then hurling him into the distance. The wind picked him up and slammed him into a distant building at the center of the city. Luffy? Nami exclaimed. It was only natural she would be surprised. Even Rob Lucci hadn't been able to treat Luffy casually, but this old man she'd never seen before literally pitched him across the city. As for you, little girl, I'll take you as a hostage. Never hurts to have a few backup plans, am I right? The old monster spoke to Nami. Before she could run, he appeared behind her, snatching her up by the back of the neck. He brought her aboard the sea train, vanishing within one of the compartments. How the hell am I supposed to board this train without him picking me up with his observation hockey? Cherry pondered, but no ideas came to mind. The sea train started to pull out of the sea train station and Cherry hadn't boarded it. She decided it would best to follow from a distance, likely aboard Cabernet's flying ship form. Aboard the sea train, puffing Tom. No, you'll be staying right here, Rob Lucci commanded coldly. From what I've heard, he's an idiot. If I talk to him, he might let something slip. Robin tried to persuade him. Rob Lucci didn't trust the woman in the slightest. He operated on the assumption that Robin was working directly against their interests. The arrival of the Straw Hats at Iceberg's mansion tonight was suspicious, though he didn't need any proof to believe that Nico Robin was treacherous. It's not like she wouldn't have anyone else with her to make sure he isn't up to something, Kaku said. He would be on guard with anyone else aside from her in the room with them. The answer is no. Rob Lucci stood firm in his decision. Don't be such a stick-in-the-mud brat, live a little. A creaky voice sounded behind Robin, causing her to stiffen in fright. Master. Rob Lucci gave a slight bow of his head towards the old man. Robin recognized the voice as that of the old man who left with Cherry. And from his nonchalant attitude, it would seem he beat her without any trouble at all. All the rage and pain from her loss in the past and the new loss to the same tyrants came surging to the surface of her heart. It took a great deal of willpower not to attack him, however futile such a course of action would be. Even if Cherry was dead, she had other friends to protect. The voice spoke again directly into her ear. What? Worried about your girlfriend? Robin's anger rose to another level at his mocking tone. She could see where Rob Lucci got his bad attitude. Still, she simply sat there silently. Nothing? I'll give you credit keeping a cool head. Not bad. He nodded somewhat in approval. He felt the youngsters of this era weren't too pathetic. Lucci, let her go talk to the cyborg alone. Don't eavesdrop either. I can't let things be too easy on you, or you'll go soft, he instructed. Rob Lucci motioned for Robin to go ahead without questioning the old man's motives. He sent Kaku with her to explain the situation to the Marines and other Cypher Pole agents. Robin asked even though she didn't expect a straight answer. Who is that man? He is the founder of Cypher Pole. The name he goes by in this era is Wilson Alexander. Kaku spoke calmly. Why would you tell me that? Robin was shocked and perplexed by the directness of the answer. He told me to tell you that if you asked. That's all, Kaku explained. I didn't know that Cypher Pole was so relatively new. Robin wondered aloud. Kaku did not deign to correct her, that Cypher Pole was founded over 200 years prior. They reached the storage car where Frankie and Nami were being held, and Kaku sent out the guards. You said you would them go, Robin seethed. I've got nothing to do with it. Complain to my master if you have a problem, Kaku said, then left them alone. Robin bloomed arms to remove the gags from both their mouths. This is totally not super, Frankie complained as soon as his mouth was free. Robin, I'm glad to see you. Nami was relieved. Robin created various eyes around the sea train car. Find no signs of any spies, she replied with a tired smile. I'm glad to see you too, Nami. Now that we're away from Water 7, we just need to escape somehow, yeah? Nami asked. I don't know if we can. They have someone who is stronger than either of us can imagine. He defeated Cherry easily. I have no idea if she's alive or dead. Robin said grimly. Cherry? Frankie asked. Does this Cherry have a super cool lightning sword? Yes, that's right. Robin answered. Where is this bastard? I'll kill him, just untie me. Frankie started making a fuss and squirming. Why are you acting like this? You robbed and attacked us before. Nami was confused. That only makes her an even better friend to have. Even though I spent all the money I stole from you, she didn't say a single word about it to me. Frankie was starting to tear up. She what? Nami was furious. Don't shout, Nami. We need to think about a way out of this situation. We're on our way straight to Eni's lobby. It'll be much more difficult to leave by then, perhaps impossible. Robin said. They all racked their brains for ideas. What if we fought to the sea train car at the back and disconnected it? That would at least give the others a chance to catch up. Nami suggested. The main obstacle is not alerting the CP9 agents, especially not the old man. I'm not even sure it's possible, and attempting it jeopardizes my deal with them to let the Straw Hats go. It'll be all or nothing. Deal with them to let the Straw Hats go. It'll be all or nothing. Robin said. As if any of us would choose to let you sacrifice yourself for us. It's been all or nothing from the start. Nami gave a cheeky smile. And I'd sooner have us both drown than let the world government get their grubby little hands on you, Nico Robin. Frankie concurred. All right then. It's not much of a plan, but I suppose it'll have to do. Robin sighed. Chapter 77, Aqua Laguna. Cherry followed after Luffy, who had been sent flying further into the city. She found him wedged between two buildings, which was very much like him. Hey Luffy, what are you fooling around squishing yourself between these buildings for? You know we've got places to be, don't you? Cherry teased. Cherry? Help me get out, I'm stuck. Luffy managed to say, despite his squished face. Why do you need... Cherry followed after Luffy, who had been sent flying further into the city. She found him wedged between two buildings, which was very much like him. Hey Luffy, what are you fooling around squishing yourself between these buildings for? You know we've got places to be, don't you? Cherry teased. Cherry? Help me get out, I'm stuck, Luffy managed to say, despite his squished face. Why do you need my help? You're more than capable of doing it yourself. Don't worry about destroying the buildings, they're going to get smashed up by Aqua Laguna anyway by the looks of things. Cherry said. Luffy pushed against the buildings, pinning him from both sides. They creaked and moaned from the stress, then finally broke apart at some weak points in the structures and freeing him. There you go, I told you that you could do it. Now we need to catch up with that sea train, so let's meet up with the others. Cherry said. Cherry led him to where the others had rendezvoused with Iceberg and the other shipwrights after their unsuccessful searches. After Luffy told his story about the sea train and Nami's capture, he demanded that he be given the strongest ship in order to give chase. A back and forth ensued with the shipwrights, who felt that would only be suicide in this weather. Then Granny Kokoro offered a different solution, a second prototype sea train that couldn't stop accelerating. Naturally, this wasn't much of an issue considering they had two Zoan Devil Fruit users that could transform into ships to evacuate before it crashed. So the plan was made, and they set off immediately. Some of the shipwrights and the Frankie family also insisted on coming along. Though Cherry couldn't see why they'd volunteer to be cannon fodder in a fight where the strongest contenders wouldn't be fazed by them at all. So how come you guys are volunteering to be cannon fodder? Cherry asked out loud. We're not cannon fodder. They all shouted in unified outrage. We can't just abandon our big bro because the going gets tough, one of the Frankie family goons said. And we can't just let them get away with trying to kill Iceberg, Polly said. So does that mean you're all going to fight CP9 instead of the regular Marines? Cherry asked. They turned their heads away to avoid eye contact. "The Aqua Laguna tsunami is coming our way. It's too tall for the tracks, so we'll crash into it if nothing is done," Kokoro explained. Luffy and Zoro naturally went to deal with the wave, but Cherry stopped them and insisted on doing it herself so they can conserve energy. In reality, she just wanted to get an easy win after a tough fight. Even though it was pretty productive at increasing her strength, it was also pretty frustrating not landing a single hit. Chopper and Sanji made a fuss about moving around with her wounds, but she shrugged them off. Cherry took a stance not dissimilar to the stance that Brogy and Dory took before their ultimate technique. She timed it for the opportune moment. She wrenched her sword arm in a circular movement with all her might and skill, infused the sword's lightning, and added the principles of Hashoken and Rankyaku into the strike. The resulting sword light was a thin and narrow spiral that flew quickly into the center of the wave. To the observers, it didn't seem to be enough to do anything to a wave of this size when judging by looks alone. The moment the sword light made contact with the Aqua Laguna removed all doubts anyone had, however. It was as if the water of the wave and even some of the ocean beneath it suddenly vanished within a 50-meter radius. Then a shockwave heavy with water vapor slammed into them. The water hadn't vanished, but had instantly evaporated. Anyone who had been outside had to hang on for dear life and came out soaking wet. Zoro was somewhat grateful for this, as it masked his nervous sweat. He could definitely see that Cherry was Hawkeye's daughter, through and through. Though he wouldn't say that out loud, as Cherry always got grumpy anytime she was compared to him. A clear path was left in Aqua Laguna for their sea train, the Rocket Man, to pass through, before it closed back up. Not bad. I can see where improvements can be made though. Cherry pondered aloud. "You can improve upon that?" the Frankie family goon who seemed to be their chosen spokesman exclaimed. "Of course I can, it's just water, you know. Try evaporating a mountain instead, now that's a really tricky feat," Cherry said nonchalantly. Meanwhile on the sea train, puffing Tom, "I'll disconnect this carriage from the ones in front, then we'll fight our way through the Marines. Hopefully they won't notice anything is wrong before it's too late," Robin said, blooming arms and an eye in between their car and the one in front of it. She easily disconnected them, and they quickly start to pull apart from the rest of the train. Then they move towards the back to incapacitate the Marines. "The only real threat on the cars behind us is Captain T-Bone. He's known as the Ship Cutter, and that name isn't an exaggeration. You'll recognize him from his unique face, so eliminate him first," Robin explained. Moving into the next sea train car, they instantly spotted Captain T-Bone. As Robin said, his face was quite unique. "What are you doing? I shan't allow you to escape justice." Contrary to his frightening visage, his words held both sincerity and resolve. Robin instantly bloomed arms upon his body to hold him down, while Frankie charged forward to pummel him with his steel fists. Nami got to work dealing with the other Marines, forming thunderclouds in the car with her Climatact, which was recently improved by Usopp using dials. As the disconnected cars and the sea train separated further and further away, the old man, Wilson Alexander, looked up from his romance novel. "Are you not going to deal with that?" he asked lazily. Rob Lucci was only confused for a moment before taking action. "Kaka, go tell the driver to reverse course. Blue no. Create a passageway for us." Rob Lucci was furious at Robin for reneging on their deal, even though he had no intentions of keeping it himself. But also at himself for not being more alert. It was a rookie mistake. Curiously, none of his ire was directed at his elderly master. More accurately, he wasn't capable of being upset at his master, as that had always been met with a swift and brutal reprisal during his training throughout childhood. The other CP9 agents were the same. Back on the stopped sea train cars, Robin, Frankie, and Nami had finished off the Marines. Captain T-Bone gave them a bit of trouble, but was outnumbered. They moved on to the next care, and dealt with the forces there more easily. "Now we need to prepare for CP9 to come for us. It won't take them long to reach us. We need to stall for as much time as we can," Robin said. "I'm afraid your time is up and our deal is off," growled the voice of Rob Lucci, who stepped into the last car with the other CCP9 agents. Robin winced at the words, but remained steadfast. She knew they wanted her and Frankie alive, so she just needed to keep the focus on herself and away from Nami. Nami, for her part, pretended to be paralyzed with fear. which wasn't too difficult seeing as she was actually afraid. She was expendable to CP9, but also a useful hostage against Robin. Now they would execute the second phase of their plan, fight and resist for as long as possible, then surrender when Nami is taken hostage. It was a deadly gamble, but they had little choice. Rob Lucci had already guessed this plan, especially since he just heard her say they were trying to buy time. But his master's words repeated in his mind. I forbid you to kill any of the three of them. You've always been too bloodthirsty, learn to act with some elegance. His master had always been eccentric like this. He hoped he wouldn't have to deal with him on any of his future missions. Chapter 78, Eni's Lobby. Robin raised her arms crossed in front of her. Do you really believe your futile resistance will buy you any time? You're outclassed. Rob Lucci sneered. Take them, Bluno, Frankie Robin said. Right. Robin raised her arms crossed in front of her. Do you really believe your futile resistance will buy you any time? You're outclassed. Rob Lucci sneered. Take them, Bluno, Frankie Robin said. Right. Frankie Robin. Right. 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 Frankie stepped forth to meet the challenge. Vingt fleur, Robin shouted, creating a number of arms on Bluno. Bluno paid them no mind. He was a superhuman, and Nico Robin is only an ordinary woman. She did not possess the power necessary to harm or even inconvenience him. His expectations were shattered, however, when the arms did not attack. Instead, they seemed to be massaging him. Frankie reared up a powerful punch. Bluno intended to simply take it head-on with Tekai. Eh? Bluno exclaimed in confusion. Just before the steel fist of Frankie slammed into his face, throwing him backwards with great momentum. Robin smirked with disdain at his arrogance. Cherry was not the only one who was interested in Serene's massage arts. The other CP9 agents were only stunned for a brief moment before their training kicked in, putting them on full alert. Trenta fleur! Robin bloomed more arms upon all their bodies at seemingly random places. Dark clouds started to form over their heads inside the C-train car as well. They attacked the arms as they moved forward, but they were quickly appearing, then disappearing, making it tricky to land any attacks. By the time they feel a hand caressing them, the arm has already vanished. They needed to go for the source, Nico Robin. However, Frankie stood between them. Frankie breathed fire at them to hold them at bay, but Rob Lucci simply pushed through. Khalifa turned back and started to go around to flank them. Frankie threw a punch at Rob Lucci as he approached. Rob Lucci was already starting to feel the effects of the massage art, so he elected to dodge with Kami E. He succeeded at dodging the first, but Robin adapted and started cramping certain muscles instead, limiting his flexibility. Enough, Rob Lucci growled, transforming into his hybrid leopard form. He prepared to use Shigen on Frankie to disable him when the clouds rumbled over his head. Zap! He was struck by lightning, causing his fur to fluff up from the remaining static. He turned a hateful gaze at Nami, who was whistling nonchalantly, like it had nothing to do with her. Nami filled the C-train car with her mirages. A few of each of the three of the appeared, along with dozens and dozens of Robin's arms. For the CP9 agents who had not yet awakened observation hockey, this was a huge pain in the neck. The battle went on until the puffing Tom reversed back their detached cars and reattached to them. Naturally, CP9 came out on top. They were a little worse for wear, but even though Robin, Nami and Frankie put up a good fight, CP had a resounding victory over their rebellious prisoners. Sadly, there was still no sign of any pursuers. They were rounded up and kept chained inside the front C-train car, so they could no longer pull any detachment shenanigans. The Rocket Man hurtled along the tracks at ludicrous speeds, Cherry checking out the engine. It was a marvel of technology in her eyes. Perhaps one day when she's got all the time in the world, she'll learn all about it. They had a run-in with the giant frog who knocked the C-train loose from the tracks, but they quickly found their way back with the help of the Frankie family. Polly drew out a rough map of Eni's lobby for them to have a look at before they reached their destination. Soon enough, they could see Eni's lobby and the gates of justice behind it. Luffy didn't wait for the sea train to reach the station, and directly jumped over the fence surrounding Eni's lobby. Cherry followed with Geppo after to make sure he didn't get himself killed. Luffy, you need to be on guard. The old baldy I fought basically was just toying with me and still kicked my teeth in. They just brought Robin, Nami, and Frankie over that giant hole to the other side. We can still catch them. Cherry explained, which only got a quick nod in return. Cherry sighed. This foolish captain really was a troublemaker. Whatever, go crazy if you want to. I'll try to sneak inside, Cherry said. They parted ways, Luffy going directly through the various checkpoints in less than subtle ways, while Cherry snuck around the sides. Chaos erupted on the island. Luffy wreaked havoc on the Marines who got in his way, while the shipwrights and the Frankie family fought at the front gates. They broke through to the main gate, but were stopped by two giants who were too strong for them to face. Cabernet stepped forward. She hadn't seen much action for a while and was raring to go. What's the little birdie going to do, huh? One of the giants taunted. Yeah, what can you do, little birdie? Repeated the other. Cabernet transformed into her figurehead shape, becoming much taller but still dwarfed by the giants. Her size was of no concern, however, as she shot forward at the first giant. She slammed into his stomach like a meteor, sending him reeling backwards into the gate that creaked with his weight. She wasted no time in pummeling the other into submission. While they fought outside the gates to open them, thus making way for Rocketman to pass, and Luffy quickly dealt with the regular Marines within the base. Cherry was hopping across the gap to the other half of Eni's lobby with Geppo. She was quite happy to have this technique. She was working on combining it with Soru to allow for super speed pseudo-flight. With her body cultivation, it would be no issue to sustain that level of physical exertion. Cherry knew she couldn't hide from the old monster's observation haki, so she was kind of gambling on the fact that he wouldn't do anything unless she directly threatened the success of his mission. Fortunately for her, the old man in question, Wilson Alexander, was currently napping in the office of Spandam, who was the man in command of the mission. Spandam only allowed him to do so because whenever he'd open his mouth to complain, he felt a sense of impending doom. Cherry took stock of the building's occupants with her life sense, easily locating Robin within, as well as where the CP9 agents and the old monster were with some others. Are they making a report to a commanding officer? I bet that where the Buster call can be called from, since there are a few Den Mushes in there too. Cherry thought. First she would wait until they moved their captives and split up, then she would rescue the damsel in distress. She would rescue Robin and Nami as well, of course. Cherry decided to try out something she'd be meaning to test. She drew her sword and placed the hilt against her ear. She tapped the blade with his finger, causing the sword to vibrate like a tuning fork. It took some fiddling with, but eventually she managed to pick up the sound inside the room where CP9 and the captives were. Just in time to hear some loser ranting about how he now had the only two keys to awakening the ancient weapons in his hands. Robin questioned why Aokiji would give him the power to call a Buster call, and the sound of a slap rang out. From her life sense, Cherry could see that Robin took the blow easily while the man-child cradled his hand, apparently having hurt himself in the attempt. Cherry made a mental note to make sure he didn't still have that hand before either of them left Eni's lobby. Chapter 79. Freeing the Prisoners. Cherry listened in on the meeting between Spandam and the CP9 agents until they separated. At the end, Spandam gave not one, but 2 devil fruits to the CP9 agents. Cherry thought he must be really stupid if he thinks he can buy the loyalty of these psychopaths, even with devil fruit. Where exactly does he think the current devil fruit users amongst them obtained their devil fruits? This guy is definitely plotting against the world government. Except he's doing it in an even more incompetent manner than Crocodile is. Shame I probably won't get a hold of those devil fruit. Oh well, Cherry thought. Bluno happened to notice Luffy on the roof adjacent to the administration tower. He was about to go deal with him alone, but thought better of it. We had had a bit of trouble with just 2 of the straw hats on the train, so their captain should be even more troublesome, no? Bluno pondered. So he set aside his pride and asked Khalifa to assist him. This earned a bit of mockery from Jabra, the CP9 agent with a ponytail, and Fu Manchu mustache and a pointed goatee. The two ignored him and went through Bluno's air door to meet Luffy on the rooftop across the abyss below. The other CP9 assassins chained up their prisoners in a central room to wait for the marine escort to bring them through the gates of justice. This was the moment Cherry was waiting for. She quickly and quietly infiltrated the administration tower and made her way towards where Robin, Nami, and Frankie were kept. On the rooftop with Luffy, Bluno and Khalifa stepped onto the rooftop through a door in the air. "You're a devil fruit user?" Luffy asked. "I ate the door fruit. I'm a doorman," Bluno responded. "You really ought to surrender. You've invaded land owned directly by the world government. It won't end well for you." Luffy gave them a smile. "I don't have to hold back against you anymore, so I don't think I will." Luffy wasted no time and went into gear second. Bluno stepped forward and prepared himself to deal with whatever Luffy was doing. Khalifa raised her arms into a circular shape. A ray of light began to form and increase in intensity, focusing on Luffy. "Ah, hot, hot, hot," Luffy exclaimed. He vanished from his position and slammed into Bluno. Bluno spewed blood from his mouth and he staggered backwards, shock on his face. He launched a few Rankyaku slashes at him, which Luffy dodged with some ease. "Damn it, Bluno, group up with me!" Khalifa yelled, suddenly aware of how dangerous the goofy-looking pirate before them is. Bluno rushed to her side quickly, also understanding the dangerous situation. He pulled them both into an air door, closing it behind him. Luffy remained alert, watching out for an ambush. An air door opened above and behind him. An enormous slash appeared from it, which was much stronger and faster than before. Luffy dodged at the last moment, taking a shallow slash across the back. He went to retaliate, but the air door closed before he could do so. Luffy quickly darted his head around, searching for his attackers. Another air door opened right next to him, sending a massive Rankyaku towards his left side. Luffy bent over to the right, sending his own leg left kicking underneath the Rankyaku into the air door. He found purchase on Khalifa's face, breaking her glasses and her nose. That's harassment," Khalifa muttered in a nasally voice. Luffy quickly clambered into the strange room hidden within the air and charged at Bluno. Bluno desperately tried to dodge his attacks, knowing his Tekai did little to nothing against his powerful attacks, but he could only do so much before he was hit and pummeled into the ground. Khalifa may have been the weakest longtime member of the current CP9, but she was far from the dumbest. She lay down on the ground and played dead. If she was going to lose anyways, might as well avoid the beating that normally came with defeat. Luffy left the air room and shut the door behind him. Cherry found her way to the room where Robin, Nami, and Frankie were chained up. She knocked out the guard and dragged him inside with her. "Hey ladies, did you start the party without me?" Cherry said, dropping the unconscious Marine to the ground. "Cherry?" Frankie and Nami exclaimed in delight. Cherry cuts through the chains binding Nami and Robin. They were pretty tough, being a sea stone and steel alloy, but succumbed in the end. "Wait, what about me? Aren't we friends too?" Frankie complained. "Of course we are, Frankie, buddy old pal, and since we're friends, we should naturally share our possessions with one another, right? I shared my crew's money with you to buy all that atom wood, so you should let me have a look at the blueprints for Pluton. It's only fair," Cherry said with a devilish smirk. "What? I can't do that." Frankie refused adamantly. "Oh my, I guess we weren't friends after all. And since we're not friends, I have no obligation to help you, goodbye." Cherry feigned hurt feelings and turned to leave. "Damn it, Nico Robin isn't the demon, it's you. I'll let you have a peek, but only a peek," Frankie bargained, clearly irritated. "Heh. I knew you couldn't resist being my friend, Frankie," Cherry said, cutting his chains off as well. "Okay. Let's get out of here quickly before they realize what's wrong." Cherry said, "Before who realizes what's wrong?" A familiar creaky voice said. "Ah!" Nami and Frankie squealed in fear at the creepy old man who appeared out of nowhere. "I'm surprised you're so energetic so soon after taking my attack head-on, little girl. In any case, I cannot let you take this perverted young man. If you do, I'd fail the mission and wouldn't get my promised reward." He spoke straightforwardly. "So you wouldn't object to me taking the other two?" Cherry inquired. "No, I don't care about them," Wilson Alexander claimed. "Well, sorry about this, Frankie. This guy is way too much trouble for me, so you're on your own, I'm afraid," Cherry said. Frankie didn't seem all that upset. "In that case, I'll just super self-destruct." His hind end started to rapidly inflate. Well, that's unique, Wilson said, unfazed and unmoving. Cherry, Robin, and Nami put some distance between themselves and Frankie. A rumbling started within his bubble butt, before exploding and launching him through the walls of the room and onto a balcony outside the building. How predictable. Wilson seemed genuinely disappointed that Frankie didn't actually self-destruct. He calmly followed after him through the hole in the wall. Well, let's go quickly before the other CP9 agents get here. Cherry ushered Robin and Nami away towards the least populated path. This path still contained a fair few Marines, as well as a certain annoying individual. Nico, Robin, stop right there or I'll press this button calling the buster call, Spandam shouted when he saw them, holding up a golden Denden Mushi. It just so happened that the hand he was holding the Denden Mushi with was the same one he slapped Robin with. A sword light passed through it at the wrist. The hand fell to the ground, flipping in such a way that the Denden Mushi landed button first. Gotcha. Ah. Spandam, Robin, and Nami yelled in unison, though for different reasons. Chapter 80 Blueprints. You cut off my hand! You cut off my hand! Screeched Spandam whilst the Marines around him tried to give first aid. You activated the buster call. Robin screamed whilst shaking Cherry by the shoulders. That idiot would have pressed the button all on his own anyways. Rather than argue, let's just get going, yeah? Cherry tried to calm down Robin, but couldn't keep the satisfied smirk off her face. Funkfried! Spandam cried out. The trumpeting of an elephant rang out. In his left hand he held a strange sword. Flash. Ah! Spandam screamed in shock and fury. The Marines desperately tried to keep still so they could stop the bleeding of his second stump of the day. I'm not getting paid enough for this, one of the Marines said on the sidelines. Follow close behind me, ladies. Cherry charged into the ranks of the Marines, lightning surging out causing them to collapse and open a path. Chapapa, where do you think you're going? A CP9 agent stepped in front of them. He was Fukuru, a ball-shaped man with a zipper over his mouth. Get out of the way, loser. Cherry spoke simply, punching him in the chest and sending him flying. Oh, over 9,000 doriki? He sputtered before collapsing to the ground. What the heck is a doriki? Cherry wondered aloud. Robin and Nami recalled how Fukuru had tested the other CP9 agent's strength, and that even Rob Lucci only received 4,000 doriki. Of course, when the old monster Wilson Alexander offered to test his strength, Fukuru had been very frightened of the idea and desperately, but politely refused. The three ladies exited the building onto the balcony. To their left, they saw Frankie chewing on Wilson Alexander's arm, which was gripping him by his own arm. Across the deep abyss below them they saw Luffy and the other straw hats on the roof opposite them. Robin, Nami, they shouted out when they saw them. Luffy, catch! Cherry shouted over the gap. Luffy tilted his head in confusion. Cherry picked up Nami, much to her own confusion until she realized what was about to happen. Eh? Wait, you're not going to— Ah! Nami screamed, as she hurled across the gap, where Luffy caught her. Your turn, Robin. Cherry grinned evilly. Robin looked around like she was trying to find a place to escape to. Unfortunately, she had to submit herself to her fate, and was thrown across the gap as well. Around this time the other CP9 agents came out onto the balcony as well. They had dark looks cross their faces when they realized half of their mission objectives just escaped their grasp. Cherry charged at Wilson Alexander and threw herself at him. He reached out his free hand and grabbed her by the throat. I've told you already not to meddle in my mission. I'm beginning to think you're not very smart. He stopped talking when Cherry dug her fingers into his arm. He had a bad premonition and realized he shouldn't have grabbed her. Lightning erupted from Cherry's waist and there was no way for him to dodge. The lightning surged into his arms, forcing him to release his grip as the electricity manipulated his motor nerves. Jump over the edge, Frankie, Cherry shouted. Something in her voice made him trust her words and he followed the command only a moment later. Whoosh! A flying ship rose upwards from beneath them, catching Frankie on its deck. It began to move away from the administration tower. Phew, I'm not dead. Super. Frankie was relieved. He turned to face the administration tower and pulled something out of a compartment on his body. Oh, do you recognize these? He held out a cluster of very old parchment, on the face of which the word Pluton was written. Have a look, Rob Lucci, so you know it's the real thing, he said, flipping through the pages for him to see. Wilson, Alexander and Cherry watched for Rob Lucci's reaction, and they seemed to truly be the genuine article. Frankie held them before his face. Since Robin has such good comrades to protect her, there's no point in risking you awakening the ancient weapon. Two people vanished from the balcony. Frankie breathed a jet of flame at the blueprints, but just before they reached the pages they vanished from his hand. You're such a good friend, Frankie. I'll give them back later, okay? Cherry's voice echoed in the stunned silence of everyone else in attendance. Hand those blueprints over, brat. Wilson Alexander growled, seeming genuinely angry for the first time in their interactions. The two figures bounced around in the air, Cherry fleeing from the pursuing Wilson. Rob Lucci recognized that we're using a combination of Soru and Geppo, known as Kamisori. He could see that his master had the advantage of speed, but Cherry was moving so erratically that he couldn't quite catch her. How had Cherry beaten Wilson to the blueprints if he's faster than her? Cherry had simply broken her legs for an extra burst of speed, which was also part of the reason she was moving strangely. Whilst that game of cat and mouse was playing out in the air, a newly unarmed Spandam appeared on the balcony. What are you doing? Go catch Nico Robin. CP9 moved immediately, crossing over the abyss towards the straw hats with Geppo. Cherry swiftly looked through the pages, memorizing the contents while dodging Wilson and his attacks. No wonder Frankie didn't mind letting Rob Lucci catch a glimpse of these blueprints. They're immensely complex and the room for error in construction is non-existent. Cherry thought. She only needed a good look at each page to memorize them, however, as she can simply meditate to recall them in perfect detail later. When she finished, she used lightning to incinerate the pages to ashes, then scatter the ashes into the abyss below. Ah, damn it, you young people have no respect for old things, Wilson said, ceasing his pursuit. Are you talking about the blueprints or yourself? Cherry asked him. Both, you brat. I guess it's over. It's a shame I won't get my reward. He sighed. What reward could get someone as old as you to wag his tail? Surely you don't lack wealth. You should be able to obtain whatever you like with your power. Cherry asked curiously. A crooked smile crossed the old man's face, one that seemed to reveal a deep madness underneath his professional exterior. You want to know? I guess I can tell you. My reap fruit isn't called that for nothing, you see. Once it awakened, it allowed me to send dead souls to the afterlife. Let me tell you, there is no mortal pleasure that can beat personally sending an evil soul to hell. Hekekeke. He said, barely containing his joy just at the thought. Can't you just hunt pirates for that? Why would you need to world government to give you evil people? Cherry inquired. Not all evils are the same. They come in different flavors. The flavor I can only get from the world government is celestial dragon. His eyes were wild with gluttony, but it quickly faded to disappointment. However, that's impossible with this failure. It's not a chance that comes often. This guy really is crazy, Cherry thought. She kept her guard up in case he decided to take out his loss on her or the others. Well, goodbye. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. Her worries vanished when he simply left, as if losing his reward was like dropping an ice cream cone. The Straw Hats had started a retreat while fighting off CP9. From behind, the massive gates of justice started to open. Chapter 81, Buster Call. Damn it, hurry up and lower the drawbridge. The Buster Call is here. We need to catch Nico Robin and escape before they start bombarding the island. Spandam's voice was heard across the whole of Ennie's lobby over the intercom system. But sir, shouldn't we warn the Marines on the island to evacuate? Another voice asked. Forget them. They will have died a glorious death on the day of my promotion. Spandam shouted. Sir, I think that Denden Mushi is broadcasting to the whole island. The other voice said. Huh? Why didn't you tell me, you fool? The intercom audibly shut off afterwards. A panic ensued amongst the Marines, most of whom forgot all about the pirates rampaging on the island and made for their ships. This opened a clear path for the Straw Hats side to escape as well, though they still needed to deal with the remaining CP9 agents. Luffy's fight with Rob Lucci was the hardest of them. He took quite a beating from the Leopard Man, but ultimately did come out on top. A notable addition to Luffy's techniques was Gear Third, in which he apparently inflated his bones to create giant limbs. Cherry thought it was rather absurd, But she couldn't say anything about it since it worked, at least until it wore off and left him as a miniature version of himself. Cherry made a mental note to tease him about it later. Cherry let them have their battles, it would be good for their growth. She observed a new technique being used by Rob Lucci and the weirdo with white makeup and long purple hair. It seemed to allow them near complete control over their bodies, which would certainly be useful in Cherry's arsenal. By the time their battles were coming to an end, Cherry had pretty much got the hang of it. Not too surprising since both this technique and Rokushiki had more to do with body control than skill. That was right up a body cultivator's alley. The gates of justice had completely opened by now and the bombardment began. The explosions slowly made their way forward, raising the island to the ground. Cherry joined up with the others. Should I do anything about that Spandam guy? He'll probably make his way onto a marine ship and escape if we do nothing. Robin looked incredibly uncomfortable, likely due to the Buster call drudging up bad memories. Let's just leave. There's no reason to take any risks over that thing. They could see the shore now, but there was a problem. Several marine warships had circled around to intercept them. Fortunately, they weren't targeting them directly, though it was quite strange that they weren't. They seemed to have picked up the Marines from the island. Cherry raised her opinion of the Marines by just a little bit for that small act of decency. A voice commanded loudly from one of the ships. This is Vice Admiral Onegumo. All Marines ranked commander and above will engage the Straw Hats. Nico Robin is to be apprehended alive, per Admiral Aokiji's orders. That explained why they weren't being bombarded. There were a surprising number of officers of that high of rank that came out to meet them. For example, a masked Marine who clashed swords with Zoro attempted to grab one of his swords. Zoro remembered Cherry's advice from weeks ago, and kicked him to create distance. No doubt he would have lost a blade just then had he allowed it. Cherry thought that it was quite fascinating how many devil fruit users were gathered in one place, despite their supposed rarity. The Grand Line lived up to its name, that was for sure. She was kind of annoyed that the vice admirals had yet to move a muscle from their ships though. So she didn't leave them the option of hiding themselves away, while their subordinates did all the hard work. She rampaged across the ships, using hit-and-run tactics to attack the vice admirals, before running away to the next before they could counterattack. They were a tough lot, but they wouldn't be leaving Eni's lobby unharmed at least. Cherry's innocent laughter would haunt the dreams of many of the Marines who were present here for years to come. Eventually, thanks to Cherry's distraction, the other Straw Hats, shipwrights, the Frankie family, and the two giants who were originally on the Marine side, managed to board the Frankie family's ship, and the Puffing Tom, and rushed out to sea. The Marines didn't even notice due to the chaos until they got a big head start. Cabernet came to Cherry's side to pick her up. Cherry had been so enthralled with the battle she didn't even notice her until she picked her up by the scruff of her shirt. "Ah, wait Cabernet, just one more," Cherry said, stopping her from flying off with her. Cherry swung her sword, sending a sword light twisting and dodging between the Marines and the warships. "Ah, my legs!" A distant shout rang out from Spandam on another ship. "Now we can go! Heh." Cherry's actions and words sent shivers down the spines of the nearby Marines. They took off faster than anyone could react to, and soon enough found themselves on the roof of the Puffing Tom. The Marine warships prepared to pursue them, but Admiral Aokiji's appeared, and told them they had lost and to give up. This was frustrating for the vice admirals, but they couldn't openly question his judgment and simply let it go for now. Back on the Puffing Tom, everyone was celebrating their victorious escape. "Bah," Mary bleated. "Mary says she had fun and hopes we'll have more exciting adventures," Chopper translated, whilst he was trying to make Cherry sit still and put casts on her broken legs. Cherry eventually relented and let him do whatever would set his mind at ease. It really wasn't necessary to have healing aids at this point of her cultivation though. The fifth realm of body cultivation was called the Blood Rebirth Realm. Its primary purpose was to increase the healing capability of the body by an enormous degree. Its name comes from the idea that a top-rated body cultivation method could enable one to restore their body from a single drop of blood if the fifth realm was perfected. That wasn't such an easy thing to achieve, however. Cherry even thought that a single devil fruit may not be enough to push this particular realm to perfection. She would need something more potent, and her mind often came back to the fact that when a devil fruit user ate a second devil fruit, they would explode. It was a very dangerous idea. Eventually, they made it back to Water 7 where Iceberg was waiting to receive them. "I'm glad you made it back safely," Iceberg said to everyone. "Of course we did. Who do you take us for?" Frankie huffed. Iceberg leaned in to whisper to Frankie. "I asking just in case, but they didn't get the blueprints, did they?" "Ah, that's right. Cherry, how could you snatch the blueprints from me? That was supposed to be my super moment." Frankie complained loudly. "What do you mean? If I didn't take them, the old man would have just a split second later. Besides, you promised to let me have a look and I burned them afterwards, so it's all good, right?" Cherry made excuses. Frankie wanted to argue, but her logic was sound, and she did save his life, so he couldn't muster anything to say. "Well, it's okay if she just had a quick look at them, Frankie. We're the best shipwrights in the world, and even we couldn't memorize them." Iceberg consoled. "No, I did memorize them though." Cherry tilted her head. Iceberg and Frankie's jaws dropped. Images flashed in their minds of Cherry at the helm of Pluton laughing like a demon. They shook the thought out of their heads, choosing to place their hopes in Cherry's good nature. "Well, anyways, I want to thank you guys for everything. I bought a sizable amount of the best wood in the world in order to make my dream ship. I'd like to give that ship to you guys, once I've finished with it." Frankie offered generously, conveniently forgetting that it was their money that paid for the wood in the first place. The Straw Hats didn't sweat the small stuff, however, and graciously accepted the offer. Chapter 82, Monkey D. Garp. There was about a week to kill whilst Frankie was busy building his dream ship, as he called it. Cherry made sure to ask him to save all of the scrap wood left over, as she could always fuse it back together to create bigger pieces. She planned to use that wood for various projects of her own during the week, the first of which was to attempt to make her own Vivre cards, in order to track the Straw Hats. They seemed to get into the most trouble when they were separated from one another after all. She had Luffy show her Ace's Vivre card as an example to base her own off of. And after a few attempts, she managed to make her own version of them. It took about 2 days to complete the experimental processes necessary to do so. She made a little booklet of Vivre cards, each page being for each member of the Straw Hats. This way she could find each of them whenever she needed to. The group was hanging out in the hotel room discussing future plans. "Somebody is coming this way, guys. Seems pretty strong." Cherry spoke up. Blam. The wall of the hotel room exploded, or at least it seemed to as an old man in a vice admiral's uniform walked in. "Grandpa?" Luffy shouted nervously. "Don't you owe me an apology, Luffy? Not only did you become a pirate, you even dragged Miss Harpin down to your level." Garp growled, slamming a fist into the top of Luffy's head. "And you, Miss Harpin, what are you doing becoming a pirate? Your grandfather was an old drinking buddy of mine, his dojo trained many fine marines." Garp interrogated. Cherry took in the presence of the old man. He wasn't like the indecisive Aokiji or the depraved Wilson Alexander. This was a man who was firm in his convictions and sense of justice. The government decided those fine marines weren't enough and put that bastard of a world's greatest swordsman on their payroll instead. "Don't blame me for the choice they made," she said unflinchingly. "Your tongue is as sharp as your grandmother's, bwahahaha." Garp laughed, though Cherry thought she could sense some feelings of guilt beneath it. "Anyways, I trained you to be a marine, not a damned pirate, Luffy," Garp shouted at him. "I've always said I wanted to be a pirate," Luffy countered. "It's that damned red hair that's corrupted you." Garp shouted back stubbornly. "Shut up, Shanks saved my life," Luffy yelled. Garp continued to scold and punch Luffy for a while, until they eventually both got sick of it and gave up. They had a little reunion with some old acquaintances, Colby and Helmeppo. Cherry was a bit surprised to see Colby use Soru from Rokushiki. She supposed they didn't just teach it to cipher Pole agents. They chatted some more whilst Garp and the Marines fixed the hole he made in the wall, during which Garp accidentally told everyone that Dragon was his son and Luffy's father. When Luffy went to go catch up with Colby and Helmeppo, Cherry followed Nami to the pool where she listened in on their conversion with a hidden Dendenmushi. "A shame we can't feed questions to Luffy. Those guys have really loose lips," Cherry commented. A bit later a man with a camera approached them. You, excuse me? I'm with the local newspaper. Can I get some photos? Oh, sure. You have to get a good one though, one that makes me look the cutest. Nami was happy to get the attention. May I have one of you as well, miss? He asked Cherry nervously. For the bounty posters, right? Cherry gave a menacing grin. What? Nami exclaimed. He swiftly took a photo of Cherry and ran away. Wow, he's pretty quick on his feet. No wonder they have him taking the bounty photos. Cherry praised. Why didn't you tell me that he was lying? Nami was distraught, shaking Cherry by the shoulders. Hehehe, you're supposed to be the most wary one of our little ragtag group, Nami. Except for Robin, of course. Cherry teased. Later on they had a big barbecue banquet for everyone involved in their little misadventure this time. Again Nami seemed to fail to realize it was their own money that Luffy spent to make this possible, but Cherry wouldn't ruin her mood. Cherry didn't miss Aokiji trying to crash the party. She noticed him strike up a conversation with Robin through the wall of the courtyard. Cherry slowly approached whilst drawing her sword, trying to reduce the presence of her will to the minimum. Naturally Robin saw this, but Cherry placed a finger to her lips with a mischievous look. Cherry pointed the sword at the wall right next to Robin's head, and waited until they finished speaking with her eyes closed. Then live your life to the fullest, he spoke. Shink. Aokiji widened his eyes as the blade passed dangerously close to his throat. Of course he recognized the sword as Cherry's. He heard Robin giggle on the other side. I'll do that with or without your blessing. Aokiji scurried away. Not out of fear, no, of course not. He just didn't want to start any trouble, that's all. Thank you, Cherry. Robin gave her a big smile. She was tired of Aokiji making her feel so helpless, so that felt quite cathartic. The next 5 days, Cherry spent working on her other goals for the time. First was a spear, to add to her blood-bound arsenal. The atom wood made for a very good spear shaft, and she obtained the metals she needed for a super alloy from the neighboring cities connected to Water 7 via sea train. The result was very good for this world at least, and became even better once she blood-bound it. The last project was a slingshot for Usopp. It wasn't something he'd be able to use with his current strength, but rather something to aspire to use if he trained hard enough. He was not only the weakest of her pupils, but also showed the least improvement, so she wanted to spur him on with a tangible reward. His current slingshot was basically scrap metal in Cherry's eyes. Worse even, it was a crutch. He used dials to increase its power instead of his own body's strength. Call her old-fashioned if you want, but she believed weapons should only augment a warrior's power, not replace it. The result was as expected of a peerless weaponsmith. Cherry had Usopp demonstrate the power of his kabuto for her. She praised it where praise was due, and criticized it where it should be criticized. Usopp had long recognized Cherry's craftsmanship and took it well. Now, I've got a gift for you, Usopp, Cherry said, giving him a box. Oh, what is it? He asked, shaking it obnoxiously. Just open it. Cherry swatted the back of his head. Oh, it's very stylish. Thank you, Cherry. He admired it, but when he tried to pull it, it didn't budge. Cherry? It's supposed to be elastic, you know? Usopp said awkwardly. Cherry gave him an annoyed look and put out her hand. Usopp gave the slingshot to her, and she proceeded to place an iron ball into it and pull it back. Usopp watched in amazement. Then his jaw dropped when she released it, and the iron ball easily pierced a steel plate at a distance of 50 meters. See? It works just fine. It's you who isn't up to standard. However, if you work hard, you can use it too. Then your gadgets will increase your strength instead of being your only strength. Cherry encouraged. Usopp took back the slingshot and looked at it in his hands. His eyes started to sparkle with a newfound desire to grow stronger. Hey guys, the new ship has been completed. A Frankie family member called out to them. Chapter 83, Cherry's First Bounty. Bali. Princess Sandwich, please have a look at this. The head maid of the Ham family, Darlene said, handing over a newspaper with a stack of bounty posters. Princess Ham Sandwich took the newspaper and read the headline story. Ha ha ha. Her laughter echoed in the halls of the palace. Do you have my list, Darlene? Naturally, Princess. Darlene took out a small book and handed it to her. Princess Sandwich opened it and found an entry labeled Infamous Pirate between Mermaid and Admiral, and put a check in the empty box next to it. She snapped it shut and handed it back to Darlene, who tucked it into her coat pocket. Red Delta. Hina had been in the area of her hometown, so she stopped by to visit. Whilst she had lunch with her family, the newspaper arrived. Hina's sister Marlene started to go pale, paler than she usually is anyhow, as she read the headline story. Hina had a bad feeling, and took the newspaper from her, and read it aloud for her parents to hear as well. As she went on, she started to grip the newspaper, and eventually ripped it apart without even finishing the story. The bounty posters flew out of it and landed scatter on the table, the top of which belonged to Cherry. Hina is infuriated, she shouted. Calm down, sweetie. Maybe it's not so bad. You know how they like to exaggerate in the news. Maximilian tried to calm her down. Hina did calm down, but only from boiling to simmering. She was taking this too personally, she should just do her duty and that's all. But she couldn't help feeling a bit betrayed. Gloom Island. Hawkeye looked into the eyes staring back at him from the bounty poster that seemed to peer directly into his soul and judge all his sins. When Red Hair had told him he had a daughter during their duel, he had ignored it as a poor attempt to disrupt his focus. When Aokiji called him to tell him a young woman had claimed to be his daughter by the name of Harpendee Cherry, he couldn't so easily dismiss it. It could still have been a lie, a fraud. The events that occurred on that island when he had his duel with West Blue's strongest swordsman, Harpendee Mortis, were not exactly a secret. However, now that he was looking at her photograph, he could not deny it. He could see both himself and that woman in her face. He sighed. That woman had been the closest he ever came to giving up his ambitions, and by a long shot. Ultimately, he never would have abandoned his path in life, even if he'd known about this daughter of his. He furrowed his brows further than usual. While he couldn't deny his blood connection, he also didn't want to accept something else. Why is your epithet cheap shot? What kind of nickname is that for a swordsman? He stood up and uncharacteristically roared. He knew it wasn't unwarranted either, since Aokiji had told him that all 5 vice admirals that went to Eni's lobby were laid up in the hospital with injured groins. He debated whether or not to go set her straight, but decided against it. It wasn't his right to parent her. He wouldn't go to her. They would only meet if she came to him. Boulder Island. I'm going right now. She's going to wish it was the Marines who got a hold of her when I catch her. Grandma Angela raged. It was Commander Frau who had delivered the news to her personally. He had somewhat anticipated this situation and brought a large number of Marines with him to attempt to prevent her from rashly setting sail. Now, calm down, Angela. The Grand Line is a dangerous place. A woman at your age shouldn't— Oof! Commander Frau clutched his now aching gut. The Marines tried to dogpile the old woman, but to no avail as she flung them around like dolls. Slenk, Bork, you're coming with me. Grandma Angela called out to the hiding men who could only curse their luck. They went down to the harbor and purchased a ship, setting sail for the Grand Line as soon as they were able. The Red Hair Pirates' flagship Red Force. Soon they would be breaking through a marine blockade to meet with Whitebeard in regards to Blackbeard and Ace. The newspaper and the attached bounty posters arrived via News CO, the seabirds that deliver the newspapers. Check it out, Captain. My boy got a bounty. Also, it seems like both Usopp and Cherry are in Luffy's crew. How crazy is that? Yasopp laughed with delight. It's strange how small the world can be at times. I never thought that tattletale little girl would become a pirate herself. Da ha ha. Shanks said with a smile. It's good that Luffy has a strong crew, maybe we'll see him sooner than expected. Water 7. The Frankie family just finished pleading with the Straw Hats to bring Frankie with them, even if they had to use force. They brought the new bounty posters with them to show Frankie's bounty to them as their reasoning. With the exception of Serene, who had hidden her face in anticipation of the notoriety that would be inflicted upon them. They all had new bounties. Harpendee, Cheap Shot Cherry 350 million berry. Bloodwine Cabernet 275 million berry. Cherry thought her own bounty was pretty low, but figured it must be because it was her first one. Robin's bounty perplexed her as it only went up by a measly 1 million berry. What was even the point of that? Pfft! Why didn't they just take a picture of you while they were here, Sanji? This sketch is terrible. Did you beat of the photographer or something to make them hate you this much? Cherry teased him mercilessly. Sanji wasn't the only one who was upset. Nami wasn't fond of having a bounty on her head now, whilst Chopper was upset that his bounty was a measly 50 berry. Luffy, on the other hand, was conflicted. He was satisfied with his new bounty of 300 million, but that was still less than Cherry's bounty. As the captain, he naturally wanted to have the biggest bounty. You'll just have to try harder, Luffy. The future king of the pirates can't lag behind his crew, can he? Cherry said, which caused him to get fired up. They went down to check out the new ship, and were pretty amazed with the results. Even Cherry was somewhat impressed with its luxury. Eventually Frankie was lured back to the ship from his hideout, unclothed. After a brief back and forth, Frankie eventually gave up, and accepted the invitation. They soon set sail for their next destination, the route to which passed through the infamous Florian Triangle that Kokoro warned them about. Before that though, it seemed Garp was scolded by the fleet admiral, and sent back to catch them. He started hurling cannonballs at their ship, whilst Frankie started charging some sort of escape mechanism up. "Start handing me cannonballs, Usopp, this looks like fun," Cherry said. She reared back with the first and launched it towards the marine ship, slamming right into the bow. "Two can play at that game, you old coot, heh." Garp's ship ended up being the only one that took damage, as the Thousand Sunny had a higher quality crew. Then they flew into the air a whole kilometer away. "This consumes 3 whole barrels of cola, but it's great in a pinch," Frankie explained proudly. "Cola?" Cherry asked, perplexed. "Right. Both the Thousand Sunny and myself are powered by cola," Frankie said. Cherry could only stare at his slack-jawed. It was an absurd thing to claim. But sure enough, there were bottles of cola in his chest cavity. Cherry thought nonsense like this would be confined to the work of a devil fruit, but apparently the whole world was just insane. They enjoyed the sunlight while they could. There would be none where they were headed. Chapter 84, Sea of Darkness. Luffy, Chopper, and Usopp were fishing as they often do. Cherry was laying on a massage table set up on the lawn deck as Serene seemed to be putting all her strength into her elbow on Cherry's back. "You use a little more pressure, Serene. You won't hurt me," Cherry said. Serene redoubled her efforts. If an outside observer didn't know better, they'd think she was trying to hurt Cherry. Robin looked up from her book, and set it down on the coffee table next to her. She walked over and had Serene step aside, then pressed her knuckles into the same spot. "Ah-ta-ta-ta-ta, that hurts," Cherry squirmed. Robin walked away with a satisfied smile. She and Serene had been getting along better since she started learning massage arts from her. So it had started to annoy her when Cherry would bully Serene. In fact, pretty much everyone had at least somewhat warmed up to Serene, except for Cherry, who insisted she still owed community service. Lately Serene has been worming her way past even her defenses though. Cherry thought it must be the atmosphere of the crew that was changing her tune. Still, Cherry wouldn't trust her no matter what. Trusting her meant removing the seal on her devil fruit, and that wasn't going to happen. "Hey, what's that?" Luffy pointed out. "Looks like a barrel," Usopp spied with his keen eyes. "It says, offering for the gods?" They brought the barrel on board. It seemed to have remained intact. "Some sailors use these to pray for safe passage. They usually contain alcohol," Robin explained. "It's customary to place a new offering inside if you take from it." "What if it's cursed?" Usopp exclaimed. "Let's drink it," cheered the drunkards. Cherry activated her life sense on a hunch, but didn't pick up anything. Still, her instincts told her something was up with the barrel. Zip. A sound similar to a kazoo was created as something small flew up and out of the barrel. It exploded high in the air in an extremely bright red flash that persisted for several moments. "What happened? The alcohol disappeared," Chopper said, surprised. "Perhaps it was cursed? Ha ha ha," Zoro joked. "That was a flare. Perhaps it has alerted someone to our position?" Robin wondered aloud. Suddenly Nami sensed a change in the atmospheric pressure. She ordered the crew to change course at full speed. A storm was brewing. Cherry couldn't shake that feeling she had before, only now it wasn't coming from the barrel, but from the ship itself. The storm overtook them quickly. They raised the sails and brought out the paddles Frankie had installed to navigate instead. Several minutes of fighting the weather passed before they finally escaped the storm. Only now they found themselves in a dark place. A dense fog surrounded them, and the only light they could see came from their own ship. No doubt about it, we're inside the Florian Triangle, Frankie observed. I can feel something, like a subtle urging to go somewhere. Cabernet said. Bah. Mary agreed. Nobody else could feel what they were talking about, not even Cherry. Perhaps there's something in here that draws ships to their doom? Robin hypothesized darkly. That might explain how so many ships never come back out. The ships are pulled somewhere, unbeknownst to the crews aboard them. Cabernet and Mary shivered at the idea. Don't worry guys, I made all sorts of preparation against all manner of evil spirit, Usopp said, coming back up from below deck, covered in many different kinds of talismans and superstitious junk. Evil spirit, huh? Maybe that's what's hiding on the ship? Cherry spoke nonchalantly, rubbing her chin in thought. What? Nami, Usopp and Chopper shouted. Yeah, I felt like there was something inside that barrel we picked up, but I couldn't sense anything from it. Now I have the same feeling about the ship, Cherry explained calmly. Shishishi, let's find the ghost. Luffy was excited. He raced below decks. The crew searched every nook and cranny of the ship for about an hour, but turned up nothing. There's no ghost, Luffy said sadly. That's a good thing, Nami yelled at him. Well, if you really want to find a ghost, we could follow Cabernet and Mary's guidance to wherever that leads to. If there's ghosts anywhere, it's in the place all those missing ships are, right? Cherry said. Also, there's probably tons of treasure there. Nami had been silently motioning for Cherry to shut up right up until she mentioned the possibility of treasure. When she started to daydream about all the lost riches that must have accumulated there. She quickly shook herself out of it though. No, absolutely not, we're not going to sail straight into some unknown death trap. An eerie voice echoed across the pitch-black sea. Yo ho ho ho, did you hear that? Usopp asked. Yo ho ho ho, the mysterious voice sang. The creaking of a large ship could be heard coming up behind the Thousand Sunny. Upon shining their lights in the direction, they caught sight of it. The ship was old and battered, like it was in a battle half a century ago, and set adrift in this dark stretch of sea. As it passed, they shone the light upwards at the edge of the deck, and illuminated the place where the singing was coming from. There they beheld the pale face of a skeleton. Not an unusual sight on a ghost ship, to be fair, except that the skeleton lifted a teacup to its teeth before passing outside their range of sight. It's time to ship out Binks's brew, it sang softly. The crew had fear etched onto their faces. Except for Cherry and Serene, the former had an amused smile, whilst the latter looked like she had just seen the most adorable kitten she'd ever laid eyes upon. There was a moment of stunned silence as the ship left their sight. Shishishi, after it, Luffy ordered. The crew moved and brought the ship into motion to chase after the ship. They caught up easily as the large ship was only drifting along. They made a boarding party consisting of Luffy, Nami, Sanji, Cherry and Serene, who was even more enthusiastic than Luffy. They took a dinghy to board the ship, and climbed up the side via some fallen rigging. The skeleton they saw previously peeked over the edge at them, earning a squeal of fear from Nami, and a squeal of delight from Serene. When they climbed to the top, they were met with surprisingly warm greetings. How do you do, yo-ho-ho, he said. Apologies. It's been some time since I last laid eyes upon another living soul. Though I don't have eyes, yo-ho-ho-ho. He talks, Nami muttered, not taking her eyes off of him. He talks, Luffy and Serene shouted in excitement. You can call me Brook, I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Brook introduced himself. By the way, Miss? Leaned over slightly in Serene's direction. May I see your panties? Huh? What? Well, if you show me your bones maybe. She looked genuinely conflicted. Nami answered the question for her though with a strong right hook into Brook's skull. Don't ask a lady something so perverted, and Serene, don't actually consider it. She scolded them both. Do you poop? Luffy asked childishly. There's better questions to ask before that, idiot. Sanji shouted. Indeed I do, Brook answered. Don't answer it, Sanji shouted. Before Sanji could start his own line of questioning, Cherry spoke up. Sanji, it's obviously a devil fruit. That answers most of your questions, right? Well, yes. Sanji awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Can you play your ribs like a xylophone? Serene asked, staring intently at his ribs. Oh, I've never tried that before, Brook said, enlightened. Before that, will you join my crew? Luffy asked with a big smile. Okay, Brook said simply without hesitation. What? Nami and Sanji exclaimed. They didn't have an opportunity to stop him. Serene clapped her hands and bounced on the balls of her feet with barely contained happiness. Chapter 85, Thriller Bark. They went back. They went back to the Thousand Sunny with Brook in tow. Brook met with the rest of the crew and received various reactions. Fear, annoyance, fascination. They went inside to have dinner at Brook's suggestion. He told them his story of how he ended up as a skeleton on a ghost ship in the Florian Triangle. It was much to be expected, a pirate crew wiped out by another, only he survived due to the revive fruit. In some ways you're quite lucky to have your body become bones before you could revive. If you had revived immediately, you would have died again soon after. Cherry commented. I suppose that's true, but the many years alone have been hard, Brook replied. Why don't you have a shadow? Serene asked, whilst looking under the table. Ah, well, that's another story. That has nothing to do with the current state of my body, Brook explained. I had my shadow snatched away from me by a certain man. Truthfully, as much as I'd like to join you fine people, I cannot leave this sea for fear that the sun will turn me to dust. First I must retrieve my shadow from that knave before I can ever leave. Brook spoke. We're friends now, so we can help you, Luffy suggested. No, I cannot and will not ask that of you. I shan't even tell you his name. He is a powerful foe and I cannot ask you to risk your lives for my sake. Brook refused. Enough about such depressing things, how about a song? Not to toot my own horn, but I am quite the talented musician. Yo ho ho, Brook said. Cherry leapt out of her seat and drew her blade in a wide arc near the wall. Whoa! A ghostly apparition let out a sorrowful wail as its head slipped off its body and slowly melted into the air until nothing of it remained. I knew it! Cherry shouted triumphantly. A loud rumbling was heard from outside. They all went outside to see what was happening, and saw what looked like a large wall made to look like teeth. Oh dear, look behind the ship, I fear we've been caught. Did you pick up an offering barrel in the sea by chance? Brook asked. Ah, we did, Luffy said. That was a trap, I'm afraid. That ghost had been hiding inside and helping them track you, Brook explained. This is what's known as the Ghost Island that wanders this sea. Thriller bark. The log pose isn't responding to it though? Nami was confused. No, this island was brought here all the way from West Blue. This is a fortuitous day indeed. I've met new friends and now the chance for my revenge has been presented to me, Brook said, then jumped up to the Sunny's figurehead. I suggest you do your best to leave this place. Perhaps one day we'll meet again further along the Grand Line. Goodbye, yo-ho-ho. He leapt over the edge, then ran along the water's surface towards the spooky island. Well, you heard him, Luffy. Let's get out of here, Nami said. Luffy turned around, revealing a big smile that said he would do no such thing. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Mary and Serene boarded the mini-Mary that Frankie had built and gave it a little test drive. Cherry was preoccupied in observing the invisible fellow who had boarded their ship. The unseen man went below deck to look around. When he found where they kept their treasure, he came back up top. Tap. Cherry rested her sword on his shoulder. Do you think just because I can't see you that I can't find you? Huh? Cherry, who are you talking to? Anji asked. Will you reveal yourself or will I reveal you by force? Cherry asked, a dangerous glint in her eye. The invisible man, Absalom, kicked backward and made to run for it. Unfortunately, his foot was caught in Cherry's free hand and he could no longer move. Zap. Absalom slumped to the ground after being thoroughly electrocuted, clearly visible for all to see. Why does he look like that? Sanji said, looking at the man who seemed to have animal parts stitched onto his body. Those 5 should have gotten back by now. Do you think something happened? Zoro asked. Maybe they've been killed by a ghost, Robin said. Well, let's tie this guy up and go find them. Who knows what else is on this island? Cherry suggested. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Mary and Serene. We fell quite the distance. We're lucky we aren't hurt, Usopp said. They were in a deep moat they had fallen into when their boat accidentally crashed into its outer wall and tipped them over. It's my fault for no paying attention. But you'll forgive me since I'm cute, right? Nami stuck out her tongue. If there had been spikes down here, we'd be done for. Instead, our fall was broken by these skeletons. Chopper said. Hake! Chopper and Usopp squealed in terror. Stop screaming. We'll just find a way up and wait by the shore for the others to come pick us up. Nami said. Growl. It's a dog? Usopp said. No, it's got 3 heads. That's a Cerberus? Nami shouted. They started to run as the 3-headed dog chased behind them. Bah! Mary didn't run, but charged towards it and slammed into it horns first. The dog went flying and Mary stood triumphant. Wow, you did it, Mary. Chopper praised and clapped. It's standing back up, Serene observed. Not only did it stand back up, it seemed completely unbothered and charged towards them once more. This time they really did run away. Eventually they found some stairs out of the moat and climbed a tree to escape the dog. They tried to think of some way to get away from the 3-headed dog, but they were interrupted. Hello. A voice came from behind them. Hike, Nami, Usopp and Chopper screamed at the strange stitched-up man who was hanging upside down behind them. I am Hilden. I saw that you were being chased by that wild dog. Perhaps you would like some assistance. You can await your friends at Hogback's mansion if you like? Hilden offered. Chopper's eyes sparkled at the name Hogback. Serene nearly frowned at the name. They joined Hilden on his carriage, though Serene hesitated to step on for a moment. Don't you think the horses looked a bit strange? I couldn't quite make them out in the dark, Usopp said. There are many strange animals on this island, no need to worry about it. You'll be safe at Hogback's mansion until your friends arrive. Would you like some wine? Hilden said. And maybe I'll get to meet Dr. Hogback, Chopper said excitedly. Is he famous or something? Nami asked. He's renowned in the world of medicine as a genius surgeon. He's performed operations that no other doctor has ever succeeded at. Unfortunately, he disappeared from the world one day. Chopper admired. Serene opened her mouth to say something, but changed her mind. Nami noticed her odd behavior, but decided not to ask about it, with a stranger around. It is the Dr. Hogback, right? Chopper asked Hilden, who replied in the affirmative. Nami looked out the window and screamed, spilling her wineglass on Serene. I saw something out there. What? You're probably just seeing things because this place is so spooky. Let's look outside and see. Usopp says skeptically, though he was really just hoping that was the case. Looking outside, there were many stitched-together animals, and it seemed even the trees were alive and had faces. Rubbing their eyes and looking again, the strange sight was gone. Mr. Hilden, we need to... Right away, there were all sorts of monsters in the forest, Nami exclaimed. Now. The fog tends to play tricks on the eyes, it was probably just a hallucination. Hilden tried to explain it away. I know hallucinations better than anyone and that was real, take us back, Serene said, seeming more relieved than before somehow. Very well. I'll tell the coachman to turn us around. Hilden shouted for the carriage to stop and stepped out. Chopper was upset that he wouldn't get to meet Hogback. It's okay, Chopper. Hogback might be talented, but he's a selfish man. You're a much better doctor than he'll ever be because you actually care about your patients. Serene tried to help him accept it. What do you mean? Chopper asked, wiping his tears. Well. Let's say I've received treatment from him before, a long time ago. Don't let his reputation fool you, he doesn't deserve to call himself a doctor. Serene gave him a sad smile. Chopper wasn't sure if he could believe one of his idols was such a heartless person, but then he had never met the man whilst he had traveled with Serene for a couple months now. If you say so, Chopper said meekly. Hey, haven't we been sitting still for too long? Why hasn't Hilden come back? Usopp wondered aloud. He peeked outside, and found they were in a graveyard with no Hilden or horses in sight. Chapter 86, Dr. Hogback. He just left us here. He just left us here and in a graveyard, Usopp exclaimed. We shouldn't stay here or we might get attacked again, Nami said. They got out of the carriage one by one. When they were all outside, they heard the sound of dirt being disturbed. Looking over, they saw a multitude of hands and arms belonging to zombies pulling themselves out of the graves. One tried to grab onto Serene from behind, but she spun around and used cramping attacks on his limbs, causing him to topple over unable to move. Huh? Why can't I move? The zombie was confused, but did not seem to feel any pain from his cramping muscles. They were quickly being surrounded by the zombies, however. They fought them off the best they could, but even being decapitated didn't seem to faze them. Only Serene's massage arts was able to immobilize them. There's too many of them for us to fight, we need to get out of here. Serene said. Let me try something. Usopp said, firing a flaming projectile that engulfed one of the zombies. Although it seemed somewhat effective at first, it only seemed to enrage them. Okay, let's run away, Usopp said, turning around to find the others already sprinting without him. Damn it, don't leave me. They ran quite the distance before the surprisingly fast zombies ran out of stamina and got away from them. I don't think we'll make it all the way to the shore. We're better off trying to reach Dr. Hogback's mansion. The lights from it are visible in some windows up ahead, do you see? Nami suggested. Serene looked as if she bit into a maggot-infested rotten apple at the thought, but could not offer any alternatives, and so she hesitantly accepted it silently. Fortunately, they didn't run into any more monsters or zombies on the way to the mansion. They called out but received no reply. So they went through the unlocked gate and into the tunnel through the ground floor of the mansion. Look, there's a light shining on that old well, Usopp pointed out. They approached the old well and something jumped out of it, startling Nami, Usopp and Chopper. Welcome, the woman said. She had a blonde bob haircut, eerie eyes and a stitched face. Serene thought the woman looked familiar but couldn't quite remember where she could have seen her. She thought such a unique-looking individual would be quite memorable. The woman started throwing the plates in her hands at Usopp, who started to shout in protest. Why are you throwing plates at me, and why only me? Usopp complained as he desperately dodged. You weren't invited to Todhi Mansion. You four can come in though, she said, continuing to throw plates. Hold on, Sindri. We can make an exception just this once. A man's voice was heard from the door into the mansion as it opened. Serene frowned with annoyance, but when she heard the plate woman's name, that expression twisted with realization and disgust. I'm sorry about that. She was once engaged to a rich man, and in order to test the man started to explain her behavior but trailed off as he looked at them, particularly when his eyes met with Serene. Long time no see? He said awkwardly. I would have preferred if it had been longer. Forever would have been perfect, Serene said, words dripping with venom. Right. Why don't you all come inside? I am Dr. Hogback, by the way, Dr. Hogback said, retreating back into his mansion with Sindri following close behind. What was that about? Nami asked curiously, the others also interested in the answer. Serene looked at them and her expression softened slightly. He's my father. Don't ask anymore, we can talk later. Just know that you absolutely cannot trust him, if that wasn't obvious enough already. They entered the mansion and were led to a dining room where they sat down silently. Ahem! Well, it seems you've been through a lot given how filthy you lot are, Hogback said. Yes, we were attacked by zombies in a graveyard, and managed to run all the way here, Nami said. I see, you were attacked by zombies. It's good that you're all safe, Hogback replied, sneaking the occasional glance at Serene through his dark glasses. You should know something about them since you live here, right? What's the deal with this island? Usopp asked. Well, it's precisely for that purpose that I am here, to learn about the zombies so that I may one day be able to revive the deceased. A noble goal, wouldn't you say? Hogback spoke proudly. Chopper had to stop himself from inquiring further. He knew such a thing could help a lot of people, but he'd been warned not to trust Hogback, so he knew it probably wasn't true. I've brought pudding, Sindri said, plopping the pudding directly onto the table in front of each of them. Usopp, Chopper and Mary slurped the pudding off the table, whilst Nami and Serene abstained. The bath is ready, should you wish to clean yourselves, Sindri said monotonously. They followed her to the bath area, where Serene and Nami took the opportunity to clean up whilst they talked. There's more to the story about him, right, Serene? Nami asked. Many years ago when I was still a child, Hogback left my mother to chase after some movie star patient of his that he became obsessed with. From what I knew, she rejected his advances since she was already engaged, then she died in a tragic accident about 10 years ago. Her name was Victoria Sindri. Serene explained. Sindri, you don't think. Usopp said from outside. Yes, that woman we just met is Victoria Sindri. Or at least it's her corpse. Serene said. Chopper was so angry he was fuming now. How could a doctor do such a thing? I told you he doesn't deserve to call himself a doctor. He's always been a greedy and selfish man. Now you can add grave robber and pervert to the mix as well. Serene said. We aren't safe here. My instincts are telling me this mansion full of zombies, and we can't expect Hogback to treat us well just because of Serene's presence. We should get out of here as quickly as possible. Nami suggested. Are you sure it was necessary to go that far, Cherry? Frankie asked. He was referring to the squirming zombie bits on the ground that were cut into 1,000 pieces. We need to know what it takes to kill these things. Turns out that answer is a heck of a lot. Cherry smirked. The other zombies that had tried to stop the group were quivering in fear. Even if they didn't feel pain, they didn't want that to happen to them. Orders were orders though, so they had to press forward and capture them. Now let's try something else, Cherry said, appearing in front of another zombie. She pressed her hand onto its chest and activated her devil fruit. Her goal was to separate the zombie from the devil fruit power she assumed was puppeteering it. She had to put some oomph into it, but she managed to expel the energy. It was easier to do such a thing when she wasn't concerned about being careful not to harm the subject. The zombie collapsed lifelessly to the ground, and she watched a shadow escape from it. Unfortunately, it wasn't escaping towards one of the devil fruit users she had picked up with her life sense, but somewhere else on the island. She's a demon, a tree zombie screamed. She exorcised him, a 4-armed zombie cried. She didn't even use salt. A stupid zombie blurted. Oh, you can be exorcised with salt? Cherry smiled at the buffoons who let their own weakness slip. You idiot! The zombies shouted at the idiot. We've got plenty of salt back on the ship. I'll go get some, Anji said, casually walking away. The zombies were desperate to stop them now, but they were no match for the powerhouses before them. Can't we keep some of them? Luffy said with puppy dog eyes. Absolutely not, they're clearly enemies, Zoro rejected. They aren't even actual people, Luffy. Just puppets of some devil fruit, Cherry said, which seemed to assuage him somewhat. When Cherry exorcised one of them, a shadow escaped from it. Perhaps our new bony friend Brook had his shadow taken to make one of these zombies? Robin hypothesized. No, you're wrong, that isn't correct at all, no ma'am, the idiot zombie said as he squirmed on the ground with all his limbs cut off. We'll find out for sure soon enough, I expect. Cherry smiled. Chapter 87, Spooky Mansion.
Sadly, that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I would appreciate it if you would like and subscribe for the next part of this story.